quote, fabricated indictments.
Let me throw it on the
show
screen.
Trials. Did you, Mr. Smith, or the men and women working on your team work to fabricate indictments or put on rigged show trials?
No, we secured indictments from grand juries, and we were prepared to prove our case in court beyond a reasonable doubt.
Did you use your appointment as special counsel to conduct a politically motivated witch hunt, scam investigation, and prosecution of Donald Trump?
I did not. We followed the facts, and we followed the law. Where that led us was to an indictment of an unprecedented criminal scheme to block the peaceful transfer of power.
And those indictments have been dismissed. Can they be re-brought or resurrected after this, after Trump leaves office?
They were dismissed without prejudice.
So they can be refiled? And he can be prosecuted after he leaves office, is that correct?
I'm not going to speak to that. I can only speak to what we did, which was dismiss the case without prejudice.
All right. The website put out by the Trump White House on the anniversary of January 6th is nothing more than a pack of lies. It proves that Donald Trump is hell-bent on misusing taxpayer dollars in a feeble attempt to rewrite his criminal history and the history of what happened on January 6, 2021.
Yeah, I'm just going to type something that says Jack Smith testifies to Congress so people know.
Mr. Chairman, offer for the record
Unanimous consent?
Unanimous consent.
January 6th, everyone, is the thing. Jack Smith is the person who investigated Trump's affiliation with January 6th.
2020, that states the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history.
Objection.
And also testimony from...
Is it loud enough, everyone?
I'd like to,
I have it on max.
Unanimous consent to enter into the record the September 24th, 2020 testimony of Trump's former FBI Director Chris Wray,
Yeah.
told Senate Homeland Security, the Homeland Security Committee of the Senate, that the FBI had, quote, not seen or historically had any kind of coordinated national voter fraud effort in a major election.
Without objection.
And last but not least,
Let me go to the text.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article titled Disputing Trump, Barr says no widespread election fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, on November 18th, 2022, A.G. Garland appointed you as special counsel. Can you tell me about your swearing in or the oath of office that you took after that?
I don't recall the specifics of it. I know I was sworn in. I don't recall the specifics of how that was done.
You don't remember who swore you in?
I don't.
Would you agree that taking the oath of office is a legal requirement for the job that you had?
I've taken oaths of office regularly. I haven't researched whether it's required or not, but I've done that, I think, in every government case.
It is required. Terms I heard earlier today were atypical, irregular, no proper procedure. Yet in your opening statement, you said that we followed Justice Department policies, and I would assume you
Chad, let me know if this is something that you guys think is worth watching, by the way, everyone. I thought maybe it's something worth watching.
You in, how you were sworn
Otherwise,
in.
I might just like continue with debates.
In here, and I remember every day. You don't remember who swore you in?
I don't remember the details of it as I sit here today.
But you did take the oath of office before you got rolling.
I think my recollection is it was when I was appointed.
It was when. It strikes me as odd that Attorney General Garland had you retake the oath of office on the 14th of September of the following year. Why did
I'm confused what they're questioning him on right now. I'm not really sure on it, to be totally honest. I was kind of waiting to hear more about, like,
I know that there is
his
the
thoughts
oath of
on
office that I signed. I believe it was
January
on the
6th.
18th, the day that I was appointed, and I know the department had me do a second one. I don't know the particulars of why they asked me to do it again, but I know
you signed it on the 20th of November 2022, but there was no witness, which, I mean, you have to agree it's a little odd. If there's no witness saying that you took the oath of office, it would maybe make someone like me question whether or not you were legitimately doing the job until you finally took the oath of office. It sounds like the Attorney General had the same question and thought, oh, shit, we got to have him sign this on the 14th day of September of the following year.
maybe this part
why
isn't
did you take
important
the
or
oath of
something?
office
I don't know.
again on the 14th of September of the following year when you say you took the office in November of 2022?
Like this person's just kind of
Why'd you need
like
to do
not
it
asking
twice?
relevant questions. Like, let's learn about the
My
case.
recollection is that I took the oath of office, as you said, it was the 18th or the 20th, and felt I was under the oath of office. I believe, if you have it in front of you, I think I signed an oath.
You signed it, but there was no witness. There was supposed to be either notarized or a witness, and apparently Attorney General Garland thought it was significant enough to have you do another oath 11 months later.
Dude, what is this guy?
Strange,
They're trying to invalidate his appointment. Like, it's just like, yeah. They're not even arguing anything of the facts of the case or anything like that. They're just trying to invalidate
I don't recall ever discussing this issue with Attorney General.
some random thing.
Well, that is just wild to me. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr.
Yes,
Jordan.
please do
Which
that.
one was
Thank
the
you.
official one?
Jesus Christ, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Which one counted?
I
I think that's what the gentleman's asking.
I understood myself to have taken the oath of office when I assumed the job.
How much money did you? Okay. How much money did you spend in the investigating President Trump?
Okay, is this just like the only Republicans right now or something?
I do not recall as I sit here now, but I know that pursuant to, I believe it's the special counsel regulations,
Dude.
reports were issued each 6 months detailing how much.
We gathered at $35 million. And what I want to know is how much of that $35 million of taxpayer money, confidential human sources? We know you gave $20,000 to someone. It just got reported last week. How much more money did you pay confidential people we don't know about, with American tax money going after the guy we elected president?
My recollection regards the $20,000, which was not a payment from me. It was me approving a payment by the FBI to a confidential human source who was reviewing video and photographic.
Who's the source?
evidence. I do not know the identity of the source.
How many other payments went to this source or other sources?
As I sit here, I do not know the answer to that question. My role as special counsel,
$35 million, and you're giving money to people the country doesn't know who they are, and you're giving their hard-earned money to these folks? The main question I have, too, with this is, why'd you have to do it? You subpoenaed bank records from the RNC, phone records from members of Congress. You got subpoenas for bank records for people sitting right there on the front row. Why did you have to pay people for information when you could subpoena them and get it?
Time has expired.
Time has expired. You can answer the question. Country'd like to know why you had to do it.
My recollection and understanding is the payment, the $20,000 that I approved, was for a confidential human source to assist in the review of video and photographic evidence showing people who were attacking the Capitol, attacking police officers, obstructing the proceeding, and seeing if we could prove that some of those people had come directly.
That wasn't my question, but my time has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Smith, I want you to have the utmost confidence in what you did. You did everything right. Harry Dunn, Danny Hodges, Sergeant Cannell, Mike Fanone, they did everything right. These guys, my Republican colleagues, are a joke. They're wrong. History will harshly judge them, so I want you to lean in today. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You did everything right, sir. And I am these guys are so lucky they're not under oath, because they would have to tell you what they really think of Trump. They call him crooked. They call him cruel. They call him a scumbag. I've heard you all say it. You're lucky you're not under Trump, but when the lights go on and the cameras are on, you're tiny, you're small, you shrink.
Yeah, dude, this is kind of funny.
Everyone remembers Matt Gaetz coming over here after a committee hearing. He would laugh at how stupid he thought Trump was. This is all a show. And Mr. Smith, you're just the latest act that they've brought in. But they can't erase what happened on January 6th because we saw it with our own eyes. Mr. Smith, after the mainstream media called the race for Biden about a week after the election, did Donald Trump concede the election?
He did not.
The next month, the Electoral College met in every state and voted Biden as the winner. Did Donald Trump concede then?
He did not.
Shortly after that, the last court case that Donald Trump brought was thrown out. Did he concede then?
No.
Is it your judgment then that only Donald Trump could have convened the mob in the size that it was assembled on January 6th?
Our assessment of the evidence is that he is the person most responsible for what happened on January 6th. He caused what happened. It was foreseeable to him. And then when it happened, he tried to exploit it in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And you actually obtained indictments from a grand jury, right? You went to a grand jury and did something that the Trump administration has not been able to do as they go after their enemies. Their cases are being thrown out. You obtained criminal indictments against the president. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Smith, do you know who Edward Loya is?
I'm sorry?
Edward Loya, L-O-Y-A?
I believe Mr. Loya worked at the public integrity section when I was
Did you know that he said of you, when it comes to investigating allegations of sophisticated federal criminal matters, Jack Smith is the gold standard? Do you know who Mr. James McGovern is?
Yes, he was a prosecutor I worked with in New York.
Did you know that he said of you, I have no idea what Mr. Smith's political beliefs are because he's completely apolitical? So are you a registered independent?
I have no partisan loyalties. I don't know if I'm registered as independent or not registered at all.
Are you glad you accepted Attorney General Garland's request to be a special prosecutor, even though you've been dragged over political barbed wire and your family has been subjected to death threats?
I don't regret it.
Do you remember where you were on September 11th?
I do.
What did you think of that day?
I was in Brooklyn when that happened. I was at the command center that night. I worked on that investigation. I remember pretty clearly.
Do you remember where you were on January 6th?
On January 6th, I was living in Europe working for the State Department seconded to a war crimes tribunal.
What did you think as you watched on television what happened at the Capitol that day?
To be honest with you, I don't recall if I saw it that day or a later day because of the time period.
What did you think when you saw it?
I was shocked. I was shocked by it. I obviously, being in Europe and not following things as closely, I was not, frankly, up to speed on the events leading up to it.
What shocked you about it?
I just never seen anything like that happen in our country.
Mr. Smith, I don't know if I'll ever have the honor to talk to you again. If I don't, please know that I and my colleagues on the Democratic side, and even my Republican colleagues when they speak privately, have nothing but respect and appreciation for what you tried to do and how you did it. You, unlike many here, are a man of honor. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Smith, you appear before this committee today not as a neutral observer of the law, but at one point you were one of the most powerful prosecutors in the federal system, armed with enormous discretion, minimal oversight, and a mandate that goes to the very heart of our constitutional order. You brought charges during an active election cycle. You relied on legal theories that had never before been tested in context. And you did so while disregarding long-standing Department of Justice policies designed to prevent prosecutors from influencing elections. Mr. Smith, you claimed in your investigation you developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election.
Finally, people ask questions about this.
Power. However, a few weeks ago in Georgia, Fulton County election board officials stated that 315,000 ballots were certified without required signatures on the tabulator tapes for poll workers. These signatures were required by the Georgia statute. If not counted, this could have turned the state of Georgia red, and I won't doubt there were similar schemes in many other states. You were illegally appointed to serve as special counsel since you were not confirmed by advance and consent Senate and stated in the appointments clause. You also issued an indictment against then-President Biden's most formidable political opponent. The candidate was President Trump, and you issued a gag order for President Trump during a 2024 election cycle. This was a major violation of President Trump's First Amendment rights and a poor attempt to outright censor the leading political candidate.
Bro, what are you talking about?
These actions were nothing short of election interference. 9 senators, including Senator Tuberville from my state of Alabama, and multiple Republican members of the House of Representatives had their phones subpoenaed, or their records subpoenaed. Some you seized their phones. Even then, Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, one of the highest-ranking Republicans in the country, had his phone records subpoenaed, all for political gain. These subpoenas clearly violated the speech and debate clause.
Oh my gosh, Chad, I clicked the wrong thing.
Public integrity
speakers.
section addressed this issue in an email dated May 17th,
I'm so sorry, chat. On TikTok, that was my bad. I did the wrong setting.
Stated that the speech and debate clause, and the bar is this, bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. These instances are not only the tip of the iceberg about you and your team's flagrant disregard of the Constitution. Mr. Smith, your actions have changed and damaged confidence in our justice system. Today, this committee will determine whether that damage was a result of reckless judgment, political bias, or deliberate misuse of authority. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield you the balance of my time for questions.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to go back to that email. If we could put that up, this email that Mr. Gill highlighted a few minutes ago. This is the justification from the public integrity section. If you look at the bottom, John Keller, public integrity section, for going and getting the phone records, toll records of members of Congress. And there's a couple things I want to highlight. That first highlighted area, there is some litigation risk. So they admit there's some concern here. And they send this to the copy to Jack Smith's team. And then you go down later, as Mr. Gill pointed out, the case law is clear. A legislator may intervene and oppose such use. So the risk is real. But here's the deal. There was really no risk because we weren't going to know. They weren't going to tell us. They made sure they didn't tell us because they went to the judge and got a gag order. And look at the last sentence. The last sentence. Low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged. So they're not going to know because we're not going to charge any of these guys. They didn't do anything wrong. And so therefore, the litigation risk should be minimal. They're not going to be charged.
He literally says they've developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
The litigation risk is minimal, and it's minimal because.
What other reason do you need to reference?
And we're going to make sure
what is
they
he
don't
talking
know,
about?
We're not even going to tell the judge who we're getting the gag orders on. And yet, Mr. Smith thought that was A-okay. That was just fine. That was in the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. I find that hard to believe. And you know why? You know why everyone knows it's wrong? Because the public integrity section at the Justice Department has now changed its policy. You can't do this anymore. They've changed their policy. But it was okay for Jack Smith to do it because we got to get Trump. We got to get the president. That's what this was all about. Yield back to the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
All right, I'm gonna listen to like 1 or 2 more, and I might call it. This is just stupid, honestly. Like genuinely, like what is that guy talking about? They're not even talking about whether or not he's developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and then he's just like, oh, you know what?
Rudy Giuliani left Senator Tuberville on January 6th.
Parker, you're way louder. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it.
I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back to the chair. Now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The House Judiciary Committee is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, the chairman of this committee ignored a bipartisan congressional subpoena directed at him. His actions have made it harder for this committee and other congressional committees to get witnesses and testimony and damage the rule of law. Now, before I ask questions of Mr. Smith, I just want to make a simple observation. How scared are Republicans of talking about the Epstein files? They're so scared that they literally are calling Jack Smith the distinguished federal prosecutor who secured multiple indictments against Donald Trump. with multiple felony counts.
Yes, someone speaking
Republicans
truth.
would rather talk about the criminality of Donald Trump in trying to steal an election and trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power, and the criminality of Donald Trump in stealing classified documents, obstructing justice, than about Donald Trump's associations with Jeffrey Epstein and his pedophilia ring. I demand this committee, this chairman, and Republicans to call an immediate hearing asking why the Department of Justice is refusing to release 99% of the Epstein files and why the DOJ is violating the law right now.
Yeah, base.
Questions, Mrs. Smith, for you, and thank you for being here today. My questions center on interactions or lack of interactions between the Biden administration and yourself. Did President Biden or anyone in the Biden White House ever direct you to seek retribution against anyone perceived to be Biden's?
Great fucking question.
No.
Great question.
Did
He said
the
no.
Biden administration or President Biden or anyone in the White House ever write a social media post directing you to seek retribution against any particular individual?
No.
Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to take any prosecutorial step whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Donald Trump made it clear he wanted to seek retribution against New York Attorney General Tish James. Trump relentlessly attacked her, saying, quote, she should be prosecuted and, quote, arrested and punished because she dared to hold Trump accountable for Trump's fraud in New York. Trump weaponized the Department of Justice, and the Trump DOJ opened a sham investigation into her alleged mortgage fraud. We know it's a sham investigation because they couldn't even get twice grand juries to secure indictments against her. When interim U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert, who Donald Trump himself appointed, spent 5 months investigating Tish James, he concluded there was not enough evidence to go forward. And what did Trump do? He fired his own U.S. attorney. Mrs. Smith, did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever tell you that Donald Trump should be, quote, arrested and punished?
No.
Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever threaten to fire you based on any action you took or did not take?
No.
Damn.
Donald Trump also directed the Trump DOJ to open investigations into his own appointees who refused to do his bidding. His DOJ recently investigated Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell because Powell won't cede to Trump's bullying on interest rates. Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to go after any Biden appointee?
No.
Okay. I just want to say a little bit about what the Republicans have brought up about these phone toll records. Do you believe the Speaker of the House is above the law?
No, I don't believe anybody should be above the law.
Right. And U.S. senators are not above the law, correct?
No.
Yeah. And members of Congress are not above the law, right?
No.
Yeah, that's right, because we're not. And what Republicans are trying to argue is somehow, if you're doing an investigation, you can't do stuff to senators or members of Congress. Get out of here. We're just under a law like everybody else. And by the way, the speech and debate clause only applies to legislative acts, communications with legislative acts. Stealing a frickin' election and trying to do so is not a legislative act. It is a crime. So I don't even know what the heck they're talking about. And this is so stupid. I'm a former prosecutor. You never in an investigation go and try to get someone's toll records or phone records and then tell them, hey, dude, we're about to get your phone records. Of course you wouldn't tell them. What the Republicans are saying today is just idiotic. I am so pleased you're here on national TV telling the American people that Trump was indicted. He was indicted lawfully, and multiple grand juries secured those indictments. Thank you for your service, and history will look upon you well. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
That was
for 5
great.
minutes.
That was great. We'll listen to one more. I doubt it's going to be as good. That was the best one by far. Those are great questions.
The Department of Justice. Would you agree with the statement that DOJ charging policies require prosecutors to bring charges only where the admissible evidence is expected to be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction? Is that right?
That is correct. That's from the federal principles of prosecution.
And in this case you brought against President Trump, one of the charges you pursued was under Title 18, Section 371, which requires an agreement to interfere with the lawful function of the United States through deceit or dishonesty that the defendant knowingly and intentionally joined, and an overt act. And what I'd like to ask you about is this. So you would agree that Section 371 requires dishonesty or deceit and also proof that a criminal defendant acted knowingly and intentionally. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. It requires knowing deceit targeted at a lawful government function.
So you would then also agree, would you not, that opinion, disagreement, or even mistake is insufficient to satisfy the burden of criminal intent set forth in that statute?
A mistake certainly would. We needed to prove and intended to prove at trial that the false statements that Donald Trump made were knowingly false.
That they were false and that it was done knowingly. So even under your theory of the case, even if we took your facts as true, you still would have been required to prove that the president said something false and that he or did it knowingly. So going on to your next charge.
Which you said is what they did.
Obstruction. There, too, that charge requires proof of wrongful intent, does it not?
That's correct.
So if a defendant there actually believes a factual claim is true, that would mean he could not be convicted of that charge. Isn't that right?
Well,
not correctly convicted.
The defendant for that charge would have to behave corruptly.
Crap, I have to do this real quick. Give me 1 second, chat. I need to open up this and
unlawful benefit,
make sure everything's checked up on my YouTube. Sorry, give me 1 second.
In this case, to stay in office,
I don't even know if I set up my YouTube fully.
Not won the election.
But there, too, there's a requirement of intent that this conduct must be knowing and intentional. Isn't that right?
There we go. Okay, we're back.
There is an intent requirement, yes.
And didn't you also acknowledge in your deposition that the president was receiving information from multiple advisors, Giuliani, Eastman, Clark, Powell, and in your deposition you said he was almost just regurgitating what they told him. Isn't that right?
I don't believe I said he was regurgitating what they told him. I think what I said is that he was making knowingly false claims, that he was believing anything that would keep him in office, and he was rejecting anything.
You would agree that those people, or some people, were giving the president conflicting advice at that time. Would you not?
You're correct in that his original campaign staff told him he had lost. He fired them and brought in people who would...
But criminal liability, under the statutes you used in your indictment, requires proving intent, not simply the undermining
so her
of
dispute
norms or expressing an opinion
is only about the intent.
So
he thought that they won the election, even though they didn't. Even though he promoted this to happen, it's just that he didn't
that the conduct charge
knowingly say it when it was false,
or that you were going to have an adequate basis to sustain a conviction at trial.
I felt we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I felt that proof included direct testimony from a number of witnesses to prove the knowing falsity of his claims.
Despite the fact that in your own deposition you acknowledge the existence of conflicting advice. If this defendant were anyone other than Donald J. Trump, Mr. Smith, I find it hard to believe that we would be sitting here today having a hearing about an indictment that was returned knowing that the elements of the offenses could not be demonstrated. Now, let's talk about this.
What?
I assume you're also familiar with the Department of Justice
beyond a reasonable doubt
evidence
is
from
demonstration.
The timing of investigative or prosecutorial actions for the purpose of affecting any election.
Yes, I am. That's the election year sensitivities policy, and we followed it in all respects. The public integrity section who administers that policy concurred that we followed it in all respects.
Oh.
Chairman, my time has expired.
Back, the chair recognizes the ranking member for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry,
this is
wait.
John Dowd.
Wait.
I was Donald Trump's lawyer. Jack Smith should be celebrated, not vilified. December 16th, 2025, last month.
Alrighty,
I have.
I think I'm done. I think I'm done listening to all these. I'm gonna go into debates. That was a funny one to end it on. Funny one to end it on. Well, let's get the live set up. We're gonna get going, everyone, and get the debates going. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I might just decide to hit a restart. What do y'all think I should do? What do y'all think I should do? And let me go over to my TikTok and let me actually change the title, or not my TikTok, my YouTube, and change the title here. We should do that here real quick. We'll do that real quick. What should the title be? Shit, I had it from earlier, and I literally lost it. I did lose it. That's very unfortunate. Santana was banned. I got banned, so I think those have just been going around a lot, which is very unfortunate. Very, very, very unfortunate. Let me make sure to check everything real quick. We're going to set up the stream. We're going to get going with the debates. I might hit a quick restart here on TikTok. That might just be the move, because I did start with a bit of just like a reaction. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Helps get it out to more people. I would really, really, really appreciate it. We're going to get this up in a second. Do give us one quick second. Alrighty, let me do this. Oh, oops, I accidentally did that. There we go. Sorry, everyone. I'm just redoing my title real quick. There we go. I have it fully set up now. All right, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We're going to need a quick restart here on TikTok, though, actually. So give us a quick second. We'll be right back, everyone. We'll be right back. Give us a quick second. We'll hit a quick restart. I think that's the best move to do. I think that's the best move to do in this circumstance. Just quickly hit a quick restart. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's get going in terms of the debates. The Greater Fool Band, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's really unbelievable the lengths that they go to defend Donald Trump. I feel like it's because of pressure for their votes, because if they don't support Trump, 90% of the Democratic or Republican Party does, so we'll see. I was watching Jack Smith testify, nothing crazy. So starting debates. Are you hopping on early? Alrighty. Corona, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's amazing. I appreciate it. Dean responded with, yeah, it's very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I wish. We're going to get going on the debates. Everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I hope get it out to more people. Alrighty, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
In a way.
In a way, like if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think still Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think because he's a little bit more intelligent than Kamala.
Okay, how so?
He isn't so focused on the abortions and is focused on the immigrants.
Okay, you said that Democrats are focused on immigrants and Republicans are focused on citizens. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and I think that Democrats are focused on citizens and immigrants. And I think that immigrants in many circumstances are now citizens.
I don't think that's true.
You don't think that citizens in many circumstances, right, have been immigrants or are immigrants? I mean, immigrants are citizens in some circumstances.
I think more immigrants are from the Democrats and not Republicans.
Can you repeat what you just said? Sorry, I was responding to someone real quick. Go ahead.
I think that you are
Hello, you cut out. Whoa, what just happened? Why did my camera cut out on TikTok? Hello? What's going on? What the fuck? Did I just get banned? Hello?
Are you okay?
Yeah, okay, what just happened? I don't even know. Alrighty, what were you saying?
I think that you shouldn't be the person that speaks about immigrants because you are liberal and you are gonna defend anyone.
I'm not going to just defend anyone because I'm liberal, but I can speak about immigration because I can say that's positive for the economy. I can say it's positive for our society as a whole, and I can give you good reason to believe that based upon different studies. Do you think immigration is bad for our society?
Okay, I know that's gonna sound bad, but yes, my father couldn't get a job because there were so many Mexicans that were in his job.
Why only specifically people who are Mexican, one? And two, immigrants don't take jobs, they create more employment. Immigration over the past 20 years has led to an increase in the level of employment for natural-born U.S. citizens.
I don't think that's true. Come on. When you are gonna sit down and talk to any one of your family members, there's gonna be one that's gonna say, yes, I lost my job because there were many people from another country that were immigrants.
Okay. Immigrants aren't taking jobs. Again, I just told you, studies indicate that it increases employment amongst natural-born U.S. citizens.
Show me, what the fuck? Show me.
The National Bureau of Economic Research indicates this to be true.
Okay.
By the way, I have a question. Are you an immigrant?
My grandmother was Poland, yes.
Do you think your mom was stealing the jobs?
My mom died in a car accident.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that.
Can we not talk about it? I'm sorry, I'm gonna cry. Back to the debate. I think that I am a little bit racist because my mother was killed by drunk Mexican.
Okay, I'm just gonna kick you. What the fuck is wrong with people, dude? Why do people do shit like that? Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 26.
And do you support Donald Trump?
No, but I voted for him and regret it.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates with people who specifically do still support Donald Trump, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on with you, man? I'm 25.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Man, I support Trump, man. Every day. Every night.
Okay. What state do you live in?
Can I keep that disclosed, or do I have to say it to you, man?
You have to say the state.
Louisiana.
Okay, what time is it?
Man, it's 12, man. It's 12:49.
12:49 in Louisiana? Wouldn't it be 11:49?
I'm looking at the time right now.
I don't think anywhere in Louisiana it would be 12:49, so let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, all back on Red Dead 2, Brody.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I don't support Trump. I don't support Trump.
Okay, base. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
And do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say that.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates. Everybody, please only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, blinker checkpoint, hit those elevation.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person. We don't really have any guest requests. We're on the second account because we got banned on the main account, so it's honestly very unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
I think it's just we're getting, like, the same person up over and over again. Oh, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I accidentally hit it while I was trying to.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
100%.
Okay. Why so? Why do you support Trump?
Before I tell you, can I tell you one thing?
What's up?
Okay, so I asked Karita how to spell your, and he spelled it wrong.
They're not a Trump supporter. Definitely not a Trump supporter. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. If you're the same person just hopping in the guest box, I'm just gonna block you at this point. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
January
What day?
31. 31st.
For some reason, I don't believe you. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Having a little bit of struggles getting some debates up here. I do apologize, everyone. I do apologize. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How are you, young man? I'm 50.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, not a doubt, man. I don't know why you don't.
And, okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, many reasons. One is the fact I'm a crypto guy, and second is the border. I mean, we needed to lock that shit down. I mean, I had a son that didn't come home because of an immigrant. Literally overstayed his visa for 56 days and then unalived my son. Now he's sitting in the Texas State Penitentiary, and he shouldn't have been here. So if one person could be saved, why don't you take that into consideration when you go on live a little bit and realize there's real Americans with missing kids that didn't come home because some of them illegal.
So I don't think that's a thing that you can generalize onto all undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. And if you're saying the increase in the nominal level of crime means you're going to restrict people from coming to the country, well, then you're going to restrict tourists from coming to the country. You're going to restrict legal immigrants from coming to the country. You're going to ban people from having children because there's going to be more kids that then lead to other people that are going to die in the future or other crimes that are going to be committed in the future. So if your whole way of referencing this is saying if the nominal rate of crime or nominal level of crime increases, therefore you have to ban something, well, then you're going to ban plenty of other things that you clearly don't believe should be banned.
You're missing the point. If you can save one child from somebody that
I gave you an example. So for example,
worth it.
For example, with the context of tourism,
you don't quite understand because you're young. You have a lot to learn. You have a lot to absorb before you can even have a real platform with a real ideology with some concrete thinking. But because you're young, you're impressionable, you're still learning, you're still absorbing. So therefore, you're going to be minuscule. You'll be less than a man that's 50 years old, seasoned, been there, done that. And I hope you realize that and pray to Jesus about this tonight, because what you're doing online isn't right.
I have a feeling that you're about to run away instead of actually intellectually engage with my arguments.
No, you're creating a fake bullshit divide for money. You're money hungry. You're a child. You're probably in your mommy's basement. I know I see you travel around and do some things, but to be honest, you're always the negative. You're always standing in the way. You're never bridging anything. You're never connecting anything. You're just one big clusterfuck of nothingness and mean, nasty. Why are you like that? Why don't you try to bridge the gap and do something positive in life instead of being such a fucking hateful, mean person? Why? Why is that? Why?
I think what you need to do is you need to look into the mirror. I think that what I've done here specifically to
I've
get
watched
people
you
to
online.
Would you like to
You
let me
never
finish?
ever admit the truth. Instead, you have a supercomputer in your hand.
Are
and
you
you
just
can't
going to
find
keep
the
cutting me off?
information.
Am I going to have the ability to speak? Or are you just going to keep cutting me off and not actually engage intellectually with my ideas? It sounds like right now what you came up here to do is not to actually engage in a conversation that's meaningful and productive to then lead to some sort of facts. What you've come up here is to spread your hate and division. You actually should look into a mirror.
That's
genuinely,
what you
because
do
you're
every
projecting
day.
right now. I'm right now
And you
trying
have
to engage in a
you
productive
have no
dialogue with
journey of life yet.
I'm right now trying to engage in a productive dialogue with me, and instead of engaging in a productive dialogue with me, what you've done is you called me too young that I can't have positions. You said that you're so much smarter than me, that you so much know more than me, and then also I gave you a literal argument. You didn't even respond to it. Your whole argument was
you do have
because
trauma.
of the increase.
You know as well as I do. You've
Actually,
got
you just came
trauma.
up on the live stream because
You're
of your
suffering
trauma and
from
tried to say
trauma.
that other people should be restricted to doing
And you
things because of
expose it
your
every day you
trauma.
go online.
So what do you mean? What do you mean my
Your
trauma?
hate
I don't know
for
what you're
Trump
talking about. What
is
trauma are you
more than the
referencing?
love for this country. And that's the problem. You have so much hate for a man you don't even really know. You may have met him, shook his hand, but you don't know
What?
him.
I never met Donald Trump.
Oh, you never met? I thought you were
No.
invited to the White House or something.
With when Biden was president.
Oh, when Biden, okay.
I didn't even shake
understand that.
Biden's hand. What? That was
Yeah,
like
I
it
just
was,
don't
it was kind of
understand why
like
you
a
hate
it
a
was
man
kind of
you
like
don't
a networking thing with influencers.
Yeah, and if you're a little bit older, you'd understand that Trump throughout the 80s and 90s was a man that didn't drink, didn't smoke. He embraced the black
Hold up.
community. He took
Can I-
care of the black
Can I
community.
just tell you how that's like not true? So there's a few
It
things
is
here.
true. It
One,
is fact,
one,
and you
one-
can't
wait,
tell
stop
me
real
it's
quick.
not
Stop real quick.
because I
Stop.
lived it.
Hey, dude. Let me address some of these points. One, you can't say any particular DRUG name because I will have to kick you off because it's TikTok TOS. Just letting you know. Just you have to say things like M drug or C drug or things like that. You can't say the specific like drug name. Just letting you know. And then secondly, like again, this whole argument that you're making here. Let's go back to it. Right? You were saying because of an increase in the nominal level of crime, meaning the overall amount of crimes increased in the country, and you could have prevented it by limiting this particular
It
action
has
from
not
being allowed.
increased. But why do you say that? See, you just lie to your people and they believe it. You know as well as I do, with the supercomputer in your hand and you can't break it down per capita, you can't really realize that,
there you go.
that the black population has a
Wait, hold up.
51% homicide rate.
Okay, that's
don't
actually
know
not
those
true.
things?
That's just not true, right?
Oh, you don't-
You're just not listening. Okay, so when you say
That
per
is
capita, by the way,
actually
you didn't
true.
even look
It's
up per
fact.
capita. Shut the fuck up, dude. You just completely tried to pivot the conversation and not even engage with what I just said. Undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country. I actually already did
Bullshit.
reference per capita. Do you want me to send you a study on that? Because you just sat up here and
That's
you just
bullshit,
lied
dude.
specifically.
See,
you said
you have a
they have a
supercomputer
51%
in your
homicide
hand,
rate.
and
What are
you
you
do-
talking about? Are you serious? You think 51% of black people are committing
You're
homicide?
divisive, brother. You're
Do you
not
think?
good.
Do you think 51% of black people
You're
commit
not a good
homicide?
person, dude.
Do you think
So don't-
51% of black people commit homicide?
51% of all homicides in America are committed by a black person.
What
Why
percent
don't
of
you break
homicides?
it down
What percent of
and do
homicides
your
in what
rudimentary math?
percent of homicides in America are committed specifically by men? What percent of
51%
violent
of
crime
all
in this country is
homicides
committed
are
by men?
created
What
by
percent
a
of violence
black
in this country
man,
is specifically
and they only
white men?
make
Tell
up
me how about
13
that? How about you address that? Because what you just referenced is
They
the
only
over.
make up
Well, you just
13%
listen
of the
here. Listen here.
population.
Why don't you talk about the percentage of crime specifically relating to child sexual
they
abuse?
commit
And now it's predominantly white men. Why don't you talk about
Of
how men
all
like you specifically are the most likely to commit
Let that
actions
sink in.
specifically and have CP, are the most likely to
You're on the
rape
wrong
children,
side of-
are the most likely to rape women. Do you want to reference any of those
You're on the
arguments?
wrong
Or
side
do you
of-
just want to sit up here and try to
need
disproportionately
to
engage in things that just say that because
need
there's a
to check your bait.
Can you listen? Or do you want to keep screaming over me? I'm trying to speak to you right now.
I'm
Can
not
you intellectually
screaming over
engage?
you at all.
Are
I'm
you able
trying
to intellectually
definitely get
engage
my
right now?
point across.
Are you able to
What's
intellectually
that?
engage, or are you not smart enough to do that?
Well, I mean, you're just continuously giving bullshit. Just
I'm not.
rattling off of
You're actually the one
nothingness.
doing that, and I'm trying to tell you how this doesn't make any sense, and you're
Well, I'm
cutting me
trying
off
to
instead of
help you
engaging
to
with what I have
help
to
the
say.
world, because you
What do you
do
know?
have a voice.
You're not helping the
but yet
world
you
by doing
use it
anything
to
that
be
you just did there.
divisive.
All you did was
You don't
generalize
use it for
communities of
anything
people for no reason.
positive.
All you've
Why
done
is that? You don't.
Hey, all you've done is generalize communities for no reason, and you can't even
Use
listen
it
to
for
me on the
something.
live stream because you don't respect people who are younger than you at all enough to
You
listen
don't
to what
re-
they have to say. Okay, just because I'm younger than you doesn't mean anything that I say is less coherent. Doesn't mean anything I say
Be
doesn't make
positive.
sense. Okay, actually engage with what I have to say
Instead
for
of-
what it is, rather than speaking over me because you feel like you know better just because you're older. Not even because of your argument, but just
misinforma-
because you're older. It's absurd. You're dividing this country by being so fucking ridiculous. Not only
Every
divisive
day
in
you go-
terms of generalizing the black community, but also in terms of the
just
fact that you
divide.
won't even accept anything that I have to
'Cause
say
you're a
just because I'm a young American. You are incredibly divisive. You
3,000
need to look into a mirror, and you won't even let me finish right now because you know everything I'm
bought
saying
and
about
paid.
you right now is true. And you're going to run away right now because you're a scared little fucking
spend
coward
3,000
that can't intellectually engage with any of these arguments, and you just come up
get
here and spread
3,000
fucking
a month.
bullshit. Watch, now he's not going to engage with anything I have to say, and he's going to fucking complain about some stupid shit. Watch. Go ahead.
No, you just know I dog walked you on actual reality. You should be a better
What?
person, and you should be using your platform to actually bridge the gap. Instead of
You're not doing
going
that.
online with
You're not doing that.
TDS, talking
I don't have
bad about
TDS. You
your
have PDS,
president.
buddy.
You
Hey, buddy,
want
you have
your president
PDS.
to fail,
You have Parker
but yet
derangement
you're-
syndrome, buddy. You have Parker derangement syndrome.
And
How about
you
you
mute
accept
me
that, buddy?
because I'm
You hate
dog-walking
me.
you.
No, because you have Parker derangement syndrome. You know, we can't
I'm
let
straight
people with
dog-
PDS on the stream just straight scream about random stuff. You have
You
PDS. You
hate
came
him.
up on my live stream, and you have all these
it's-
issues with
and
me without
something's
good
wrong.
reason. You're so obsessed with
Something's
me.
wrong with you deep down inside. And I don't know what it is. Only you know. But you know as well as I do that you got some issues. You got to do some soul searching.
Look into a mirror.
Something's wrong with the way you articulate. You are nothing but a divisive person that doesn't help anything at all. You
I
just
do.
go online.
You just can't
with
see
your
it because you're not
followers
smart enough.
Spreading bullshit and misinformation. And
Nope,
people
you just think it's
actually
misinformation
believe
because you
is what's
disagree with
sad.
it.
It's very
Your
sad
sources
that
are,
people
trust me, bro.
actually
Your
believe
source
you.
doesn't actually rely on any evidence. You don't rely on any reason. I gave you
How could
reason
you
and
not
arguments,
like
and you didn't even
Donald Trump?
intellectually engage with them. Okay, I'll tell you
How
why.
could
He's
you
held
not
civilly
like
liable
him
of
when he's
forcibly
working for
He was held
you
civil.
and
Well, listen to
working
this.
for
I'll tell
me,
you.
but
I'll tell
yet
you.
You hate him.
Do you want me to
And
tell you?
You don't even know why you
Do you want me to
hate
tell
him,
you? I'll
but
tell you right
hate
now.
him
You're
for
saying I don't know
some
why.
reason.
I'm trying to tell you right now. I'll tell you. I tell you why I
Okay, why
hate
you
him.
hate him.
And let me explain fully without cutting me off, okay? Watch this.
Okay.
He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. 26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct.
It's a civil case.
Can I please
See,
finish?
you
he
started
doesn't even
off
let me
with
finish. He
bullshit.
can't let me finish
You're
because
just
he
a
knows that
liar,
I'm right.
bro.
He can't let
You're
me
just a
finish.
liar,
You just
dude.
said that
You
I don't
really
know how to
are.
explain. You
And
just
I
said I don't.
think you rec-
You just said I don't know how to explain
you
specifically
rec-
why I don't like Donald Trump. But
I'm
then
calling-
really when I'm trying to explain it, you cut me off.
Steve-O is calling you.
Do you want to engage? Do you want to keep
Yeah,
cutting
just
me off
think-
because you're such
you
a
brought
coward
up-
that you can't intellectually
You
engage?
brought up a civil case. Isn't
Yes.
that funny?
Yes.
You brought up nothing criminal. And are all
Because of
civil
statute of
cases
limitations.
factually accurate?
I think that criminal cases are good enough in determining this,
No, I
especially when
just
there
asked you a
aren't criminal
question.
cases in
Are
place.
civil cases factually accurate? Always.
Yes, not always. In
You're-
most circumstances,
Okay,
it is.
so you just admitted right now that it could possibly, because it's a civil case,
Yeah,
could
I mean,
not
that's-
be accurate.
That's possible
Yet
with criminal
you talk
cases
about
too.
it and run with it like he was in a criminal court, in a
Dude,
district court.
you know that's possible
facing
with
a
criminal
felony.
courts too,
You're
right?
A fucking fraud, brother.
You know that's possible with criminal courts too. And also, he did
You're
have
a
a criminal
fucking liar
court.
and a fat mouth.
I literally
You-
said
you
civil
know it and I
liability.
know it, brother.
Dude, I said civil liability. I specified, okay? So I didn't try to act like it was criminal. I specified that it was civil liability, okay?
So it's
I
not
literally
true.
said it within the
It's a
statement. I know
civil
that's
case.
making you very mad because I called out
If
your
it was
guy,
real,
but I
it would
literally
be a
explicitly
criminal
said it.
case. But
Wait,
you
no,
always
wait. So you don't think
vocalize
so? No civil
bullshit.
cases are real. So
And
wait,
people don't-
your argument is no civil cases are real?
Some of your viewers
Wait, so is your argument no
might
civil?
not know the difference.
Listen, I already said civil liability multiple times, and I explain it every single time on my live stream. Now engage with my points, right? Do you think all civil liability cases are bullshit?
Some of them are. I'm going to say probably
Okay, so-
70% are good, 30% are
Okay,
bullshit.
so if 70% are good and 30% are bullshit, then you at least need to give a reason why you don't accept it in the particular circumstance. Because if 70% of the case it's true, then you're generally going to accept it unless you have good reason to indicate otherwise.
Well, you do have a
So what is this?
supercomputer, and
Listen,
you can find
listen.
out who
I already have
propelled this.
research. I know you can't listen to me. I'm trying to explain this to you.
No, you haven't.
Listen,
You
hey,
haven't.
let's calm down. I'm trying to be able to get this
I know you
information
lied
out.
right now.
Hey,
I just
hey,
wish
listen.
you'd not be a liar is all.
Sir,
That's my only problem with you is that you're a liar.
I'm
and
not
you're
lying.
Not actually truthful.
What did I lie?
That's
Where did
my
I
only
lie?
problem with you.
So, sir, and
I
I will
think
let
you're
you
a good
speak.
young
I will
man,
let you speak.
but
Could
I
you just
think you're a
speak
little
after
lost.
Could you speak after I'm done speaking? Is that okay? Like, I'll let you speak. I'll let you go through everything. I just
Okay.
want you to acknowledge that I'm not lying in the circumstance. And if you do think I'm lying, I will give you time to prove that I'm lying, and you can tell me exactly why I'm lying. Why you think I'm lying?
Okay.
But please, did you hear anything I just said at all?
Yeah, I just listened to you. Now go ahead. Tell me why
What
you
did I-
hate
no,
him.
tell me, what did I just say?
You were articulating what you don't want to get interrupted. You want to be able
Prior
to
to that.
speak. So go ahead and speak.
I said prior to that.
Was I talking when you were talking? Go ahead. You got the floor.
I'm
You
just
got your
asking.
show.
I'm just curious. I just genuinely, do you remember anything, just so I can know where to start from? I'm not trying to get you anywhere. I'm just trying to know where I should start from in case just so I know what you did here.
Yeah, take it from the top. I'm listening.
So you don't remember any of it?
Dude, you said a lot. Which part are you talking about? Just go ahead and tell me. Why the Easter egg?
I got you.
Dude?
I got you. So it's in. I said it was in a civil court. I explicitly said that civil courts are different than criminal courts. Criminal courts, right? Specific. The reason why it wasn't in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations, which means it's been too many years since the event occurred. They had to try them in a civil court. Now this is true for thousands of other victims in New York, where they weren't able to try their abusers accountable in a criminal court, but they were able to try them accountable in a civil court in New York, right? So you'd have to dispute all of those other cases, which obviously would be absurd. But in general, if 70% of the cases, right, are true, in general, you would accept it unless you have good reason to indicate otherwise. So I would specify to you, what good reason do you have to indicate that this is a case that you do not accept against Donald Trump?
Well, many reasons. For one, the prosecution, and two, the jury pool, where it was tainted. All that whole, what you were watching was a movie, but you don't see it, you don't get it, and I can't make you understand it. I can't force you to drink the water, brother. You can bring the horse there, but you cannot make him drink. And the truth is, you just are predispositioned on the fact that you hate Trump, and you're just clogged and you're fogged. And so therefore, because you're so full of hate and rage for a man, you can't see any of the positive that he does. He's not going to be perfect, brother. And if you thought he was going to be some magical, perfect Jesus president, you're wrong. He's going to have some bad decision making. He's not going to be perfect. He doesn't articulate sometimes well because he's a playboy billionaire, not like you or me. But the truth is, in the end of the day, his heart is good. His heart is good, and he's showing that every day by keeping his word on what we voted him into office for. I've never seen a president actually keep his word on what he ran on. Have you? Except for Trump. He's the only one. And nobody can say that's not true because I've lived this life of 55 years, and I know for a fact he actually is trying to do what he said he was going to do. So what's your problem?
Well, he's not trying to release the Epstein files. Over 99% of the Epstein files have not been released, and they're not giving out the redactions
You just jumped
for
to
the
some
Epstein
e-files.
Wait. Well, I'm sorry. You said that he always keeps his word, right? And I'm giving you a circumstance where he clearly didn't keep his word. He said he was going to release
something. Give me
he said he was
something
going to
like a.
He said he was going to release the Epstein files, and then he's not
Give me
going
a
to do
current
so.
event.
And he's currently this is a current event. He's currently violating the law and not releasing the Epstein files. Okay. I also want to go
He's
back
not
to the
in the
point you made
Epstein
earlier.
files.
You said the jury pool was tainted. Actually,
It's full of Democrats.
Donald Trump's lawyer was a part of the jury selection process. So if you think that the whole jury pool was tainted, why didn't they use up the entire amount of conditions to be able to change out jurors to be able to reduce the bias within the jury? Because the unanimous decision of all people in the jury indicated that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
That's not true. But
That is
you
true.
are an American, correct? Or are you Canadian?
I'm an American.
You are an American?
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't it be smart, like, just roll with me here, to maybe want your president to do good? Regardless of your hate for him? Wouldn't that be a good thing?
Obviously, I want the president to do good for the world, but I realized that with my brain, with my critical thinking skills, that typically speaking, that's not going to happen. So I prepare for what is likely going to happen, but I also hope that the world does better. Okay? Like, for example, all right, when it comes to Trump having to back down to Greenland, not to Greenland, to Europe, because of the fact that they sent troops to Greenland, I think that was great on behalf of Europe, and it forces Trump into those circumstances, and it
they sent
inevitably
18 of them out
yielded
there.
a good thing that we're going to be developing defense within the context of Greenland to be able to protect
Do you
Greenland.
really believe they sent a bunch of people to Greenland? You really believe that?
They did. We saw videos of troops specifically showing up at Greenland.
Yeah. Do you know how many it was? Actually human beings?
I don't know the exact number, but I do.
It was 18,
I know I saw videos.
sir. They
Versus the
sent
Galaxy.
18 people out there. And you
But
just believed
regardless-
it like a movie. They sent all kinds of troops, thousands of people pouring into Greenland. That's how you're painting the picture. Isn't that weird? To not actually research how many people went there, human beings? 18.
You understand that regardless, it was actually
so they
35
sent
to 40
18 people in
personnel.
there,
It was
and they're gonna
35 to 40.
stop America.
I don't know where you got 18. It was 35 to 40, and it was from a bunch of different countries.
But you get my point.
You know what the point is? Listen, the point
We
is
sent
that
30 people there. We're going to
can I
stop the
explain?
world. We're going to
Am I
stop
able
the
to-
Americans.
You're not understanding. You're actually failing
No,
to
you're
understand.
not understanding, brother.
Can I explain to you why this
You're
is relevant? Can I explain to you why this is relevant? So it's not that they are with the amount of people there that they're going to prevent the U.S. from doing that. It's that if Trump were to do that, it would dissolute NATO. It would cause war with those different countries. So it prevents Trump from doing that. So it only takes that many troops from all of these different nations in order to be able to cause that impact, because of the fact that he will not go to war with all of them, because Congress within 60 days will not allow him to continue it. Okay?
I guess
so
you don't
there is a
understand
lack
the
of an
big
ability
picture.
in the position that Donald Trump was in to continue to engage in taking Greenland if Europe sent those troops there. So you're misunderstanding because of the fact that what it would cause, given the troops that were there, it didn't require thousands upon thousands or even millions of troops there to hold back America from going and invading. It only relied upon a few troops from each different nation that's involved in NATO.
But NATO ain't shit. All we got to do is create an alliance with Russia and China.
No.
And Europe.
Wait.
And
So to
NATO
clarify,
means
hold
nothing
up.
anymore.
Hold up. Watch this. He wants to
Means
create an
nothing
alliance.
anymore.
Watch this. You want to create an alliance with Russia and China, but then also the reason why you think that the U.S. should have been able to take Greenland is because of the threat of Russia and China.
No, see, I don't think that at all. I think it's all about money. Trump's a money president, and they are opening up the Arctic up north. Shipping lanes, ice is melting at record speed.
Yeah,
And so at the
because
end of
of
the day,
climate change and global warming.
it's about money. It's about trade. It's about opening up the world. It's about making things faster, quicker for you to get your bottle or whatever
Which
you need.
you can do that with NATO anyway. Greenland's already an ally. You can do that already.
NATO's toast, man. They've let too many illegals into their country.
What
Too many
undocumented
third-worlders.
immigrants coming into the country is not
smells
causing
like
the country to be
shit.
worse. Wait, can you explain one way in which
Have you been
undocumented?
to England lately? It smells like
you explain-
shit.
Yeah,
It's
you're an
it's
idiot.
a garbage truck.
You're
of
an
a
idiot. If
country
you
now.
think everywhere within the UK smells like shit, I'm sorry, but you
It's a
you
garbage
can't use
truck
your
of a
brain.
country now.
You can't use your brain. Think about this. Let me explain this. Okay. One, NATO is an alliance. It's not just one country. It's not failing at all by any means. Secondly, if you're talking about undocumented immigrants coming to the country, name one way undocumented immigrants coming into the country makes the country worse.
For one, NATO would be toast without us. And how an immigrant coming to this country makes it worse, I'll tell you exactly. Because maybe they overstay their visa and they end up unaliving some young American kid. I think that's appalling. And I think for just to save one child, it's worth it. It's worth it to save one kid. But see, you're a young kid that don't have any kids, so you don't know the love of a son. You don't know the only person you're going to love more than yourself are your children. You haven't experienced that yet. So you're a little whippersnapper. You have a lot to learn. You have a lot to learn, sir. You do.
You're acting like every
You wanna
parent
leave-
in the comment section agrees with you. Secondly,
Well,
if you want
I
to
think
reference
truly,
undocumented
though-
immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the
They
country
are.
compared to
They're more
natural born U.S.
likely
citizens.
to.
So if you want to reference per capita rates, like if they come to the country to a greater rate, there's going to be a lower crime rate as a whole.
Once
Also,
again,
natural
if
born U.S.
one
citizens are
child
more likely.
is saved,
Wait,
it's
so
worth
again,
it.
okay, so
One
if your
child,
whole,
sir.
Okay, so then listen to this. If your whole argument is that you want to save one child, well, then you want to get rid of all legal immigration. You want to get rid of all tourism because there are tourists that murder children. Did you know that?
Damn straight. Anybody that
So
hurts
ban
anyone
tourism.
in this country should be put down.
Wait,
Anybody
so
that is hurt.
Oh,
from
okay. So
someone
so
from
Donald
another
Trump has
country
raped a woman.
should be
Should
eradicated.
he? So Donald Trump has raped a woman. What should happen to him?
Donald Trump has not. See, you say
Yes, he
these
has.
things.
Donald Trump
that
has
are nasty
literally
and
bragged
wrong
about
and
sexually
lying.
exploiting women and
You're
girls.
lying to people.
Wait, Donald?
though.
No, I'm
Why
not.
do you
I'm not.
do that?
What was the lie? What was the lie?
Why do you just said that you said the word "are," but I'll say raped a woman. That is wrong as two boys fucking, bro. That is wrong, dude. That was
It's
wrong.
one that's
for you
not
to say
wrong.
that.
Two. Secondly, if you want to reference specifically Donald Trump, he absolutely did. That was proven in a civil court. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Which case you're talking about? Is you're talking about the Carroll case?
Yes. Name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute.
Well, for one, there was some money that was given, and there was some pretenses on why it was given, and she broke that. And I think it was just because he's a rich man, he's a billionaire, and sometimes it's better just to pay people a little bit of money than go to court over some bullshit, you know? And I think that's what happened here. When you're a rich person, you're a target. Anywhere you go, you're a target. And if you,
Sir, I just want to clarify my
if
question.
you had a bunch of money, you might realize that you're a
Can
target.
I clarify my
sir.
question? Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Well, for one, he never ever met her that day, that night, that time. He never did. He wasn't even there.
Okay. So one, you can't justify that. 2, there was a picture of them shown together. And 3, that's not a piece of evidence in the case that you dispute,
The picture was
dude.
from another day.
I
sir.
understand.
It wasn't
I understand.
Even from that day.
I understand, but that's showing that they did meet. You said on that specific
Okay, so
day.
I can go
there
shake
wasn't
hands
one.
with
There
the
wasn't a
man.
specific claimed day. Secondly, if you want to reference this, you didn't reference a piece of evidence in the case you disputed. You have
I
yet
just
to
can't
mention.
believe you really think the president of the United States raped somebody.
He did.
Something's wrong with
Absolutely.
you.
I mean, 26.
really,
I mean,
something's wrong
26
with
plus
you.
people have accused him of sexual misconduct.
If
Do you think
you
every
really
single one of
believe
listen,
that, something's
sir,
wrong with you,
sir.
sir.
Listen, 26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct. Do you
The
think every
man
single
doesn't have to rape anyone. He's a fucking billionaire. Are you stupid, dude?
Listen,
he
dude.
can just fucking
Listen,
flick his
listen, dude.
fingers and
So you
have
think
10 tenderonis.
So by the way, he thinks Epstein didn't rape people because of the fact that he's a billionaire. Do you think Epstein didn't rape people because he was a billionaire?
There's a big difference between.
Oh,
Trump
wait,
and
big
Epstein.
difference.
So
What's the
don't
big difference? Because
ever
Epstein was his
talk
best
about my
buddy.
president in the
Epstein was
same
his
form
best buddy.
As a molester, the Chester the molester. Don't do that.
Epstein
Don't
Epstein
talk
was his
about
best buddy.
My president.
Well, I'm sorry,
in
your
that
president
manner,
is a
sir.
rapist. Your president's
I
a
know you
rapist, and I'm
shouldn't
sorry
do
that you
that,
can't take
though.
that into account.
You know,
I'm sorry that hurts your little
you really
feelings, buddy.
shouldn't do that.
Facts
It's
over
wrong.
feelings. Facts over feelings, buddy.
It's just wrong for you to say
Facts
stuff
over
that's not
feelings.
true
It
about
is
the
true.
most powerful
It is true.
person in the entire world.
It is true.
You're calling him a rapist, dude.
He is.
What's wrong with you? The
Nothing.
man can have anything he wants by flicking his motherfucking fingers, and you think he raped some old hag? Some
You say
fucking
old
hag?
hag, you disgusting fuck. One, back at that time period, she wasn't
Something has to be
considerably
fucking
old
wrong.
under your perspective. Secondly, the fact that you would use that to dispute that she was assaulted is disgusting as fuck. You absolute idiot. You think that older women have not been assaulted ever? You think that older women don't get assaulted? Is that your argument?
And you believed that shit? You got
Yes, I do. You couldn't name a single piece of evidence in the case you disputed. You grape
got
apologist?
okey-doke.
You're a grape apologist that couldn't name a single piece of evidence in the case you disputed. Name one piece of
He
evidence in the
never
case you
was
dispute. Name one piece of evidence in the case you
in a
dispute, or I'm going to
district
thank a
court
bunch of
ever
people. Name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute,
with
or I'll
any
grift for a
type
second.
of crime. See,
He can't
you
do
can
it.
continue to lie on the man and hate on the man, but the truth is, you know deep down inside what you're
No
doing
piece of
is
evidence. He
wrong
can't
as
name
two
a single
boys
piece of
fuck.
evidence. He's about to
You
run away because he's a
fucking know
coward
that's wrong.
and because he can't name a
What
single
you're
piece of
doing
evidence.
on here
Watch this, chat.
is wrong
He's
as
about to run
fuck.
away.
And
Chat,
not
he's about to
only-
run away because I'm about to literally ask him over and
You
over
will-
again to answer the question. Name a single
One
piece
way
of
or-
evidence in the case you dispute, and he can't do it.
Online.
Name one piece of
By
evidence. He's about to
lying
run
to
away, chat.
everybody.
Watch it. He's about to run away.
You're
Name
probably
one
gonna
piece of
get
evidence in the case you
audited.
dispute.
We're probably going to audit your ass. You
Name
know
one
how
piece of evidence in the case you dispute.
He didn't do anything. It was
He
in a
can't
civil
do it.
case,
He
bro.
can't do it, Chad.
It was a
He doesn't
civil
know
case.
any single piece of evidence in the case, yet he disputes it. So what he does, he
So I'm
disputes
just
it
not
without
gonna
good any reason
entertain-
at all.
I'm not going to entertain talking about my president.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to thank some people real quick, and you're going to run away because you're scared of actually intellectually
That's
engaging.
just wrong
Tracy,
for
thank you so
anyone
much
to
for the
do.
$5. Thank you so much, Tracy. I appreciate it. Carol, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Heather, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Yes, absolutely. Nora, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Most
Benjamin, thank you for the
powerful man in the
$25.
world. You think
Thank
he
you,
raped-
Benjamin. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good some W's for Benjamin in the comment section right now. Andy, thank you
Not
so
the
much for the
brightest
$20. Thank you. Benjamin, thank you for the $1. Megan, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Rami, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Jojo, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you. Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Stacy, thank you for the $1. Ivan, thank you for the $5. Stacy again with the $10. Thank
what
you.
you do when
By
you
the
get
way,
mocked.
hey buddy, right after this, I have an argument for you that you are going to have no response to, and you're going to get completely dog walked
I
by.
mopped the
So don't run
floor,
away.
and you-
Don't run away because you're about to get mogged by this next argument. Watch this, buddy. Kenneth, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Kenneth. Samantha, thank you so much. I
what
really
you
appreciate
do
the
when you get
$25.
mocked.
Thank you so much, Samantha. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Anna, thank you for the $6.66. Keenan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Jules, thank you so much. I really appreciate the. Thank you for the Viking hammer. Thank you. Gladys, thank you for the
Fake-ass
$20.
friends.
Thank you so much.
Then
Jenny
you-
with the $20. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank
So
you
you
so
can
much,
send them
Jenny.
back
Heather with
later.
the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let me catch up on
I know you
YouTube as
got a
well.
bunch of
If you want to
bots in
support me
here.
as always,
I know this.
Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat.
Bunch of
Xanatos,
bots.
thank you so
That's
much. I
all
really
you got
appreciate the
here.
$10. Thank you for the bot money. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good some W's for the bot money in the comment section. Luna with the $20.
Yeah, we'll
Thank
send
you
it
so much
back
for the
later.
bot money. I really appreciate the 24 euros. Thank you so much for the bot money. I appreciate it. Dylan, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much for the bot money.
Yeah,
Thank
you'll
you. I
send it
appreciate it.
back
Dylan with the
later, dude.
$5
I
as
know
well.
what you're doing.
Thank you for the bot money. Gene, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 for the bot
You
money.
meet on
Keith, thank you for the
Telegram, you set up
$25 for the
your
bot money.
robots.
Jules with the glowing jellyfish, thank you for the bot money.
get your few
Domo,
little
thank you so much for the $2
moderators.
for the bot money. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you so much. I really really
then you
appreciate the
make
$2. Thank you so much for the bot money. Angela, thank you for the $5 for the
lies
bot
about the
money.
president.
King, thank you so much for the $10 for the bot money. Aaron, for the $5 for the bot money.
ain't right,
Zach,
brother.
thank you
You
for the
know it ain't
$20 for the
right.
bot money. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Luna, Luna with the $5 for the bot money. Andy with the $8 for the bot money. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2 bot money. Salty with the $20. Thank you so much. Shadow with the $20 as well. Thank you for the bot money. Zach again with the $20. Andy with the $31 for the bot money. Thank you so much. Sin with the $5. Thank you. Phoenix, thank you for the $10. Thank you for the bot money. Valkyrie, thank you for the $10 for the bot money. Anthony, thank you for the $5 for beep boop from a bot. Thank you very much. Tracy with the $5 for the bot money. Tori, thank you for the $10 for the bot money. Off my glass, thank you so much for the $10 for the bot money. Thank you so much. Kenneth with the $5 for the bot money. Juice, thank you for the $2 for the bot money as well. Thank you.
I know a lot of bot money, dude. A lot of
Dylan, thank you for the $2 for the bot money. Thank you so much.
Ass people out there.
Thank you so much for the Rocky Punch. Thank you, G. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Valkyrie with the $10 for the bot money.
People sending that money so you can send it back later and you can play like
I'm just gonna send it back to them. Really,
real big time influencer guy that spreads nothing but bullshit, false lies.
I know. Watch, I have an argument that you won't even be able to respond to. Let me thank a few more people.
That for
Jules, thank you for the Cooper. Well, because I have a few more people to thank. Thank you so much, Marla, for the $5. Thank you for the bot money. Samantha with the $50 for Dog Watch That Guy. Thank you for the bot money, Samantha. Thank you so much. Ivy with the $15. Thank you so much for the bot money. I know it's really bad. Thank you so much. I got you. Joseph, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Joseph. I really appreciate the bot money. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Adam as well, thank you for the $2 for the bot money. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Amraphil, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25 for the bot money. Thank you so much.
All you gotta do is level up. Pick yourself up. Put your shoes on. Put your belt on right. Pull your...
He's about to run away, chat. I have a feeling. Kyle, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much.
And you can be a real man just by telling the truth. That's all that
Feisty, thank you for the $5, the actual bot money. I do tell the truth.
Stop lying about our president. That's all
watch this. I'm not lying at all by the president. Watch this. Rockefeller. I have an argument
about our president.
I have an argument, buddy. Luna, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Since you were like 14, you've been lying about the president.
Yeah, Luna. Wait, again, I was not lying. Listen.
You have to be paid, though. You have to be. Because there's no way you could have this much.
So I'm paid, but they're also fake donations, Chad. I'm paid, but they're also fake donations. KJ, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much for the bot elevation money. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the DNC money. I really appreciate everyone. The bot DNC money. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's real money, but also fake money simultaneously. King, thank you so much for the $5 for the DNC money. Gladys, thank you so much for the $20 for the bot money. Thank you so much, Gladys. Joseph, thank you for the $10 for the bot money. Christina with the $3. Emmy, thank you so much for the $1 for the bot money. Megan, thank you for the $5 for the bot money. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know that you're getting really mad at the donations and people are sending me money. But Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Amraphel, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for the DNC money. Thank you so much. I know you're getting really mad at all the bot money and the DNC money I'm getting, but let me make this point. Hey, dude, let me make this point, Rockefeller. We'll get to all these points here in a second. I just wanted to make this point because I've been saying that I'm going to make it here for a few minutes, and I want you to hear this because it's a very good point. You said if we could reduce any children from dying in this country to even the tune of 1, then it makes sense to do anything we possibly can within our means to be able to do that. So then how do you feel about gun control?
We don't need it at all. Good people have guns.
Yeah.
Good people have guns. So you think the point is to take guns from people? You can't fix stupid, brother. You have a lot to learn in this world.
Dude, we have to get rid of immigration. We have to get rid of tourism because it leads to some children dying. Even if one child dies, we have to prevent this from happening. But no, do not take my guns away. Do not restrict my guns at all. Please don't do that. Even if it saves children's lives, please don't do it. Please, I don't care about the children. I care specifically about my gun access. Please. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for I'm a Robot People Beep. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. GD, thank you so much for the $5 or the $6.66. Dude, you just got cooked. You just got cooked.
Take the right.
They should have the right
and their firearms. You just cannot do that.
So you shouldn't take the right for people to immigrate to this country.
It won't happen in our lifetime. It won't happen in our lifetime.
Wait, by the way, you shouldn't take the right for people to immigrate to this country. You just got cooked, by the way.
No, you shouldn't take the right for Americans for the right
Sharp,
to
thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the money. Thank you so much, Sharp, for the $50 of bot money. Thank you so much. Katie, thank you for the $1.
Hang out there, or go to the Middle East, or go to Dubai and say, I'm going to be a Dubai citizen now. How's that going to work out for you? How's it going to work out for you? They're going to kick your little ass out because it's not legal. Why don't you go to China and say, hey, I'm a Chinese now. You guys are going to accept me and give me some money so I can open up a lyric.
Yeah, because we could run our government exactly how China should. Now you're really advocating for that? You think the U.S. should operate like China? You think the U.S. should
What I'm
operate like
saying
China?
is you can't go to other countries without.
Wait.
the
Is your argument here that the U.S. laws should operate
Legally.
like China's laws?
No, that wasn't my argument. That's what you
Dude,
made.
you just pointed to China like we should
No, I'm
operate our
pointing
laws
out that
like
you
them.
can't go to other countries and just set up shop and expect them to accept you. You got to come in properly, rightfully, and legally. And something that a lot of people don't do in America because of our vast borders and ways to access this country. But, in the end of the day, you just pray, bro. Please pray some. Please. Because you seem like a good guy. You seem like you have a good future, but you're just lying every day. And you're better than
What
this.
lie? What lie?
Well, you just talked about the president saying he was a rapist.
He is.
That's wrong as fuck.
Wait, but you couldn't name a single piece of evidence in the case that you dispute.
It was a civil case. Do you have anything in a criminal court regarding that?
No, I
guess
already
don't.
told you already.
I guess you don't.
Wait,
You got
I appreciate
nothing in a
the
criminal
galaxy.
case,
So do you accept the
nothing in a
felonies against
criminal
Trump?
court,
So then you must
but
accept
you
the
wanna
felonies.
accuse
Watch
him
this.
like
Watch
he's
this.
a criminal.
Watch this. Do you accept the felonies against Trump?
He was not sentenced to them, so they're null
He
and
was.
void.
He was convicted and sentenced of 34 felonies.
He was not sentenced.
Yes,
okay,
he
where
was.
did he go? Where did he go then? Did
Wait,
he go to
wasn't,
jail?
He wasn't sentenced to prison, but he was sentenced.
Oh, he wasn't sentenced to prison, but he was sentenced. Well, what was he sentenced to, young guy?
Well, the reason why he wasn't sentenced to prison is because he was elected president. That's what they said within the
Okay,
sentencing.
but was he given anything negative? Was there any negative
He was convicted.
outcome?
Yes, it's on his record.
Okay. No, you're not you're missing the point. What was he given, sir?
It's on his record. It's the felonies
no,
are
but
on his
what
record. Do you agree that he was
negativity
convicted?
Was he given? Did he go in a jail cell? Did he
Hey,
say
dude.
I'm sorry?
Dude.
What was he given?
Dude, it's on his record. Listen, do you think that felonies?
Do you think that matters?
Do you accept the felonies?
Do you think that matters? He's the president of the United States of America.
Yeah,
Do you
I
think
understand.
that fucking matters?
That doesn't mean he didn't
to
commit
you?
felonies. That doesn't mean he
Does
didn't
it
commit
matter
felonies.
to anybody? No,
I'm
it doesn't
asking you.
matter.
Hey, dude, I'm asking you a very simple question. Did he commit the felonies? Do you believe that based upon the conviction?
Of course he did not commit anything.
Okay, so
he
you
did
see what I
not
mean?
commit any crimes.
So you see, you just proved my point. Even if there was a criminal conviction, you still wouldn't believe it because you think everything is fake
The
news
man
against Donald Trump,
committed-
regardless of the amount of evidence. Even if it was proven in a
The
criminal
only
court
crime-
beyond a reasonable doubt, you still don't
Was he
accept it.
pissed?
So the whole bullshit that you just
Little
made
lib-
about, oh, it's in a civil court, it's not in a criminal
That's all
court,
he-
is something that you don't even accept yourself.
pissed you
You are
back?
the literal biggest baby I've ever talked to in my life. You're a man baby that can't take accountability for the fact that he can't hold,
I'm a
or that he's holding
realist,
double
boy.
standards to Republicans that he doesn't hold to Democrats.
And
To Democrats
it's
that he's not
true.
hold to
If we were in the
Republicans.
same room, you'd be making my sandwich or washing my car. You would have
No,
an
I wouldn't.
understanding if we were in the
No,
same
I wouldn't.
room.
Why'd you say that? I wouldn't be making shit for you.
You would know that you're less than.
Are you saying that you would hire me,
You
or
would
like
know
what are
it
you
in your
saying?
heart. Damn, I'm less than this man.
I'm not less than
And
you in any way.
You sure are.
You really
Because
want to
I
bet?
don't lie. I don't
How?
lie
How
like
did I
you.
lie? You have yet to tell
don't
me
go
how I lied. You
online
just
and
disagree
lie
with me.
And lie to the masses about bullshit and try
You
to
did. You have already lied on this live stream. I can prove
and
it.
try to say that our president is a rapist. You should be ashamed.
Who won the
of yourself
2020
for saying
election?
that shit.
Who won the 2020 election?
Well, I drove across the whole nation and Trump won all day. Not a doubt.
Yeah, Parker's lying.
There's not a
Parker's
doubt.
lying. Parker's definitely lying. Oh,
I
yeah.
drove from
Something that's been adjudicated across the entire
4
nation in
days.
courts, even determined by Trump
And there was
appointees.
nobody.
Benjamin, thank you for the
Not one
$2. Thank
person
you so
that
much.
was plugging
Jordan,
for Biden.
thank you for the $2 as well.
I
Thank you
saw
so much. I really
thousands
appreciate it.
of
Thank you.
Trump
For
signs.
please, let's all take a moment to pray to Jesus, our Lord and Savior. Thank you so much. Let's pray to Jesus, everyone.
Trump
Benjamin,
even
thank you for the
said
$2. Thank you so
2020
much.
was rigged.
Haley with the $20. Thank you so much, Haley. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
always
Totally agree,
right about
Haley.
everything.
Genevieve, thank you so much. I really appreciate the
Always.
$20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Catherine, thank you for the $10.
never
Thank you so
wrong.
much.
He
Thank you.
always ends
Jane,
up
I appreciate
right
the $3.
about
Thank
everything.
you so much. Benjamin with the $2. I really appreciate it. Amanda with the $5. Daft, thank you for the
Maybe you
$10. Thank you
realize
so much.
that before
Joseph
he
with the
speaks, he
$5.
actually thinks
Megan, thank you
about
so
what
much. I
he's
really
gonna
appreciate the
say.
$5. Thank you. Hey, Rockefeller, can you say thank you to all the donors that just sent me money?
Well, some of them sending me money too. Look, I'm just
They
growing
didn't
like
send
a
you
motherfucker,
anything.
aren't
Dude, you have
I?
nothing.
I have 402 right now. What are you
Yeah, that's
talking
nothing.
about?
Valkyrie, thank you so
I
much
mean,
for the $5 for the
I
pieces
don't
type.
live off
Thank you so
TikTok
much.
money like you, brother.
Well, I love living
real
off
USD.
I don't just live off TikTok money. I live off YouTube money as well.
Solana,
I live
stuff
off of
like
Venmo
that.
money, and I live off of
I
PayPal
don't
money.
live off TikTok money, brother. We're not the same. You know, like you said at the Super Bowl, we're not the same, bro. We're not the same.
Yeah, I'm
That's
better.
what. I don't live off TikTok money, dude. Okay.
Okay, what do you live off of?
I don't live off TikTok money. I know that.
What's your job?
You know, I own a business.
I do
Construction
too.
business.
I do too. You a
Yeah,
construction
the
business?
TikTok
You said.
media company.
Well, technically,
Construction. I
yeah.
build houses.
Okay. Okay. So you do construction. What makes your business any more legitimate than mine?
Well, I use probably a really good product compared to what
This
you
is
would
a great
use.
product.
What your TikTok, your
Yeah.
lying product?
This isn't lying. I'm telling the truth.
Dude, you are like you'd be a good guy if you just stopped lying about Trump.
I'm not lying.
You really would be.
I'm not
And
lying. You
stay
mean
to
if
the
I
actual
agreed with you
facts.
politically? That's what you're saying. Honor, by the way, thank
No,
you
I
for the
just want you
$5.
to
Thank you
stay
so
to the
much.
facts.
Valkyrie with the $5 as well. Stephanie, thank you for the $5 as well.
And
Thank you
stop
so much.
hating on a man that's working for you and for me and for every natural born American. He's working for you.
No,
But
he's
yet
not.
You find a reason to hate the man.
He calls me the
'cause
enemy of the
Uncle
people.
Timmy,
He calls me the
What's that?
enemy of the people, and he says that I'm engaging in sedition, perhaps even treason, because I'm literally questioning his cognitive health. Cassie, thank you for
well,
the
why
$3.
don't
Thank
you
you.
take that to heart? He's the most powerful man in the world, giving you some insight, but yet you take a negative about it instead of trying to be a little bit better of a person.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
I
that
should
be
take that as
smart thing to
insight.
do?
He said that I was engaging in
should.
sedition, perhaps even treason. I should take that as insight. You think
Maybe
that he
some
doesn't have
constructive
Hey,
criticism.
That's not constructive criticism. He doesn't want
It
constructive
sure is.
criticism. He doesn't want constructive criticism for his own
If
cognitive
he was
decline.
right about it, it's constructive.
Wait, do you agree that he's had cognitive decline?
Hell no. That man's
Really?
on point, dude.
Really? Do you want me
That
to show
man's
you clips?
sharp.
Do you, want me
He's
to, you
sharp
think
as
he's
a
sharp?
whistle.
Really?
Oh, what? You got a clip of him tired at the end of the day after exhausting
No.
meetings all day long trying to
No.
save the world? You got a clip of him trying to hang
No.
his head or take a little minute nap? Is that right?
Nope. Nope.
Really?
Nope.
Most
wanna
powerful
see?
man in the world working 24/7, and you find fault in him.
You want
I
to see?
think he's right about what he said about you. I
wanna
think he
see?
was very, very accurate in
You wanna
his
see?
delivery, and he's trying to give you better insight. So
You wanna see?
some little self-evaluation, maybe.
Look at this. Look at this. By the way, what's above him is the eclipse, the solar eclipse. He looked at it with his bare eyes, and again, he looked at a solar fucking eclipse with his
really
bare
think he looked at it or
eyes.
looked
Look
beside
at this shit, dude. He looked at the solar eclipse with his bare fucking eyes. You're saying this guy doesn't have cognitive decline? Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you fucking?
Because he peeked up into the sky. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Something's
Well, he
wrong
looked
with
at the
you, bro.
eclipse with his bare eyes. Maybe you're not smart
Did you
enough to know
just
this.
say something's wrong with him? He's cognitive decline because he peeked to the sky during an eclipse. Something
Yes.
got to be wrong with the man.
Yes. Yes,
You're
literally.
smoking the good shit. I wish I had your.
I just want to let you know. So I just want to let you know. He literally looked at an eclipse. It's brighter at that point. It can cause negative impacts in terms of your eye health. And he had scientists and medical professionals that were around him telling him not to do that and to utilize protective glasses. Maybe you don't know in your 55 years, but you can literally go blind by looking at the fucking solar eclipse while it's there with
Well, I
no
don't think he looked
protective
at
glasses.
it. Were you in his eyes? Maybe he looked beside it.
No,
That's
he
just
literally
weird
looked up
talking
and
points that
pointed
you
at
liberals
it.
have.
He pointed at
You
it.
guys are disconnected, and you guys focus on stupid ass shit that doesn't mean anything to anyone but you. And at some point, you would think you could figure it out.
Do you
that
see how
you're,
far
like,
you guys
living
go
in
to
some
like literally
weird
like
little
defend this guy?
compartment.
By the way, he
you're-
mistook Iceland
really
and
wrong.
Greenland 4 times yesterday.
You do have some trauma, though. don't
Joannis,
you,
thank
as
you
a
for the
child?
galaxy. Donald Trump literally mistook Iceland and Greenland 4 times yesterday.
I doubt that, but
Yeah, he did.
to get to the real meat, just tell us a little bit about some trauma that you have, because I know you've got some trauma.
Titus, thank you for the meteor shower. I don't know
You
why
have
you're
some
asking me
trauma
to
from
talk
your
to you about my
childhood or
trauma.
something?
No, I don't.
Yeah, because there has to be a reason. That's the common denominator I figured out with the Democratic Party. There's suffering.
dad mustache.
There's a mental illness. They have
Okay,
like
by the way,
TDS, like a-
by the way, being victimized as younger does not mean that you have mental illness. And secondly, that's also not a reason to make fun of someone or
Actually,
to
it does.
act like this is a reason why someone comes to some sort of like specific
I just
conclusion
know
here,
that
especially
there's
when there's no
something-
evidence to indicate that. Like I think what you're doing here is actually incredibly harmful. You might not even intentionally be
I
trying
think
to do
there's
that,
something-
but like seriously, like genuinely don't do that.
and
like
I want to
that's
talk to you about it and help you with it, because maybe you can
I'm telling you right now, I don't have any
after
of that
coming to
trauma.
terms
I don't have that trauma.
and stop
You're-
blaming yourself for it.
I'm
right?
not.
Because you're not just because you were victimized. If you
How was
were
I? How was I
victimized,
victim? Actually, how about you tell
then
me?
maybe
How was I
you can
victimized?
come to terms with it.
How was I victimized?
Well, that's the common denominator when I'm finding out these people online that complain about Trump are all suffering from Uncle Johnny putting his finger in it or something Mama didn't hold
So do you see how he's like trying to say that like
Something
because I was like quote, raped as a child, right? That's the reason I came to these conclusions. One, if that was true,
I
that does
know.
not that does not justify you saying
You
anything
know
like this,
that I-
or for you to literally sit here and say things like this. Thank you so much for the money again, by the way. It doesn't
But it's
support. It
true.
doesn't justify you doing that because
I'm
of the fact
asking you-
that again the guy's the rapist and literally he's protecting PDFs in the Epstein file. So say that were true, for example, for the victims of Epstein, that's not reason to say that. That's actually disgusting for you to sit up here and say that. Secondly,
I think you
I
need-
was not sexually assaulted as a child. Okay.
Go talk
So
to
this whole argument is very fucked for you to do, especially
Get it
because I
out.
know people who actually have
talk
been
to people.
affected by this, and for you to make this type of claim is really
Instead of
disgusting.
holding-
Hey, genuinely, can you stop being a
taking
dick for
out
once? Stop being a dick. Listen for
Trump.
once. Listen for 1 second. Listen for 1 second. Stop being a dick for 1 second of your life and sit and realize that what you just did was super fucked up. Okay, don't do that. That is extremely fucked.
How is
I'm
that
trying,
fucked up?
Genuinely,
See,
I'm
that's
trying
the
to tell
problem
you.
with you
Hey,
guys.
stop.
You guys are so strong,
Off
but
of
then you
the
play
live.
victims.
Hey, off the live. Everything else in that. Stop doing
You
stuff
guys
like
are
that.
so alpha, and then you play victim. It's very bizarre.
Are you done?
It proves my point.
Let me know when you're done. Like you're acting like a child right now.
Well, it proves my point that
What are you, a
definitely have
12-year-old?
something there.
You are a 12-year-old.
And I want to talk to you about it. I want to
You're a
make you feel
12-year-old.
better about it.
You're literally a 12-year-old.
It's okay.
You're
You
literally a
can't blame
12-year-old.
yourself for it though, and you can't blame
Are
Trump
you
for
really
it.
this childish?
Well, I mean, obviously there's something there. You know, I touched on something.
You came on my live stream. You
You
came on my
know
live
I-
stream. You came on my live
I
stream
have some
trying to act
factual,
like you came
knowledge
on.
about it.
You came on my live stream acting like I was too young, like I should be discarded just because of my age and because of how old you are. You know so much more, but you're acting like a 12-year-old.
Actually,
I
you
actually
must
know
be thinking about
12-year-olds.
something else. I never
Listen.
talked about your age on that.
You did.
Saying that you were dumb or anything. No, I actually
did.
said you're probably a pretty bright guy, but you got a supercomputer in your hand and you refuse to look at the information.
You actually
refuse
said that
to
you
find
might.
it.
You said that I don't know enough because I'm younger. That's literally what you said. You can go back and watch this clip later. You might have
You do
forgot
have a
it.
lot to learn. Yeah,
You might have
have a lot
forgot
to
it.
learn, but
You
doesn't
might have
mean you're
forgot
dumb.
about it. You might have forgot about it because you only have half a brain cell working in your head, so you can't really
I don't
remember
think
very
you're
much
dumb.
there.
I just think you need to level up a little bit and surround.
Well, I think you are dumb. Genuinely,
More
you
conservatives.
couldn't possibly level up.
More
Okay, you are really
nationalists.
that dumb. Like I don't think it's possible. Like I've genuinely tried this whole conversation. Prove me wrong right now. Can you productively engage in an intellectual conversation? Like
Well, I hurt
genuinely.
your feelings, but yeah, sure I can. But I hurt
It's not
your
about
feelings.
hurting my
I'm
feelings.
sorry I hurt your feelings.
It's not about hurting my feelings. It's about what you represented for the thousands of people that are watching me. There are people
Well,
who
it was-
watch
it was a
me
good
where
observation, though.
listen, there are people who watch me where that did happen to them. Okay? And you're sitting there and you're trying to make light of that and you're trying to make fun of that.
It
right?
happened to you
Specifically.
too,
Stop. It didn't. Stop doing that.
It didn't?
It didn't happen to me. Why are you saying this in order to try to make fun of me?
So if it's not
Do
trauma,
you realize?
what is it?
Listen. Stop. Genuinely stop. I am trying to see if I can even get to you, if it's even possible. Because right now, it seems like you have an inability to engage with any other person's belief system other than your own. You try to come up on my live stream and say that I'm
As long
divisive
as you
and that
don't
I
lie
can't take into
about
account
Trump,
other people's perspectives.
it's all
But
good.
all you've done on my live stream so far is do that the entire day. Okay?
Because
you
all
haven't
you do is
productively
lie about
engaged.
Trump. And
I'm
that's
not lying at all.
cool. Don't
I'm not
lie
lying.
about the
You-
president of the United
hey, dude,
States.
Hey, dude, if I
Just
disagree
don't
with
do
you,
that.
if I disagree with you, that doesn't make me lying. It doesn't mean I'm
No,
lying.
but you are lying about factual information, and you're just lying about
No,
it.
I'm
Just
not.
spreading lies.
No, I'm not.
And
Actually,
I don't know why that is, unless
So
you
you
were
can't
being
tell me what the
paid.
lies are. Hey, by the way, you're not saying what I'm saying is lying. You're just saying that you disagree with it because I said he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. That's a fact.
You said he was a rapist.
That's a fact.
Is what you
Wait,
said.
which by the way is a fact under civil law. By the way,
Okay,
the
no, no,
judge
see-
himself, the judge
You
himself.
cannot call someone
Listen,
a rapist if
yes,
they're
I
not
can.
a rapist and been
Yes, I can.
convicted in
Yes,
in
I can.
district
He is a
court.
rapist.
You cannot
He is
do
a rapist.
that.
Listen to this.
It's
I'm trying
not
to tell
right.
you. I'm trying to tell you.
Especially on a crime like that. It's just not right. You
Okay,
can
let
say
me know.
he
Let me
took
know when you're done. Let
something
me know when you've got it
or
out.
he frauded someone, but you cannot call a man a rapist if he did not get convicted. You are innocent until proven guilty, correct?
Yeah, and the civil court determined that he.
Okay.
So are you
if
gonna let me
you're
speak? Are you
innocent
gonna let me respond?
Until proven guilty.
Hey, dude, let me
then Why
respond.
would you say that?
Okay, let me know when I can fully respond without you cutting me off. Just let me know.
Okay, but I asked you, why would you say that if he was not convicted in a district criminal court? How can you relatively say that?
because in the context of a civil court, it's making a determination on what you can say. Because the claim specifically was about defamation, about the situation, and they had to prove sexual abuse in order to do that. They proved sexual abuse in the case, okay? So the judge said that Donald Trump, in fact, raped E. Jean Carroll. He said that exact words, okay?
Okay, then why didn't they charge him in criminal court? Why?
I told you, because of statute of limitations.
Because their case is weak, they got nothing, and you're a clown for thinking they had
You lied.
something.
He
If
just
they
lied.
had
You
something,
just lied.
they
You just
would
lied.
have charged
Why are you
him.
lying on my live stream? Why are you lying? I already told you earlier that it was because of statute of limitations, and regardless of the amount of evidence, they couldn't try them in a criminal court, and that for thousands of other
Bullshit.
victims in New York, that this was applicable. You want to bet? You want to
just-
bet?
You just lied again.
Do you
dude.
want to bet?
If they
Bet
had
me on it.
any
Hey, you
type
said
of
I
case
lied. Bet me on
him,
it. $1,000 right
they
now. Bet me
would
on it.
have
$1,000 right now. Bet me on it.
charged him.
Hey, buddy. Bet me on it. $1,000 right now. Bet me on it.
I'll bet you whatever amount you want. You're
$1,000
wrong. He
bucks.
was
Let's
never
do it.
charged in an actual district court.
Wait, I never said it was.
criminal
I never said it
complaint.
was criminal. Wait. You're disputing me, and you're
Well, if
saying
it's
that
not criminal-
you're saying that the reason why it wasn't a criminal
Wouldn't it
court
be
is because
criminal?
of You're saying the
If they
reason
had
why.
enough info?
Listen. You're saying
Enough
the reason.
evidence?
Listen. You're saying the reason why it wasn't in a criminal court is because of the fact that it didn't have enough evidence, and it's not because of the statute of limitations. I'm saying it's because of the statute of limitations. Do you want to bet on that $1,000 right now?
It's
Yes or no?
actually not. It's the
Yes or
fact
no?
that they didn't have a strong enough
Yes
case.
or no?
Yeah,
Yes or
they
no?
didn't have. Yes, they didn't have
Yes?
a strong enough case.
Wait. Do you accept it? Do you accept it? Yes, do you accept the bet?
Yeah, they did not have a strong
Okay.
enough case.
Okay, well, you owe me $1,000 right now because you genuinely was not able to be held responsible in a criminal court because of the statute of limitations. Look up the specifically statute of limitations in New York for criminal cases, sexual abuse, right at that particular time in which the court case underwent. It will tell you that it was 5 years specifically for criminal cases.
Just
okay?
stop lying on Donald.
Wait,
dude.
I'm not.
The
I'm not.
Don.
Wait.
Just
wait,
stop lying on the
wait.
man, dude.
By the way, I'm proving right now that I'm not lying, and I bet I was proving so much
How
that I'm
are
not
you
lying
proving?
that I
Just
bet
by talking?
because I was willing to bet you $1,000 on it, and then I provided justification for it. You can look at the New York.
You're proving by talking?
Yeah,
Really?
I am. I'm telling you where to find this information. If you look at the New York, if you look
You're
at the New
showing
York,
me where to get it?
yes, look up New York courts statute of limitations.
What the fuck? All you did is just tell me, and you're like, I showed you. You just told me. Donald Trump was not charged in criminal court because they didn't have a case. They didn't have enough. They had no physical evidence. All they had is a bunch of words, a bunch of squishy ass words. But yet you continue to say he's a rapist. And I find that appalling to call my president of the United States of America a fucking rapist, brother. I find that appalling. And you should too, if you're an American. Yep. If you're an American. Something tells me, though, you're Canadian.
You think I'm Canadian?
You look Canadian, dude, and your thought process is Canadian. Very liberal, you know, and no liberals ever made
I wish I
anything
was
better.
Canadian at this. I literally wish I was Canadian at this point. I'm not.
I'm born
trolling.
and raised in Southern
country's
California, and Gavin Newsom destroyed our state.
Yeah,
Just
our country's embarrassing. I wish I was Canadian.
Just
I'm not trolling.
destroyed it, dude. And then
Hey.
Trump's going to have to go out there and clean up his shit. Like always, Big Daddy Trump got to go clean up everything. And then the rest of the false ass, fake ass trauma people hate on him for it. It's just odd, man. And I really, really wish you'd do a little better online about calling him a rapist. Wow. Most powerful man on the planet. Thinks he has to have with a 90-year-old hag. Isn't that crazy?
You're
He can have
disgusting.
tenderonis.
You're disgusting. You're
the man
disgusting.
could have young tenderonis, 25, just
Stop talking. When this happened, it was in
You don't need
1996. She
that.
clearly wasn't 90 years old. She's not even 90 years old now. 1, 2. That doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Have you
are
seen
so
her?
disgusting. You're so disgusting. By the
Do you
way,
think
Donald Trump mistook
wouldn't have
E.
nothing to do-
Donald Trump mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. How do you feel about that? He thought a picture of E. Jean Carroll was his ex-wife.
I doubt that, dude. I
He
mean,
did.
you
Wait,
guys
at a
have weird
deposition,
talking
he did that.
points.
At a deposition, he did that. So are you saying that Donald Trump would marry women that are ugly?
Oh, he would never marry a woman that's not hot. He
Okay.
always
Okay.
has
So
to
then
have a hot girl.
he mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. So if you said that he would only marry quote-unquote hot women, and he mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife, meaning that she looks close enough to his ex-wife, then you consider E. Jean Carroll hot based upon your own determination.
Did he have his readers on?
So by the way, he just got fucking cooked. By the way, he just got cooked. He got cooked like crazy, bro. You just got cooked like crazy. How does it feel? How does it feel? You just got dog walked. Completely and annihilated.
Where was I at?
How does it feel?
I didn't see you dog walk.
How does it feel? How does it feel?
Was I like out of body experience? I mean, I didn't see you dog walk me at all today.
You just got dog walked. You just got dog walked.
I got a spike collar on you, dude.
You just got dog walked, buddy.
Around the yard, man. What are you talking
Hey,
about?
buddy, you literally just lost on every single one of the points that we just made. You couldn't even respond to it. You literally can't. You are incapable. Genuinely, you are incapable. Well, because it hurts your feelings. Is it because it hurts your feelings?
Because it's
even
not,
though I proved I proved every single one of your.
basis.
You've lied on every single one of these points.
It's not
I've
a
literally
factual
proven you wrong.
statement.
It is.
No, it's not. Okay, if he was tried in criminal court, then you could say that, and I'd have to agree with you. But for the fact you said a civil court, to me it's humorous because obviously you've never been sued or you've never sued anybody, because you'd realize that if they had anything, it would have been brought to a criminal court.
Wait, he was sued, and it happened. Right, for
It would
sexual
have
abuse.
been brought
So hold up.
to a criminal court, and they would have like accelerated it if they had a case.
I already
but they
told
didn't
you.
have a case, so they
I
had
already
to
told you.
settle on a civil
Listen.
case.
I already told you.
It's called settling.
I understand. I already told you that the reason why they weren't able to try them in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations. You have purposefully decided to not even engage with that. I can send you an article right now specifically undergoing that and talking about how it was specifically for civil cases that it allowed
Is it a
for.
CNN
and
article?
That criminal cases it didn't. No.
It's not a CNN article or a MSNBC article
No.
that you guys like think it's the Bible or something. You know?
No. I'm referencing like legal sources.
I just find it crazy. Hey, who are you going to vote for in 2028, huh? Who are you going to vote for?
Yeah, I don't quite know at this point yet. Okay. Now, if you want
Let me
to
guess, Gavin.
If he's the candidate over Republicans, yeah.
You would vote for Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, over Donald Trump and JD Vance.
Are you're joking me, right? You really would vote for Gavin?
Yes, I would vote for
You are a
Gavin
trauma
Newsom
victim.
over Donald Trump and JD Vance.
You are a trauma victim. You have to be. There's no fucking way about it. I figured it out.
Didn't you come up with my live stream and say the reason why you support Trump is because of the trauma that you underwent, specifically when you lost your child? I would never use that against you. I would never once use that against you. Are you really?
Well, you have.
Are you really going to sit here and try to use other people's trauma against them? Are you seriously going to do that?
I just know that Gavin Newsom is not for you. He had $1,000.
Respond to what I just said. If you don't respond to what I just said, I'm going to go on to the next person. Genuinely, respond to what I just said. Okay? You seriously, I would never use the trauma that you underwent, specifically when you lost your child, against you. Okay? Why would you ever use that trauma like that against someone else? Why would you do that? Like, you know how much it hurts. You know how much it impacts you. Why would you ever make fun of that? Why would you ever make light of that
I'll tell
and
you
act
why.
like it's something to make a joke of?
Because nothing you or anyone else could say could interfere in my day. We're not the same, sir. We're not the same.
Okay, so by
there's
the way,
nothing you could say to me to hurt my feelings or make me think about you when this phone comes off.
Okay. So I have
Not
never.
a thing, sir. And
It
that's
sounded,
the
it sounded like your feelings were hurt when you came on my live
Between
stream,
me
and that's why you were saying those things about me.
and
You
a
literally
child.
said that earlier. You're literally backtracking on what you said earlier. You literally were
That's the
talking about how
difference
you
between
were
a-
hurt about what I was saying earlier, not only because you said I was lying, but because you specifically said that I was engaging in a supporting policy that led to the death of your child. Okay? So you quite literally did talk about earlier how it impacted you psychologically. Secondly, are you Christian? Rockefeller, are you Christian?
Definitely
Definitely?
believe in Jesus Christ.
So I
gave
couldn't
his
say
life
so
for
I
our
couldn't say
sins,
anything
yes.
about Jesus that would hurt your feelings.
No, because you'll have
So
to
if I-
pay for that, sir.
Wait,
I
so to
can't
clarify,
control.
if I used your Lord's name in vain, it wouldn't hurt your feelings. If I blasphemed your
control
Lord,
your
it wouldn't hurt your
language.
feelings.
No, it wouldn't hurt my feelings, but God will definitely check you on it.
Well, I don't believe God exists, so I don't think that would happen.
I know you don't. Do you ever think about might be your problem? Maybe that you don't believe in any God, that you have no hope, no way to see anything past this. this is the one life you're given, and I just got to make the.
No, I just don't know what comes after this because I'm willing to acknowledge reality. You have to tell yourself things to make yourself feel better. Okay, I don't
When
need.
you're godless,
I don't need that. Okay,
you have nothing, sir. You're empty. When
I'm fine. I'm not
you're
empty.
sir.
I'm not empty.
You're an empty
Trust me,
vessel.
I'm getting filled right now by all these donations. Haley, thank you for the $2. Thank you
know
so
that
much. I really
TikTok
appreciate it. Thank
money.
you. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for your
Maybe-
service. I really appreciate it, Valkyrie. Chloe, thank you so much. I really
disco
appreciate the
later.
$2. Thank you so much, Karen. I appreciate the $5. Morgan with the $10. Thank you, Cassie. Thank you so much for the $3. Valkyrie with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ryan, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Nora, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This guy needs to fuck off, genuinely. Honor, thank you for the $5 as well. Frank, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said that they hate Donald Trump because he's a criminal, because he has horrible policies dividing this country culturally and economically.
It's the
He
homies,
lies,
man.
obviously, on every topic that comes out of his mouth. I absolutely
It's the
agree. If he cared about
homies. They're gonna
liars,
throw you
if he
some
cared
money.
about liars, then he would not support Donald Trump. ESP, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do.
You're gonna need that $5.
I do continue to do so, specifically as like the nominees are going to come out and who the nominees are going to be. But it's still going to be political oriented. Luna, thank you so much for the 12 pounds. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Luna. Can we get some W's for Luna in the comment section? Thank you, Luna. W's for Luna in the comment section right now. Megan as well. Thank you so much for the $5. Juice, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. For a little filler huffer. Thank you very much.
I just wish.
Thank you
you'd
so
live a
much,
little
Brock. I
bit
appreciate the
more.
$50. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for
Before
Brock
you
in the
start
comment
giving
section right now.
political advice.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said thank you for standing up
you
for
gotta
essay.
get out a little bit more.
Be quiet,
and
buddy.
get
Be
more
quiet, buddy.
seasoned in the
Be
work.
quiet, buddy. They said thank you for standing up for essay victims. As a guy who was
So you
essayed when
can
I was
shake
12 years
hands
old, thank
with
you for
people.
standing up to that guy. It is really absurd. The fact that we even have to have conversations with people like this is fucking disgusting. Genuinely. The fact that this is a common
you need
thing,
to level
right,
up.
for people
Accept-
on the Republican side of the aisle to sit here and defend
old
is
man has to
absolutely
check you.
disgusting, absolutely atrocious. And the fact that these conversations are things that we even need to have in the first place
You
because
needed
the
a little-
president of the United States is a rapist, and because the president of the United
You
States,
needed to get
right, specifically defends these actions and upholds grape culture to a greater extent
got
is
checked.
atrocious. It actually makes me sick that we even have to do this.
I just spanked that
Tracy as
little
well.
ass.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's ridiculous.
I just
Melanie,
had
thank
to
you
give
so
you a
much for the
spanking.
$25. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll definitely have to ask about that. Judy, thank you so much for the
You needed a little
$25.
spanking,
Thank you
so I
so
could
much,
give it to
Judy.
you.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. And Thatcher, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you
just
so
spanked
much,
that little
Thatcher. I
ass.
really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much.
needed a little
Ryan as well. Thank you for the
spanking once in a
$5.
while.
I really
It'll make you a-
appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think he highlights how fucking crazy and absolutely
make you a better
insane
person
that
in the
people
long
are
run.
who sit there and deny the fact that this happened. I think it's
tough.
important to show people how fucking crazy people like this is. You're going to sit here and you're going to fucking literally justify this over and over and over again, act like E. Jean Carroll's lying, and then you literally can't mention a single piece of
She
evidence
was
in
a
the
li-
case that you dispute. You don't base your positions on fact. You don't base your positions on evidence. You don't base your positions on reason. You base your positions on your own fucking feelings, right? And you try
You
to act
wish.
like you're the one believing things based upon facts.
You wish, son.
Kiana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank
son.
you so
You're
much.
living in a
I really
fantasy
appreciate it. They
world
said, my only
with-
trauma is this man. Totally agree. Thank you so
fake-ass
much.
TikTok
Melly as
money.
well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You think it's all fake because you can't acknowledge that things like this are real. Jordan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jasmine with the $1. Thank you so much. Literally,
could get paid
you can't acknowledge that there are
make
real
more
people that think you're an insane lunatic that literally defends grapists and is a
I'll
grape
make more on
apologist
my-
and makes this country a worse place. You want to know why I come up here every single day and I debate people like you? Because I care about this country. I want this country to be better off. And you act like you're
You don't
pro-America
care
with your fucking American flag in your bio and your profile picture when you
don't
defend a guy
care.
that's protecting pedophiles in the Epstein files. You defend a guy held civilly liable of sexual
You don't
abuse of women.
care.
You defend a guy that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. You defend a guy that constantly sexualized
You
his
wanna-
daughter. You defend a guy that has 26 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct, and you think every single person that has accused him of sexual misconduct is lying. You're a disgrace to this nation. You're an embarrassment on this country, and I hope that you get fucking literally wiped out by every single
I hurt
political
your
movement
feelings,
in
huh?
the future, ideologically speaking.
I
You
hurt your
are an
feelings.
absolute fucking disgrace on this nation.
I
You are
really
not
did hurt-
pro-America. You are against
I'm
everything this
sorry.
country should be for.
I'm sorry, Sweet Pea. Did I hurt your feelings today? I'm so sorry.
No, you hurt this country.
I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I
It's not
tried
that
to
you
give
hurt my
some
feelings, it's that you
affection,
hurt
dude.
this country, buddy. It's that you
Kinda
don't give a
like-
shit about this country. It's that you only care about
Kinda
yourself.
like
You only
Gavin's
care about the
sunglasses,
implications
you know?
on you. You don't care about the implications of all the women, all the girls, all the men in this country, all the boys that have been assaulted by predators that are literally being defended by people like Donald Trump. You don't care about the Epstein victims that specifically want the files to be released. You don't give a flying fuck
just
about
wanna
them.
give you
You're embarrassing. You're a disgrace to this country. You are
So
not
you can
pro-America.
know deep
You are
down
not a
that
patriot.
you're not
You
a
are
good
antithetical
person
to everything
at
this
all.
country is based on. You
can't
are
be called
closest
a
to
good
what we
person.
consider the modern day Confederates.
There's nothing good about you.
Yeah, there's nothing good about you.
and I
Look in the
hope
mirror, buddy. That's
get
you.
better in the future.
Thank you so much,
Just
Little
stop
Crown.
lying. Just stop lying on the man. That's all that I ask. Stop lying. If you don't know something to be fact, actual fact, and cannot be debated, then don't say it.
Oh, you don't know that it's a fact that I'm lying and you couldn't justify that? So then you should
I
shut
know
the
it's-
fuck up.
I-
You don't know anything that's coming out of your mouth to be true. So
It's
shut the
total
fuck up.
lies.
You literally don't know a single thing to be true.
Your whole platform
How about
is,
this?
I hate
Watch this.
Trump.
Watch this. How many branches of government are there? He's not going to be able to answer these
What's
three
that?
simple questions. How many branches of government are there?
There's three: the judiciary, the legislative, and the executive.
What are the two
Who
main
wouldn't know
aspects of the
that?
legislative branch?
Who fucking wouldn't know that, dude?
What are the
I'm
two main
55
aspects?
years old, brother. I forgot more than you
What are the two main aspects of the legislative branch?
will learn in your lifetime.
What are the two main aspects of the legislative branch?
Dude, I'm not gonna jump through all your little fucking hoops.
can't do it.
Dude. I mean, that's just lame, dude. That's just lame, dude. I mean, really. Really
He doesn't know. He doesn't know, Chad. He doesn't know the two main aspects of the legislative branch. It's the House and the Senate, buddy. How many continents are there?
That's stupid. 7, dude. You're fucking.
And what are they?
idiot, dude.
What are they?
North America, South America, Europe, Australia. Hold on. North America, South America, Europe, Australia, and Asia, and I don't know the other two, dude. I haven't went to school in 40 fucking years, dude.
That is so funny. He got flagged, by the way. I had to kick him anyway. That is the best way that conversation could have ended. He doesn't know Africa and Antarctica. Seriously. He doesn't know that they're continents. This guy, dude. This guy's like, I know so much more than you. I forgot more than you'll ever know in your life. Doesn't know the 7 continents. Are you serious, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you trolling? This guy came on my live stream trying to say that I didn't know enough because of my age, and then literally didn't know the amount of continents that there are and what they were. That's just crazy, bro. That's just crazy. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mania, thank you so much for the $1 as well. I totally get you there. Thank you very much. Cinnamon, thank you so much for the $5. Yeah, I know. I get you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much for the support. But I got you. Don't worry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Gladys as well. Thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Gladys in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What did he get flagged for? I think it was harassment and bullying. I mean, that guy was literally straight up defending all the horrible aspects about Trump, too. So, yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. I am the underdog in the comment section, said that Parker got cooked. Yo, please send a guest request, buddy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Fetus. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Dude, I'm so happy how that last conversation ended. That was fucking hilarious.
Fuck you, bro. Fuck
You're literally 8 years old, dude. You're not even allowed to swear. What are your parents gonna do when they find out that you just swore on my live stream? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, 45.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely, I support Donald Trump. We need to start with first principles, young man. We need to start with first principles. First of all, are you a Christian? Are you an atheist? What are you?
Let me think a few people quick, and then we can go into the conversation, and I'll answer that question real quick. Don't worry. Darian, by the way, thank you so much for the 40 pounds. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I definitely will. Thank you very much. Get some W's for Darian in the comment section. Whittles, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Luna, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. That's amazing. I hope they learned. I hope they learned from the lives. That would have been great. That would have been fantastic. As well as, I didn't get to all of them. I do apologize. Let me click on this one. Chris, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know what? I totally agree with you there. I totally understand. But I think it was definitely worth it there at the very end to be able to do that. And then I think Luna, thank you for the 12 euros. Thank you very much. As well as, I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Alrighty, why do you support, actually you asked me a question. I'm an agnostic atheist, so meaning I don't know what is the cause of the universe, and I don't believe it's a god.
Okay, well, I can easily prove that wrong, but we're not going to go there today. We're going to focus on natural law since you're not a Christian right now, although I could refute your atheism easily, but we'll...
Wait, how do you, no, go ahead. How do you refute atheism? Like
well,
by just saying that you don't believe in a god. How do you refute a position of non-belief?
Well, which one do you want to focus on? Do you want to focus on your atheism or do you want to focus on Trump today?
Well, I mean, you decided to ask me about it, and you said that you could literally disprove atheism.
Well,
I'm curious how you could do that.
I need to know where I need to start from. I need to know whether I need to start from natural law theory or I need to start from theology with you. So,
well, I don't necessarily hold to certain notions of natural law. I don't know what you'd be thinking is justifiable there.
Well, just nature then. So let's start with nature. Do you agree?
I don't just get it from nature. I get it from my own internal personal preferences.
Yeah, well, that's okay. So if you get it from your own internal personal emotions and preferences, then there's no point in arguing with you because you're just based on emotions and you're ridiculous.
What?
So
wait, morals? Wait. How is it ridiculous? Wait. Hold up. Stop. How is it ridiculous to base your moral positions based upon certain emotional states about how people should conduct themselves? I think that's totally coherent.
Because it's completely subjective and incoherent. How are you going to build a society over what someone feels? You're just importing your own personal preferences over to everybody else. That doesn't make any sense. It's completely subjective. You're just making arbitrary moral codes that you're trying to enforce on other people that may not agree with you or may have different feelings. That's not a system that works. So you need to at least start your system in some basis in reality, okay?
I think you have an issue there because even if under your view you don't consider morality subjective, which I think that you probably would under your own perspective, that doesn't get around the fact that your interpretation of your religion is subjective, and then your interpretation then causes your particular prescriptions about how the law should act to be different. So I do think that there's a subjective nature to the type of laws that you want to exist anyway. So I do think that they're based on obviously personal opinions, that we're going to have reasons that are inferential in many circumstances for why we think that it's wrong or why we think it should be illegal, things like that. And you can give reasons.
No, that's incorrect. Everything is objectively analyzed according to either probability, force of the statement you're dealing with, or reality. So no, I disagree that my reasons are based on subjective factors.
Okay.
So
you have there's nothing that's subjectively true.
No, if something
what's your favorite
is true,
movie? Is the best movie objectively the case, or is it subjective?
It is objectively true that I like a certain movie or you like a certain
Okay.
movie.
I'm not just by the way, I'm not disputing that. It's objectively true that I hold certain positions about morality. That doesn't make my morality objective. You just don't understand the words that you're using there. When you say that morality is objective or morality is subjective, what we mean in that context is that the truth is dependent upon a stance. Okay, that's what subjective means. Dependent upon a stance, dependent upon a mind, something like that. Okay, is that clear?
No, it's not. You're not defining your terms properly. So morality.
I am. That's literally how it's defined in metaethics.
In the mind of God. Or it's subjective based on your personal preferences, which your personal preferences can be objective in that they're your personal preferences, but they're not objective in and of themselves intrinsically.
Do you think it's true dependent upon the mind of God?
You're not making proper distinctions there, okay? So
do you think morality is true dependent upon the mind of God?
Yes.
Okay, that's subjective. That's literally subjective morality.
No, God's mind is objective standard. Is an objective standard. No, it is.
Yo, dude, you need to go do some research into metaethics, man. God's mind is an objective standard? What are you talking about, dude? Seriously, dude, stop embarrassing yourself. Hey, let's have a conversation about why you support Trump. You've embarrassed yourself enough on that topic.
Okay, so you want to switch topics?
God's
Well, you're
mind
the
is an
host. I mean,
objective
I think
standard, is a new
I
one.
think you were
That's a
refuted.
new
I
one.
think I think God's mind is objective. I think you're refuted on that. But we can go over to Trump. Okay, so Trump.
Yeah, the truth being dependent upon
Okay,
God's
why
mind
do you
makes it
want to?
objective.
Why
Yeah,
are
yeah.
you? What are you? Are you a white person? Do you, like what's your origin in the United States? Like, are your ancestors Anglo? Did they live here for a while? I mean,
Why does that matter
give
to
me some of
you?
your background because it should matter to you based on what you are. So what are you
Why?
first of all?
Why? Why should that matter?
Because you want to, a normal person should want to preserve their race, their culture, their heritage. That's part of who they are. They shouldn't want to suicide it. So I'm curious, what is your race, culture, heritage?
I don't care to maintain the race that I have. The same way I don't care to
You don't.
maintain
So you want to
wait, the
suicide
same
what
way
you
that I
are.
don't care, the same way that I don't care to maintain my hair color.
Okay, so you want to suicide everything that
Do you care about
defines
your
you.
hair color?
Well, we'll take a step back
Wait,
from a
stop,
natural
stop. Wait, do you have to marry someone that has the same hair color as you?
No, no one said
Oh,
that.
okay. So then why don't you want to maintain your hair color?
Okay, because your race is a lot more than just hair color. Your race incorporates hair color. Your race
Wait,
incorporates
okay, so
heritage.
skin color means more than hair
Yeah.
color? Why?
Because if you value civilization, you should value the white race because the white race invented far more things than any other.
Oh, okay, wait, but it has nothing to do with their skin color. And by the way, like there are plenty of other things that have been invented throughout the context of history by other sort of leading groups in society. Whether
Not
it be,
really.
well, yeah, there has. Whether it be like the
Not
advent. Wait, you don't think that Islam has been important in impacting science? You don't think that Africa has
No,
been?
they took most of their information from the Greeks and they developed it a little bit, but it was really Europe.
It
that
was
really
very
took
much
it.
developed by themselves. It wasn't all from the Greeks. I don't know where you
No,
got that
not
from.
really. Algebra
Secondly,
was
like
actually
this whole
developed by
argument that you're
the-
making.
People try to say, for example, that algebra was invented by the Muslims, but actually it was invented mainly by the
Wait,
Greeks.
so by the way,
prior to that.
to clarify real quick, whoever invents the most is the best. Is that your view?
Whoever invents the most that enhances your life and also your own people who would enhance your life, that should be the best to you.
Okay, was
should
that
be what
you? Did you
prefer.
invent
That
anything?
doesn't mean you hate.
Wait, hold up,
Hold
stop.
on a
Stop.
second.
Have you invented anything?
Yes.
Really? What have you invented?
I'm not going to get into details, but I have invented many things, and I'm also an accomplished professional. So I'm not going to get into details about myself there.
Oh, so you
But
you can't tell us one thing that you've invented?
No, I prefer not to. I'm willing to focus on whether we should support Trump or not.
He
not
invented
who I
this
am.
fake argument that's bullshit. That's what he did. So therefore, because he invented this argument, everybody, that makes him superior to everybody else. Okay, because he invented. Wait, I have a question. Has your mom invented anything?
What does that matter?
I'm just asking. Has your mom invented anything?
We're asking. We're talking. You're
Pause.
trying
Pause.
to
Has
change the
has
topic.
your mom invented anything?
I don't recall. I don't know.
You don't know?
Probably. I know my father has. I know my mother has. Yeah, they both invented.
Your mom has invented things?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Really? Really? What has your mom
Yes,
invented?
they have actually. Now that I think about it, they have.
What has
And
your
I'm
mom
not getting-
invented?
I'm not getting into those details. You're shifting.
Apparently,
the
they've invented all of these things.
This
They've
is what
invented an
this is
idiot.
what
That's
you
what they
often
did.
do, okay? I've
You're
noticed
right.
this is
You
what
know what?
often
You
do.
are right. They
You'll
invented
shift
an
the
idiot.
Conversation of things that don't matter, like Trump's a rapist, or
Hold up.
Trump.
We can go into this in a second. I understand. You could have said they invented you, which is an idiot, right? That's one thing that they did in terms of an invention, but that doesn't make them better than everyone else. Okay. And based upon that notion of invention, like genuinely that could apply to so many people. Also, there's not even a more likelihood, especially within the society that we live in today, for like white people disproportionately to invent things. There's no good evidence of that at all. And then also like the idea that you need to preserve the white race because it's important for innovation is incredibly absurd. There's no studies to justify this to be true. There's nothing unique specifically about you being white that would impact you innovating. Let me ask you this question. What about white people makes them good at innovating? What, biologically speaking, about white people makes them good at innovating?
Okay, you just muted me, so am I unmuted here?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have higher IQ according to the bell curve and many other studies that have been conducted. Like, for example, Charles Murray, we have higher IQ than many other races. So do Asians, but Asians often have a higher IQ than many of the other races and sub-races. So that's just a fact. That's based on
Okay, so pause here. So your argument is if there is a higher IQ in a particular community, they should maintain that community, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So then you're saying you would prefer America to be mostly Asian. Because
No,
then it would have a
mostly
higher
weight.
IQ.
Mostly weight. I think weights are more.
Wait, you just conceded. Wait, you just conceded. Now it's not about IQ?
We founded and built this country.
Wait, now it's not about
There's other
IQ?
fa-
I
IQ
thought
is
you
not
just
the
said that it was
only
about
factor.
IQ. So
is
you
one factor.
Wait, pause. I thought you just said it was about IQ. And if it was specifically about IQ and maintaining IQ, well then that includes people who are Asian that have higher IQs than people who are white on average. Right?
Okay, so if you want to limit it to whites and Asians, whites are generally have more of a creative intelligence than Asians. That's been
Correct. Now you're adding some other. So now you think IQ isn't the best metric for determining intelligence. You think there are other metrics that determine intelligence. So what other metric outside of IQ do you use as a basis in order to determine intelligence that indicates that white people are the smartest?
Wait a second. Am I going to be able to say things or just answer leading questions? Which one is it?
Oh, you'll be able to say things in response to what I just said, of course, if you respond.
Okay. All right. Well, my answer to that is there are a number of different criteria that we should use to determine what's best for us and best for our civilization.
Such
IQ is certainly one of them. Creativity is another. Having a race that is similar to your own is another, because that will generally guarantee that you and your children will be treated more fairly in the justice system and elsewhere. So all of these things are important. That's why you need to have a unified, cohesive cultural environment. Doesn't mean you hate other races or hate other people, but you need to love, protect, and enhance. It's just like why you prefer your family to other families. You should prefer your own tribe, your own people to other people. That doesn't mean we won't help those other tribes when we can, or those other groups. In their own countries and their own areas, but there should be nothing wrong with you wanting to preserve and enhance your race and your country, which is what Trump is trying to do. And that is the logical and proper and natural thing to do.
Okay, women have higher IQs on average than men. Therefore, we should just fucking get rid of men. Let's just make this country more about women, because women on average have higher IQs. And also, like, what's up? And like since we want to be more similar to each other, we don't want men, because men aren't as similar to women as other women are to other women, right? So we want to have a completely matriarchal society where it's completely women. Get rid of men completely, right? Because we want people as similar to each other as we possibly can, right? And we don't want all these differences in society. And then also, like, women are more creative than men, right? So because women have higher IQ on average and they're more creative, they are smarter than men, right? And they are preferable, so we should have more women, less men, right?
Okay, first of all, world history.
They also commit less crime.
Women do commit less crime, but world history
significantly less crime. You know, men, they're committing so much crime. They're dumber. They're less creative, right? Like, let's seriously, like, the men are holding back society.
Men are more creative. Men have invented more things than women in world history, so that's simply not true. But
they're not as smart. That's only because women have been held back.
That's another aspect of natural law, which we can discuss, since you're not a Christian.
Okay, well, no, let's
have families and children.
Okay, again, and we can talk about that in a second, but the point that I'm making is that the very basis of the points that you brought up, you don't actually give a shit about, genuinely. One. Two, as it relates to this, you don't really have an argument for caring about this one specific characteristic, because your whole argument here is you care specifically about fucking skin color, okay? That's no different than hair color. That's no different than eye color. And you don't care to specifically make those be one specific thing. Those aren't like a specific quality that you care about. So this whole idea that you have that you want to maintain race is ridiculous. If you cared about specifically like behaviors, if you care specifically about how we conduct ourselves, if you care about morals, that might make sense. I totally understand that. If you care about how our societies run, like the rule of law or democracy, things like that, that makes sense to me. But to specifically care about someone's color of their skin and to associate that with intelligence when there's no scientific basis to do that is fucking stupid. It is.
Okay, again, that's just you. Many of your premises and what you just said are completely false. For example,
do you know what a correlation causation fallacy is?
Have you read the bell curve? There's a lot.
Yeah, I know. But do you know what a correlation causation fallacy is?
Yes, of course I do know that.
Okay, so what particular genetic factor specifically within white people makes them smarter?
The genetic migration with the skin color also corresponds to intelligence and a number of other racial factors.
You're just saying it's correlated. I'm asking what particular genetic factor causes intelligence in white people?
Well, I don't have the exact genetic.
You don't even know? You don't know a genetic code, yet you're saying that white people are better because of the fact that they're smarter based upon these genetic bases? But yet you don't know any of the genetic bases for that?
I know that they travel together and that those tendencies travel together. That's proven in world history.
Okay, so they're just it's not proven throughout all of world history because, for example, throughout world history, right, Europe was not the most wealthy, right? And when they weren't the most wealthy, they definitely weren't the most educated back then, right? So if you want to look back then, if you looked at the level of education and then based specifically intelligence based upon, again, level of education, you'd call Europeans the dumbest. Genuinely. Because of the fact that, again, through the context of education, there's been changes in socioeconomic status throughout the context of society that has led to changes in access to education that have increased the level of IQ of individuals. That's more or less related to education, not specifically to someone's race. You're just fucking stupid. Genuinely, you're so stupid that you don't even know the whole basis to your argument. You don't even know what genetic factor specifically leads to this, yet you're specifically saying it's applicable to one's skin color and race when you don't say it's applicable to any other measure or characteristic of a particular individual within our culture. It's so fucking ridiculous. The fact that you care about skin color in 2026 is so unbelievably stupid. You're embarrassing yourself, genuinely.
When
You don't care about people's behavior. You don't care about how they treat you. You don't care about how they treat people in society. You care about their fucking skin color, you weirdo.
Yeah, it ties in how they treat you when you're.
Oh, it ties into how you treat you. So let me ask you this question. Would you prefer a society that treats you great and is non-white, or a society that treats you horribly and is white?
That won't happen though. Society.
No, answer the question, buddy. Answer the question.
If they're of your race, they're going to treat you better than if they're not. That's like nature.
Wait. Can you answer this question? Would you rather a society that's completely non-white that treats you very well, or a society that is white that treats you horribly?
But that hypothetical doesn't happen in reality.
That's not a response. You're using your IQ right now, buddy. And okay, if you were able to use your IQ, you'd be able to realize that even if it's not a realistic hypothetical, it can. Wait. By the way, if you were smart enough, you had high enough IQ to wait. So by the way, if you were smart enough, you had a high enough IQ to analyze what I'm telling you, you would be able to identify that a hypothetical isn't just something that has to be something that is happening within reality to be applicable. It's logically relevant because it demonstrates a concept that you don't give a flying fuck about just specifically skin color, and you care more about how people treat you. So answer this direct question. Would you prefer to live in a society that's 100% outside of you, non-white, but it treats you amazing and fantastic, or a society that is 100% white and treats you horribly? Which would you prefer?
That's an impossible hypothetical.
It's impossible? That's impossible? Are you fucking kidding me? You think you're so bigoted, you're so hateful that you think that's literally impossible? You think it's literally impossible for non-white individuals to treat you better than white individuals? Are you fucking kidding me? By the way, was Jesus white? Answer this question. Was Jesus white? Unmute yourself right now. Click the microphone in the bottom right. Use your IQ. Was Jesus white?
Jesus was not white. No, he's a
Yeah. Are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Would Jesus have treated you better than all white people?
Yes. He isn't.
You just conceded. He just conceded. A non-white individual, logically speaking, can treat you better. You just conceded, buddy. By the way, you literally worship someone who's non-white, and then you say that the best characteristics are being white. Would your own religious teachings tell you that? Would your own literal fucking God tell you that? Would your God tell you that you should maintain white genes in this country? Is that really what your God would tell you?
Are you going to let me speak, or are you going to talk over me?
You're
Are
embarrassing.
you going to let me speak? Okay. Are you going to let me speak? Yes or no? Okay, so first of all, you made an unacceptable distinction there. I'm talking about how general society will treat you, not an individual. Okay, there could be individual exceptions. No one disputes that. But in general society, you will generally be treated better by members.
Wait, you said there are
of your
individual
own-
exceptions, so it's not impossible. You just conceded. Thank you. Now let me
On a
ask you this question:
societal level,
would you prefer? Oh, you said it's impossible on a societal level. That's just not true. Okay. Is it possible? Okay, wait, so how about this? 100% Christians who are non-white, or 0% Christian and they're all white?
It's very rare to find a non-white Christian that is not a heretic. So that's... I mean,
What?
you're
You
getting into
understand that there are Christian societies all around the world that are non-white, and they're actually proportionally more Christian than our society.
Well, they're heretical.
Okay, so can you give me... Okay, say it's not heretical, okay? Say totally non-white, they have the exact same denomination as you, okay? Or 100% white, and all of them, right, are atheists like me.
Again, you're imposing these hypotheticals that will never happen in reality because it's against nature and
He can't even. He's so racist and bigoted. He can't even respond to this. You idiot! You look so stupid right now. You actually look so stupid right now. It's hilarious. You can literally hear your brain literally melting in real time. You can't even fucking respond to this point. Wow, he's so smart, chat. Look how smart he is. Look how high his IQ is. Look how much we should make society just like him. Oh my god.
You're trying to make the exception the rule.
Wait, how about this? How about this? How about this? 100% cloned Jesus. Okay. Appreciate. Thank you for the gift, Servant. 100% cloned Jesus.
Right, these hypotheticals are childish.
So, no, it's not. It's literally to demonstrate. If you don't want to engage with them, I'm gonna kick you.
This is what I'm saying. Okay, you don't want to correspond to reality. You want to make crazy, unrealistic, hypothetical exceptions and then try to impose them on me to make arguments. Reality doesn't work.
You want me to tell you why these are effective? These are effective because they take the attributes that you care about and they show you how they don't make sense. And you act like hypotheticals aren't relevant. For example, could you...
Hypotheticals that won't happen.
Let me give you an example of a hypothetical. What's 100 plus 100?
200.
Okay. Is there going to be 100 items right in front of you, right, in every single... or $100 right in front of you in every single scenario? No. Right? How about this? What is 1 trillion versus 1 trillion, or plus 1 trillion?
2 trillion.
Now watch this. Watch this. What is 1 quadrillion plus 1 quadrillion?
What does this have to do with?
Trust me. I will give you the basis for it. What's 1 quadrillion plus 1 quadrillion?
2 quadrillion.
Okay.
What is
well,
the point?
You just answered a hypothetical that would never happen in your real life. You would never see 2 quadrillion of things or 1 quadrillion of things, yet you could still answer the hypothetical the question of if it was the case that there was 1 quadrillion plus 1 quadrillion, what would come from that? You answered the hypothetical there.
Sure, you can answer
even though it would never happen within your real life. And what it was still relevant towards demonstrating whether or not you understood math.
We're trying to argue about reality. Why do I support Trump? And your crazy hypotheticals have nothing to do with what the real world.
Let me tell you why they're hypothetical. And you keep saying crazy when you're literally a fucking white supremacist. So shut the fuck up, okay? Literally, you're not understanding. You're not understanding.
I mean, I don't know. Are you Jewish? I don't know. Maybe you're Jewish. I don't know what you are. But if you're white,
that wouldn't make me not white. By the way, if I was Jewish, you could still be white.
If you're white, Gentile, most of your ancestors were white supremacists. I hate to tell you, but go ahead.
Yeah, and that doesn't justify them being white supremacists. Your ancestors being bad people does not justify you being a bad person. Like what?
Wait a second.
You sound stupid.
You're arbitrarily importing morally bad into the position.
Wait, your ancestors thought it was okay for children to marry adults. Do you think that's okay?
What ages are you talking about?
What do you mean what? I said a child marrying an adult. What do you mean what fucking ages?
What is a child? What's your definition of child?
Are you kidding me? Okay, in typical, when someone means child, it means under 18, okay? And when I'm saying adult, let's say a 60-year-old man, right? And a child.
Okay, first of all, the Bible doesn't have an arbitrary 18 age limit.
Can you answer the question? Is it wrong for a 60-year-old to marry a 16 or a 13-year-old?
13, yes. 13, yeah, I would say so.
What about 16?
Not necessarily.
You're a disgusting fuck. You literally just justified pedophilia, by the way. We're going to the next person. Not only is he a racist, but he's also a defender of literal pedophilia. Just said that it wasn't bad for a 60-year-old to marry a 16-year-old? He's such a disgusting fuck, dude. Seriously, check that motherfucker's hard drive. I'm serious. What a disgusting piece of shit. I want society to be less like that guy. Seriously. What the fuck? That guy... And for the people in the comment section saying that that guy was not a white supremacist, he literally couldn't answer a question. If you were to live in a society, would you rather live in a society that's 100% non-white and treats you good, or a society that's 100% white and treats you horribly? He couldn't answer that question. He said it was impossible, okay? That guy's totally a white supremacist, okay? Any person who doesn't believe that that person's a white supremacist is either stupid or disingenuous, okay? Literally, that is so absurd. Genuinely. That is the most obvious case of a white supremacist literally fucking ever, okay? Michael, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. Michael said, I agree. Women should rule the world. It would literally be better. It would actually be better. Society would literally be so much better if there were no men in positions of power and it were only women. I'm not trolling. I'm not to say that would be perfect by any means, but society would totally fucking be better. Like, that's just a fact. Like, to be totally honest, that's a total fact. 100% would be better. 100% would. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Not Montana in the comment section saying, we are too emotional. Montana, women as a whole are not too emotional. Maybe you, because you're MAGA and you believe things based upon your feelings. But for the rest of women, right, they definitely aren't saying that. They definitely don't agree with you there. Fahi, thank you so much. Really appreciate the coral. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Cinnamon, again, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Kyra, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Addie, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Damian, thank you so much for the $5. Kevin, thank you for the $5. Does everyone realize that whenever there's a racist on our platform or whenever there's people that come up and defend that shit, that they're literally like the dumbest fucking person ever? They're so stupid. They're always so dumb. Like, they're always idiotic as fuck. It's actually hilarious. Because they always pride themselves on IQ and intelligence, and they happen to be the stupidest people. It's fucking hilarious. It's so fucking hilarious. Yo, what's up? How old are you? And for one of the person in the comment section, he's just saying to stop platforming them. These are Trump supporters. They literally defend Trump's actions, and Trump himself is racist. I think it's important for us to respond to people like this, not to platform, but in a negative context in which shows that they're stupid. I think associating racism with stupidity, right, is a good thing. I think it's a really good thing to portray racists as stupid as fuck because they try to portray everyone else as stupid. I think it's important to call them out.
Yo, look, I got into Pakistan.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
Well, I wouldn't say I actually support him, but I do see some of the things that she actually does are useful for America.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
See, I wouldn't answer that question because I 100% don't know what Kamala would have done if she was the president. So I don't have an answer for the question. I'm sorry.
What? You don't know what presidents are going to 100% do prior to you vote for them. You didn't know that what he was going to do in term 2 when you voted for him. So
Kamala's campaigns were
how about this?
mostly...
If you don't answer the question in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to kick you.
Do it. I don't care.
Okay. Then why'd you send a guest request? Like, what's the point of wasting our time, bro? Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Andrea, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That's not tiny. It's the same thing.
Are you sure? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Also, everyone, I do think there's like a huge difference, and one thing I want to make clear here is there's a huge difference between platforming someone in a positive context and then putting them on your platform to be able to literally tear them down and to show how every single one of their beliefs are wrong. And I think that we as the left need to realize that we need to be able to debate people in a lot of circumstances, even though they heavily disagree, have absurd worldviews, because they're so prevalent in society that we need to show that there's a response to these particular worldviews. And it's not to say that like in every single of these circumstances that we're going to engage with them the whole time, but it's to say that we're going to dispute their worldviews. And that if there was a circumstance where I wasn't able to do so, I wouldn't be continuing to engage in the conversation. I'm going to do so in a positive context for society as a whole, and not in a negative context, at least in my own eyes. I think that calling them out there was a good thing to do. And I also think making them not feel safe in holding those perspectives in society and that they're going to be called out in public is a good thing, and not just that we're going to sit here and let them say it behind closed doors all the time. Sometimes we'll address it, not always, though. It's not like we're only going to address it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How are you? I'm fine. I want to debate about some things.
I can't really hear you, and they said they wanted to debate something else. Well, we're only debating Trump supporters. I think it's important. I definitely I think that it can go too far, of course. So I actually agree with people, of course, but I think that the manner in which it did it, I don't think it went too far. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Thank you so much, Judith. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Yeah, I'm 26.
And do you support Donald Trump?
No, of course not. Fuck
Based.
that.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. You know what? I get you. I understand the opinions. And that totally makes sense. And like, I just want to let everyone know, I'm very worried about those things, and I'm definitely thinking about them very much. And it's also not a bad thing to tell me that that's your position or that you disagree with me on something. I think that's important for the discourse as well. So if you do disagree with me on something like that, I totally understand, and I'm obviously open to criticism. I just obviously had a position there. And like I'm obviously, like, I just want people to know I'm thinking about those things, and I'm definitely considering them and prioritizing that within my thought patterns as well about like who I'm going to be bringing up on the platform at all points. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 45.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Never in a million years.
Based position there. Based position. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. We're about 2 hours into the stream, everybody, meaning we have about another hour and 40 minutes or so left on the live stream for sure. Let's try to get this next person up here. Do give a second real quick, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes here on YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. Spoof, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally agree. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Spoof. Caitlin, thank you for the $5. No, it's actually sparkling apple cider. And then Andrea, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I'm glad that we can provide community for you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes. Now I have to ask you something. You talk about Trump supporters being stupid. Look at an example of your following, how many stupid people there are. They can't even follow the simple directions to follow the freaking, oh, if you support Trump, join. But like 90% of the people that join, it's fucking stupid. So I think you're kind of got a little bit of a problem there, buddy. I think your cult is not as smart as you think they are. Look at many people come up. Do you support Trump? No, I don't, but I love you, Parker. No, I don't. Hey, how's it going? Did you vote for Trump? Oh, yeah, no, I did vote for Trump. I love you, Parker. These fucking idiots can't even freaking follow your simple instructions. And you're talking about freaking Trumpers being freaking stupid. You're all stupid.
Okay. One thing, disproportionately, well, he just left. Disproportionately, their children. I think that's more of like a maturity thing, or like sometimes people are going to be like, oh, I still want to stay high to him and whatnot, sort of thing, rather than like people are genuinely stupid. On like my side or anything, but he literally couldn't even engage with me there. Rayleigh Charles, you want to debate me actually, or do you want to run away like a scared little coward? He's so scared. I understand, like, I get people coming up and not listening to the topics, but I don't think it's like my followers are stupid or anything. I think it's a ridiculous thing to say. And is he not smart enough to engage in a debate on that? He had to run away? Too stupid to talk about it? Let's go to the next individual. Only sending. Oh, there he goes. He hopped in the box. You gonna debate me? You gonna debate me now?
All you're gonna do is fucking mute me. All you're gonna do is cut me off. Oh, thank you for the $1. Oh, thank you for the $5. Oh, thank you for the gift. Oh, thank you for the gift. Oh, thank you for the gift.
Oh, he's clearly mad. He's so mad.
That's why you can't get any decent debates.
He's so mad. You're gonna run away, buddy. I already feel it.
I'm not gonna run away.
Run away like a little coward. Run away like the little coward you are.
Thank you for the $5. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, if you keep doing this, I'm gonna actually do it.
$5,000 a day on this fucking grift. You're a grifter, buddy. That's all you are.
I definitely don't make $5,000 a day.
You probably don't believe in what you're fucking preaching here.
Really? You think I'm a Trump supporter? You think I'm a Trump supporter? All right. By the way, it sounds like you're jealous and crashing out. I know that people sending me donations makes you crash out, and you're so emotional.
These people are so easy to exploit, and you're getting rich off of it. You're getting rich off of it. You know it. Look at you. Look at you. You know it.
Appreciate the little crown. So you're getting mad.
You know it.
No, I'm actually
$5K a day, buddy. Why wouldn't you do this?
Hey,
Why
well,
would hey everybody?
well,
it's got-
Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $5 for
You
the
fuck
5K
off,
fund.
you
Thank you
are
very
people.
much. Danielle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the
Your mom's a
$5 again.
fucking
Judith, thank you for the $10. Thank you so
anesthesiologist.
much. Ken, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Griff,
Aloysius, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Chris, thank you so much for the $10. Toddy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Darcel with the $5. Jay, thank you for the $10. Icy with the $5. Yeah, look, he has to run away. Hey, dude, when you do that over and over again, people are gonna send me more money now. Now I probably will hit 5K for today just because you said that, bro. K Sharp, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I'm just kidding. That's that's far away. That's really far away for where we're already at. Darcel, thank you for the $5 for the grift and for exploiting you. Richard, thank you for the $5 for the crash out. Trash, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Ali, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Zach, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aru, thank you for the $5. Domo, thank you for the 5. Silver, thank you for the $10. Darian, thank you so much again. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Luna, thank you for the $10. Queen, thank you for the $10 for the grift. Luna with the 60 pounds. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For people with morals may choose religion. People without morals cling to religion because otherwise they have no moral compass to distinguish right from wrong. Sadly, the latter often misinterpret religious teachings. Yeah, and they say that you can find religion without going to or find morality without religion. Obviously, you can. And obviously, that shouldn't be the only basis for you being moral. And even religious people say that. As well as Aru, thank you for the $10. Julia with the $5 for the 5K fund. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Isaac, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Seda, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Spoof with the $5. Rebecca, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And as Isaac, I can't do that because it's TikTok TOS. Otherwise, I would. Because you can't say certain DRUG names. But yeah, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the 5K fund. Christina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. To meet the 5K fund. Look, he had to run away because he's so scared. Yo, hey, Rayleigh, I'll have a conversation with you, and I won't think a single person, okay, if you decide to send a guest request right now. Otherwise, I'm going to keep thanking people right now for all the donations they're sending me, and it's going to keep making you mad. Angelina, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Christy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them. I did, Grifter. Alrighty. Let's have this conversation then. Let me accept you. Let me accept you up. Oh, he didn't send a guest request. He didn't do it. Look, oh, there he is. As well as Tati, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And King, thank you for the $2.
No, I didn't set up a guest request. Oh, I did set up. You're such a fucking liar, man. You're a fucking liar. You know you're making your 5K day. Look at you. And all these retard fucking followers.
Oh, you're just going to use slurs? Can you acknowledge that that was wrong, buddy? You're going to just use a slur because you're so emotional. You're so emotional. What an emotional man. Look, can we get some baby bottles in the comment section for this little emotional man? Get some baby bottles in the comment section. And you know, I said I wasn't going to thank people for the donations, but I lied. I totally lied. I'm just going to keep doing it. Thank you so much for crashing out more. Now people are going to send more. Thank you so much, Ray. Christy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Again, for the 5K fund. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Anna, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ritzivia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Emily, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Emily. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Emily. Give some W's for Emily in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Michael, thank you for the $20 for the Crybaby Binky and Bottle Fund. Thank you so much. Yeah. Angela Nader, thank you for the 5 membership subscriptions. Why is that shit so funny, dude? All right, I did a restart here on TikTok, everyone, because of the fact that I got a second flag. That's just so funny. That was so funny. Angelina, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. And Chelsea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I just appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you're on TikTok here, I recommend to go over to the YouTube real quick. Parker, get a job over on YouTube. And you can see me there, everybody. I'll be right back here on TikTok. We're going to hit a quick restart real quick. He's so emotional. That guy's still so emotional. I'll be right back, everyone, on TikTok. That was really fun. I'm not going to lie. I haven't had someone crash out like that in a while because of it. Crazy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. That was so fucking funny, dude. Oh my gosh. Kim, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Norway finds this entertaining. Yeah, that was really good. Oh my god. Dude. Oh my gosh. And I just know that he's going to hop back on the live stream and he's going to be watching right now. He's going to be watching in the comment section right now. And he's going to get so mad as people send me donations throughout the day. He's, oh my god, he's going to make $5,000 today. Oh my god, no, Parker's making $5,000 today because he's grafting. Like, dude, it's so funny. It's so funny. Fali, thank you so much for the star map. Thank you. Like, I bet he's, dude, literally doing that. I literally just like, I got lightheaded for a second, bro. I bet he's lightheaded after that one. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. That's so fucking funny, man. That's so fucking funny. Let's go on to this next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Already, for sure. Let me say thank you to a person real quick. I hope Ray Lee's watching real quick. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Charles with the $50 for something just to piss him off. Thank you so much, Charles, with the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Emily, thank you for the $20 for I heard YouTube takes a portion of the donations, so I'm donating here instead. It does, so I do always recommend to go through Venmo and PayPal, but as always, you always can through YouTube. I always appreciate it as always. Vorsons, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And true, in the very high off chance that, I think they mean like in a low chance that Parker's a grifter. It doesn't make any of the points he says invalid. True though. K Sharp as well, thank you for the $2. And obviously, like, I think that people have spent enough time on my live stream to obviously know that, like, I'm not dishonestly holding the views that I hold to. I've been doing this for how many years before I made any money? Like, that just genuinely makes no sense. But yeah, go ahead. Why do you support Donald Trump?
He doesn't like non-whites.
Are you trolling?
No.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't like them. Any country they come into, they ruin it.
Okay, well, you're stupid. Because do you think this country's ruined? Push the galaxy?
Yeah, I think he just wants to uphold the
Wait, so this country
values
isn't
of
great?
Not allowing non-whites.
Wait, when was this country great?
From 1776 to 1964.
In 1964, prior to that point, were there non-white people in the country?
Yeah, it wasn't perfect,
Yep.
but it was good.
Nice concession. Dipshit. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. Oh, look who's in the box again just to get pissed again.
Well, you gonna mute me again?
Chester,
buddy?
thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Vorsitz, thank you for the $5. Brandon with the $5 as well. Thank you so much for casting my spell on you. Angelina, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Baby Bottles for the guys in the comment section right now. Well, you're not going to be able to get a word out. You're not going to be able to get a word out, buddy. Thank you so much for the money gun. I really appreciate it. Fahi, thank you so much. I appreciate the money gun. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Keep supporting the grift, everyone. Thank you. It makes it so that he can't speak. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good W's for them in the comment section. Valkyrie, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Valkyrie. Look, he can't even speak. He's so bad. We're just gonna hear like little bits of him like crashing out. Thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much, Via. This is really fun. Let's just see how long he crashes out. Watch. Oh, and Chessa, by the way, hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. I apologize. Fahi, thank you so much for the gold mine. Watch this. Let's just see how long he crashes out. Rayleigh, I know that you love when I get donations, but like, you know, when you do this, it gets people to donate to me more, right?
Hey, you want to have a debate?
I don't think you do. Silver, thank you for the $2. I will have a debate with you if you acknowledge that when you said the R slur, it was wrong.
Hey, okay, it's wrong.
Okay, can you unplug from your car?
How else am I supposed to describe your followers, though?
So
like
if you,
smart people?
well, yeah, you are supposed to refer to them as smart people.
Good boy.
Thank you for the hand heart.
Good boy.
Speak for me, please. Lisa, thank you for the $15, by the way. Oh, what a good boy! What a good boy! Okay, come on. Here.
What a good boy is
Katie,
right.
thank you so much for the bear. Here, seriously. Hey, I want a genuine acknowledgement that you think it was wrong to use the R slur, and then we can have a debate, and I will stop thanking people over you. And just unplug from your car.
Wrong. It's just as bad as the N-word. People that get called the R slur.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you because you're not being serious. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 29.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do not. I just wanted to say that you and Dean have.
Based, I appreciate you very much. We were just looking for some debates. Thank you very much, though. Lisa, again, thank you for the $15. Thank you.
We got Sunny Isle Beach. Oh, fuck.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because he gives me the best blowjob.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. And Lovey, think of the dollar. I know, right? They were literally trying to hyperfixate and specifically look at those points prior to the Civil Rights Act. It was disgusting.
Retard. It's not that deep. It's just a word.
Hey, dude, we're saying it's wrong. There are words that are wrong to say, and they're harmful, and they have negative impacts. I understand that it's normalized, but that doesn't mean you should use the term because of the impact that it has on people specifically and who the term is in reference to. Not just any typical person that you say it to, but people specifically who have mental disabilities who are negatively impacted by the usage of the term, right? You should obviously look at that. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Still Trump. My family, we didn't have good money before Trump's presidency, and working
Actually, wait,
as an
hold
ICE
up one
agent
second.
gives you a lot of money.
1 second before you do real quick. I wanted to say thank you to one person, and then we can go into our conversation.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Just me, by the way, thank you for the $5. You know what? I totally agree. We should deport that racist guy earlier to Russia. Totally agree.
True.
True. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, my family, we didn't make a lot of money before Trump's presidency. I don't know if I can say who, but yeah, they're working as an ICE agent now. They're, making money for us. So we're not like in poverty anymore. And that's really nice. It's a good job opportunity. And honestly, you make good money too. And I think you understand how important it is to make money.
I don't think it's necessary to be an ICE agent to make good money. I think there are plenty of other jobs you can engage in that you don't have to be an ICE agent in order to do that.
But
especially
not like
under the
there's good
Trump
job
administration.
opportunities.
I think that the way that ICE is conducting themselves right now, they're acting like a secret police force. They're quite literally violating people's constitutionally protecting rights, and they're undermining accountability on behalf of ICE agents as well. They literally just murdered Renee Good in blatant, literally in front of everyone, right, in front of millions of people. Do you agree that was murder?
Not everyone's like that. I want you to know, not everybody doing it is like that.
I don't disagree with you, but I do agree that like it's almost impossible for you, especially within the context of ICE currently right now, to act in a moral standpoint in the context of ICE. It's not like it's not like ICE is just specifically just going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
No, I know.
If that were true, I would say that they're
completely
conducting
unjust,
themselves
but-
in a good way. But like I'm just saying, like the orders you're going to be given are to commit unjust actions. Is essentially what I'm saying.
But like, I don't really give a fuck about them. I'm sorry. That's I don't know. I don't really care. I'm not going to pretend like I want to be moral about it. I don't really give a shit. It's not like that they're me. I'm well off because they're suffering. So it's not like I'm going to pretend to care about them. I think that's really disingenuous, and honestly, it's a little bit worse.
Hey, you have an Epstein edit. Why?
Because he's the fucking goat. Trump wishes he could be Epstein for real. Wait, I mean, like, you just mad because you didn't get invited to his birthday party, bro.
Hey, dude, you're trolling, right? You're doing
No,
this
I'm
to
not
rage
trolling.
bait.
I'm not trolling. Epstein's fucking awesome, dude.
You're talking about a guy who's raped children, who's trafficked people, sex trafficked them. Okay, if you're rage baiting, it's just a disgusting and sick thing to do. Like, I genuinely don't know why you think that this is funny or you think that this is okay to do. Okay, genuinely, that's unbelievably sick. Okay,
You're right. I'm sorry. That was so messed up.
yeah, you genuinely should feel bad about yourself. I know you don't. You were just doing that as a joke, but like genuinely, like you need to reflect upon your life if you think that it's funny to say that it's good to literally rape children. Okay, like that's a really weird thing to joke about. There are so many things that you can make jokes about. Genuinely, so many things that you can joke about in life. Okay, so many things that you can make laugh. You can make yourself laugh about. You can make other people laugh about. Lauren, think of the galaxy. The fact that you feel like you have to do that in order to make people laugh is really sick and disgusting. It's disturbing. And genuinely, you should honestly feel ashamed of yourself. In no circumstance is the assault and rape of people ever funny, right? Like, it's disgusting. What's about
Hey,
you?
Dean. I'm 18. I
Do you
just
support
turned
Donald
18
Trump?
in January. I do, yes. So
Okay, and if you could go back in time
I'm
and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris with the information that you have right now, who would you rather vote for?
I'm not really a big fan of Camilla Harris just because of
Kamala.
the whole Biden administration thing.
Okay.
And just kind of how she was running as vice president.
Okay. What did Kamala Harris
She
do
kind of
during the
already
Biden?
had like a,
Sorry. What did Kamala Harris do during the Biden administration that you think is bad?
I mean, it was they let a lot of immigrants flood in, and they were trying to do the vaccine passports, which really wasn't a very smart idea, especially with how quick that vaccine came out and the deaths and stuff.
That actually happened under the Trump administration, because of the Operation Warp Speed, which is actually something good I think that Trump did. Now, if you want to reference, people are. How old are you? You said
18.
Okay. He's 18. Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to clarify. Sorry. Repeat what you just said, and I'll respond to it again.
So the
Oh, they're cutting out like crazy.
This was under the Trump administration, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Alyssa, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you now.
Can you
Go
hear me
ahead.
better now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the passport vaccines under.
Okay, he's cutting out again. So one thing I have to say here is that you guys cared about these vaccine passports, which weren't even a thing through the Democrats, and then like you guys are totally okay with U.S. citizens being asked for papers door to door, like it's the fucking Gestapo.
Yeah, I don't know. COVID was kind of a shitty thing because weren't the Democrats pushing for people to go get stuck with needles and stuff?
So we weren't even advocating for vaccine mandates across the board. It was specifically for like businesses with over like 100 employees or something like that. But that never ended up happening. And by the way,
See,
Trump
that
just
really
recently he is setting to pull out of the World Health Organization. How do you feel about that?
So
Okay, I'm sorry, man. You have too much lag. Where I'm going to go on to the next person. Do apologize. You're welcome up a different day. But there's too much lag where I don't think we can maintain a conversation. But Alyssa, I did see that. It's absolutely crazy.
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why so? Why do you support Trump?
Sorry, before we debate, I want to get one thing first. All right. You remember that Phil guy from last night? Creed? Sorry. We changed it to Creed.
Wait, by the way, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
You'd have to be 19. He sounded old enough where I wasn't even going to question how old he was until I just I should. JSP, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Of course. Thank you very much. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
07.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, Daddy Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think this hemisphere is ours.
What'd you just say?
He's the man for the job.
You think this whole hemisphere is ours?
Yep.
Are you trolling?
All the other countries are third world.
Okay, so you think Canada's third world?
They're only not third world because we support them through NATO.
That's just stupid. Okay, what does third world mean?
Third world not right having the right condition, not an advanced economy.
And not an advanced. So Canada's not an advanced economy?
Not compared to us.
Yeah, they are. Oh, name how they're not an advanced economy comparative to us.
Well, they have to pour in a bunch of Indians to, keep up their population.
What's
The
what's
real
wrong
estate
with
market there
immigration?
is the worst.
Wait, what's wrong with
Hmm?
immigration of Indian people?
Well, they don't assimilate.
When you say assimilate, what do you mean?
They don't assimilate culturally.
What does that mean?
They don't. Well, they don't adhere to the values of Canadian culture.
What does that mean? Like, can you give me examples? What specific values?
Well, I mean, just the traditions that the Canadian people hold.
Such as?
With the founding of Christian values and, their typical traditions. The Indians believe in a weird morality of they can just go around and assault women. That's what they do in India.
Oh, not true at all.
They marry
So,
their cousins.
can you give me any source that indicates that people who are Indian have a higher likelihood of assaulting women?
Yeah, look at the rates of rape in India. Look at the rates of assault in India.
Wait, no. I asked you. Can you give
Look
me
at
any
the
evidence
human
that?
rights they
No,
enforce
wait,
in
wait. I
India.
asked you. Give me a source that Indian
source?
Canadians are more likely to commit rape.
You can probably.
And also, by the way, you're saying this while you support a rapist for president. And then also, is Canada
not,
very Christian?
proven.
What percent of Canada is Christian?
I would say mostly. I would say there's more Christian people than atheists or any other religion.
Yeah, it's like what, 53%? Some sources
That's what
say
it
it's as
says,
low
yeah.
as 44%.
Well, it's more prevalent than atheism in any other religion, and it's what it was founded on. Obviously, now it's going down because they're trying to destroy it.
Okay, well, I mean, they're very Christian, but that doesn't mean that you necessarily have to be Christian when
you didn't know that.
going to the country. Alongside the fact that, what was your source that Indian Canadians are more likely to rape people?
Well, look at the crime rates and the poverty level. I mean, they can't really move up in society.
Yeah, I asked
as
you,
well
what
as,
evidence do you have that the crime rates indicate that they're more likely to rape people?
Well, I don't have statistics. Do you need a statistic for everything? Like a source? Do you
Yeah.
need a source like how to wipe your ass or something? Like you can look it up.
No, I need a source specifically about the claim that you're making. You made a claim that they increase the likelihood of rape happening, and I asked you for a source of that. And apparently, whenever asked for a source of that, you get so mad that you can't even actually answer the question. What's your source, buddy? Do you
Well-
not have one? Is it just a trust me, bro? Is it seriously just a trust me, bro?
Well, you can trust me, bro, and then you can look it up.
How about you look it up, buddy? Look up your own source. Look up your own facts. I know it's a lot for you to do research and to critically think for once in your life, but it's something that's important.
It's pretty logical. It's also
No,
what
it's
I've
not.
heard from
It's not
people's
logical.
personal
Did
experience.
you know that immigrants coming to our country are less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime, comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens? Also, if you
Per
want to
capita?
reference the rate of crime, do you want to ban men from coming to our country because they're more likely to commit violent crime than women?
No, but
Okay. So
men and
are you
women
okay with
will always
Indian
make up
women
the
coming to our
so
country
that's
and
invalid.
coming to Canada?
Sorry?
Are you okay with women from India going to Canada and to the United States?
Actually, most of the people that come in are men, military.
No,
age
I'm
men.
asking you. Would you
But,
be okay?
women-
Would you be
no.
okay if a bunch of women from India came to our country or came to Canada?
No, I don't believe in
Wait,
multiculturalism.
why is that negatively impacting the country?
Because I don't believe in multiculturalism. You can't name ever a country or an
Oh.
empire that thrived in multiculturalism.
You don't think the U.S. is thriving right now?
The U.S. is based on
The U.S. is
Christian values,
multicultural.
Anglo-Saxon.
The U.S. is multicultural right now.
Yeah, right now, but it's decaying. And I think
Tell me, what are the
that's
best what are the
left
best
always talks about.
cities in the U.S.?
The best cities? I don't know. I like Chicago. It's
A
good.
diverse city.
New York,
New York, a very diverse city.
but only the rich area where
Wait, no,
there's,
can
like,
you
mostly,
go
to
ahead?
be
Keep going,
honest,
keep
white
going. I'm
people.
waiting. What else?
Los Angeles, the rich area, like West
We're
Hollywood.
diverse
pretty
area.
good. No,
Even-
West Hollywood is just rich white people.
No, it's wait. By the way,
Dallas.
have you ever been to L.A.?
I have, yes.
I live in L.A. There's a lot of people who are not white that are also rich here. You know that, right? And you know
Yeah,
there are a
but
lot of
there's a
people who are
lot-
not white that that also live here as well, and LA is amazing, very diverse,
But
very
the best areas
multicultural.
are
By the way, all the cities you just mentioned are the most diverse places in America.
yeah, but the places that are dumps are the most diverse. If you
Tell me,
notice,
what are the best places in America? Like best cities.
I just told you. But there's more. There's
The
also
best. You didn't tell me
Dallas.
the best cities because you just said that those cities were not as good because they have multicultural aspects.
Oh,
Because we're
city
talking about.
overall.
I mean city overall. Yeah.
I don't know. Nashville's pretty cool.
Nashville.
Yeah.
What else?
I don't know. I think it depends what you mean by best. I think the safest you probably go to like those smaller cities and like around Boston, like Maine. Uh, I'm not sure. I haven't been to every city,
You don't even know.
but I
Did you
would
know
say
that Nashville is
I can tell
incredibly
you the
diverse
best
as well?
areas and the best cities.
Did you know Nashville is incredibly diverse as well?
Yeah, not so much, but the culture there is pretty. It's pretty country. It's pretty white.
Yeah, on average, has higher diversity than the rest of the nation.
Yeah, that's every major city. They're trying to ruin our cities.
Oh,
We've
okay.
done that.
Oh, okay. So you think major cities are bad in the U.S.?
I think major cities used to be better. Like for example, Los Angeles used to be better.
What name one metric?
New York. Well, safety is one
Safety?
of them. A lot more crime there now.
So
they're not
do you
as
think that
clean
we're better off
anymore.
now or the 90s?
The 90s.
Okay, the 90s had higher rates of crime. You just contradicted yourself, idiot.
Idiot, but it doesn't apply to every single city. Did you just look
It
up for
does.
Los
It does.
Angeles?
Like across the entire nation, we've seen a decline in, like sharply since the 90s. Across the entire U.S. Have you ever looked at the data?
I have, but even the 90s.
Yeah, take a
even
look.
the 90s,
It's significantly lower since the 90s.
for
Okay.
every crime, violent
Yeah,
crime,
for
mass,
most violent crimes, yeah.
mass pew-pews and stuff.
Yeah, I'll look up violent crime rates by year. I want you to do the same, and then you'll literally see it.
I think deep down, you know, I'm right.
Really? Do you want me
Obviously,
to
they're
show
not going to
you?
publish a study, but every single
From
you
if
ignore
you look
all,
at
all
go
the
look at
valid points.
Statista, you can see a massive decrease in the level of violent crime.
No, you always switch up. When I say the best areas are white, you're like, oh, but there's non-white people. I didn't
Do you
say
want me? Wait, do you want me to
absolutely,
show
but
you? Do you want me to show you? Hold up. We're actually going to show you because you didn't believe me. So take a look at this. This is violent crime.
let's see. Is this in cities?
This is across the U.S.
Mm.
Okay. Does that look like it's decreased? Massively?
Yeah, but I would say it was still the cities themselves were safer. You're looking at around the
The
country.
cities were safer even though there was more crime.
Well, now like in California, you just see like mass robberies.
And by the way,
you see
this
mass
isn't even
pew-pews,
crime rate.
school
Crime rate
pew-pews.
is even more. I just want to let you know. This is total crime. Okay? So it's massively decreased. This is total crime in number. So even though the population has increased, we've still seen a decrease in the number of overall crime. Okay,
Yeah,
this
but
isn't
I
even
just
crime
mentioned
rate.
one
So
feature of
just to
safety.
clarify. Secondly, right, you said it was better in the 90s. Does this look better according to crime? No, it wasn't. So if your
I
whole
never said-
argument was it was safer, shut the fuck up. You're stupid.
You
Right?
asked me- you
Obviously,
asked me if it was
society's
better
gotten
in the
better
90s,
within that
Not if it
category.
was safer in the 90s.
What?
You asked me if it was better in the 90s, not if it was safer in the 90s.
Wait, you said that the reason why
You
it
said,
was
"Would I
better.
rather live?"
Wait, stop. You said the reason why it was better was because it was safer.
That's one of the reasons.
Okay, what about the other reasons? Because it wasn't safer.
Well, they're less clean now. The cities, they're overcrowded. You know, they're harder to walk around. They're not as pleasing.
I don't think that's true.
Well, that's more subjective, but I think most people
You
would
think it's
agree that
harder
Los
to
Angeles
walk
has gone
now than
down.
what it was in the 90s?
Yeah, it was overcrowded. It was.
Can you give me a single source indicating it's harder to walk in cities
You have
now
you have
than what
video
it was
footage of
in
this.
30 years ago?
You have, well, obviously, population always grows, so there's going to be more people, especially in
Yeah,
cities.
if
as we're
population
urbanizing.
grows, doesn't that mean that things will be closer to you? Because there will be
No,
more
but in-
businesses due to the fact that there are more people. Therefore, there'll be things
Yeah,
that
but
are
if we're
closer to you.
urbanizing, a lot of people moved into the cities.
Yeah,
especially in the modern
meaning
world
things
where
are
we,
then closer to them, so it's easier to walk. Wow, you're such an idiot. People are
no,
moving
you're not
closer to the cities, but
understanding.
it's
I'm not
becoming
saying the
harder to
distance
walk.
from my house to my job. I never
Dude, you think it's becoming harder to walk, yet people are
the
living more in
cities.
cities and closer to each other. Do you hear yourself?
No, you're not understanding. The
If they're
cities
living closer
themselves,
to each other, that means
if you have like a bird eye view,
you are more able to walk.
but you didn't understand my point. The point is not from my house to the city. The point is if you take a bird eye view of the city, they're way too crowded. They're way too dirty. They're harder to maintain. Everyone that's from these cities, most people would agree that they were better back then. They were a lot cleaner, a
I
lot
live in
safer.
LA. I don't think it was better back then. I talk to people all the time.
And to
They
be
don't
honest,
think
if
it
you
was
look at the
better.
crime, the perpetrators, even in the 90s, through like the gang culture and stuff, it was non-white people, like we were discussing.
Oh, okay. So you're just going to say, oh, because specifically it was non-white individuals that were committing the crime, which, by the way, wasn't even true. Most crime was committed by white people, especially if you look at CP, especially if you look at rape, especially if you look at those particular types of violent offenses. It is
The
disproportionately
Crips,
white
the
men.
Bloods, the Latino
It
kings,
is
those guys,
disproportionately white men. Okay, do you want to talk about
those
the
guys
fact
are
that
white, right?
do you want to talk about the fact that disproportionately white men commit violence in this country?
They commit a lot less proportionally.
No,
if you're
proportionally they
being-
commit more violence comparative to other groups.
No, they do not. And
Proportionally,
you're
they do
not saying the
actually.
truth.
What percent of the population is white men?
Around 60%.
Nope, wrong. 60%. You're an idiot. You
Oh,
think
men,
60%
sorry,
of the
30%.
population is white men? You're
Sorry, I
stupid.
didn't hear you. 30%. Go ahead. Like 30%.
Or less, right? Let me
Sure,
actually let me
30%,
see.
let's go
Let's
with
get the exact percent.
Or white
What
people.
percent of US is white men? Let's look this up. 29 to 36%. 29 it says
Okay.
29 about 29 to 30%. So, we'll go with 30%.
30%. Okay.
Is that fair? Okay. So,
Yeah, that's fair.
30% of the country. What percent of sex crimes do white men commit?
I would say under the proportion of 30%. So
Under
around like
under
20.
30%? 20%,
Yeah,
you
but
said?
but if we're talking about white people, you have to include the 60%. Because men commit almost 80 to 90%.
60. I don't even know what you just said. 60%? Where'd you get 60?
No,
Wait,
I mean,
60%
since
what?
men commit 80 to 90%, you have to be intellectually honest and you have to include men and women.
Wait.
Or
We're
gonna
saying
start
white
talking
men.
about
We're saying
black
white
men, and
men.
you're
We're
not
saying
gonna
white
like
men
it.
right now. So what percent
black
of
men are
sex crimes
6%.
are white men?
Yeah, black men, let's not forget, they're 6%
I
of
answer
the
the question.
population.
Is he able to answer the? I don't think he is.
I'll answer it. I'll say 20 something. I don't know.
20
Under
something?
the proportion. Sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's actually 70%. Okay, 70% of
what's your
rape is
source?
committed by white men, according to the FBI.
Okay, now let's look at black men. They're 6% of the population. What's their share? What's up here,
Wait,
Parker?
men disproportionately commit more crime across the board. So this whole argument that you're
Okay,
making, I'm trying to
Parker,
show
now
you.
you're not answering the
Wait,
question.
because I think it's
Black
because
men, they're 6%
listen,
of the population.
Listen.
What is their percentage of
Listen.
rape?
Listen. Now, in terms of these particular arguments, what you're not taking into account is that even if there is a disproportionate share that's committed,
Oh.
specifically, listen. Okay, I'll tell you, it's
There you go.
26%.
The
It's
cookie
26%.
crumbled.
It's 26%. Okay,
For
so
black
it's
men?
70% for
Let's
white
run the
men.
math.
26%.
Let's run the math.
In that context, that's what the FBI statistics say. And also, what you're not taking into account in this context is also the fact that we are demonstrating to you right now that a particular group committing a disproportionate share of the crime is not evidence of anything being bad about that particular group. You're claiming that non-white individuals
you
are the most
conceded.
likely to commit these particular types of crimes. But if we look at things like rape, 70% of those are committed by white men. Okay?
So should we run
So
the math?
they
The
disproportionately.
white men are 30%, right?
Yes.
The rape is 70. So that's a 2.3 rate, right? Over. Black men are 6% and they commit 26%. That's over a 3 point something, almost 4 times rate. So per capita, Parker, black men commit more rape.
So it's no. There's a few things you can see here. That doesn't even address the fact that, again, just because a disproportionate share is committed by a particular group does not mean that that particular group has any negative implications about them. Secondly, right, what you're not taking into account in this particular scenario is that black men specifically are significantly more likely to be held accountable for things they didn't actually commit. They are significantly more likely, about 70% of those exonerated are black men. So what you're not taking into account is the level of exonerations that happen in these circumstances for black men that are disproportionately true comparative to white men.
Okay, how many exonerations were there in volume?
I'd have to look at the number. I'm not quite sure.
You're probably talking about that 30-year study. It took 30 years to examine 3,000 people exonerated. And then you're going to have to tell me how many people were arrested in those 30 years. So the likelihood that they're convicted after they were arrested is very high, if you look at that percentage. So they're arrested for a reason, usually. You know, there's
a few things. Not only are they
behind.
not only specifically are black men more likely to be impacted specifically by these situations where where they're more likely to be exonerated, but it's also the fact that they are more likely to be over policed, right, comparative to white communities, especially, and profiled to a significantly greater extent. So it's not like they're more likely to commit these particular crimes; it's that they're more likely to be held accountable for committing these crimes comparative to white men. And again, if you're trying to portray non-white individuals this way, why don't you portray the president this way when he literally has been held liable for raping a woman, held liable for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will?
Has he been convicted?
Wait, you literally heard me say civilly liable. Did you hear that?
Oh, you're talking about the ledger thing?
No. Trump was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Was he convicted to prison time?
How many times? Held civilly liable. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, so no.
Okay.
So my point is, let's not.
So wait,
do you
accept the felonies against Trump?
The ledger ones, the business expenses for the P-Star?
No, the falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York.
Yeah, who cares? I'm not worried about.
You accept those to be true?
Yeah, those are true.
Okay, so do you accept the criminal conviction of the ex-Honduras president that literally was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country that Donald Trump pardoned?
I mean, that's just geopolitics. There probably wasn't a superior motive to it. I don't know. They probably have some relations to Honduras.
Do you accept the conviction?
I accept that he was convicted, yeah.
Okay, so do you accept that it's true based upon the conviction?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you do think that Donald Trump pardoned a narco-terrorist?
Yeah. Yeah, presidents always do it.
Okay. So you do hold criminal convictions. Okay, what's the relevant difference between a criminal conviction and a civil court determination in terms of liability that makes you accept one but not the other?
Well, I mean, if Donald Trump was personally actually convicted of an actual crime, you know, he did based on, you know, such things you said, like rape or whatever, then obviously, you know, that would be enough for me to not support him. But he was just civilly held liable, so they couldn't get through all of the criminal courts, and that's what I care about more.
Was that an answer to my question? I'm confused.
Basically, if he's not in jail, it's for a reason.
Hey, what is the relevant difference between a criminal conviction and civil liability that makes one acceptable but not the other?
A criminal conviction is, you know, I think morally lower, like lesser. I don't know. Like civil crimes are not that big of a deal to me, to be honest.
Okay, you sound stupid as fuck. Okay? You don't even know the relevant difference between a civil court and a criminal court that makes you accept one but not the other, but yet you still say it's a reason as to why you don't accept this case against Donald Trump? Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, because, okay, is being convicted criminally, what do you think? Is it worse than just being civilly liable?
So I can identify the difference, but you don't. You don't know the difference, and yet you still. Wait, by the way, I don't want to tell you because then you're going to use that as the reason as to why you accept one. But I don't want to tell you because then you're going to use that as the reason for one but not the other. But I'm just demonstrating right now that you have no basis for saying that you specifically care about the determination from a criminal court but not a civil court because you don't even know the difference.
I don't want to say it wrong. That's why, but I understand that the
so you don't know.
Is
I'll
much
tell
larger
you.
for the criminal.
So the civil court is preponderance of evidence. criminal court is beyond a reasonable doubt. So there's a difference in standard of evidence that
Yeah,
exists
that's
for
what
them, right?
that's what I was
But
sort of
I do
trying.
think civil court, especially with the determination that existed, was enough evidence to accept it to be true.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all the way innocent until proven guilty, and it has to
Can you
be
name one?
like
And he was
without
held
a doubt.
civilly liable. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Evidence of the grape. I mean, there wasn't strong enough evidence. I know a lot of it was word of mouth and sort
Can
of
you name?
storytelling.
You said so. Name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute. You said that it wasn't good enough evidence. Name one piece of
Storytelling, I
evidence in
think
the
there's a
case you
lot of
dispute.
false. Well, I think the case was brought up when he was gaining popularity in presidency, and there's a lot of false accusations, and it's pretty convenient that he's hated by half of the country, and no wonder, like, maybe a girl he slept with would make such accusation. It could happen. Happens all the time to more famous people.
Okay, can you name one person who's famous that had 26 plus people accuse them of sexual misconduct, and every single one of those victims were lying?
Can you name a person more polarizing than Trump in the world?
Yeah, but like, can you respond to my point? Like Putin?
Well, I mean, if you have a bigger reach and more people hate you, obviously you're gonna have more people do crazy things to you, like accuse you of.
Okay.
And we know
Can
like
you
he had money.
so
and he
so
got
you
with
can't name a
girls.
single person?
A single person. There would be less influence, but I guess 26. No, I'm not sure.
Okay, so you can't. So you don't have good reason to say that. Again, right? You're saying that it could just be false accusations. You think all 26 of the people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, every single one of them is lying?
I don't think it's hard to accuse someone.
Do you think they're all lying?
I don't want to make a decision because I go by the innocent before guilty all the way, without a reasonable doubt.
So are they all lying? Yes or no?
I can't answer. I can't determine. I don't know. That's to the courts.
So
That's
you
not me.
don't know. Okay, and you say that's up to the court. So when a civil court determines that he was held liable, you still don't accept it. So you don't leave it
No.
just up to the courts. Okay, but what is the likelihood that 26 plus people would be lying about sexual abuse?
I can't tell you the probability. There's a lot of factors.
Do you want me to tell you? Okay,
Could
so
be
it's
low,
2 to
yeah.
10% likelihood, right, that there is going to be a false accusation in the context of the court system. Okay, 2 to 10% likelihood, and then you have to multiply that by 1 out of 26, just because we need at least one of the circumstances that they're telling the truth, and that is the likelihood
You're not
that
gonna
every
put in
single
any
one
of
of
the
them is lying.
factors that he's polarizing. He's a polarizing guy.
No, I
Half
don't
of
think
the
that's a
country
relevant
hates him.
fact.
That's not relevant at all. Like
No,
that
not at
doesn't
all.
go into a probability. You're
Not
not
at all.
objective.
I am.
You're playing for a sports team.
How?
You have to admit that he is polarizing. So it does like.
I'm not disputing that
raise
he's
the
he's
chances.
polarizing, but that doesn't factor into this at all. We're talking about the likelihood of someone, specifically, every single person in this case lying. Okay.
They attempted unaliving on him what 3 times?
So by the
Why-
way,
why couldn't
if you
they
take
accuse him of rape?
7%, which is between 2 and 10%, and you multiply that by 1 divided by 26, it is 0.00269. That is the likelihood that Donald Trump, right, is innocent. I'm serious.
mean,
That is the
well-
likelihood that Donald Trump is innocent.
Yeah, well, it has to be without a reasonable doubt. And also, I think it is not that. low. I
Not
think
for
also-
civil cases. Now listen to this. Is that without a reasonable doubt? A 0.02 likelihood, right, of being innocent is good enough for you to say that he's innocent, or to say that you can't make a determination?
Well, I
Over
guess we'll go with your number.
99% likelihood of being accurate is not enough for you?
I guess we're moving on to your number, but no, it's not. I mean,
It's not
without a reasonable doubt
99%
is-
likelihood is not enough for you.
Without a reasonable doubt is not likelihood. It's literally the court. literally
So by the way,
criminally
he
convicting.
needs more than 99% proof in order to justify it to be true.
Well, yeah. Yes.
Yeah?
There's exceptions.
Yeah, there's exceptions. What are these exceptions?
Oh well, it's not zero. There's a chance that he was just literally falsely accused, just like half of the country hates him and would probably accuse him of crazy things. Also, he was pretty famous and had money, so I don't know the reason for him to do it as
So
much.
again, you could say the same thing with Jeffrey Epstein.
Epstein was not really even. I mean, he had money, but I don't know. These accusations are from Trump when he was younger, right?
towards Trump in the 90s, yes. And even, by the way, there's even later than that. He's bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. He did this himself. And then an 18-year-old came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. Donald Trump went up to a 10-year-old girl, and he said he'd be dating her in 10 years. Are you okay with him sexualizing a 10-year-old?
Well, we're talking about a politician. I'm not saying he's like the perfect guy. It's just like sometimes like we have to focus on more of the policies rather than, you know, I think a lot of them were wrong. Like Bill Clinton was also in that island. A lot of politicians are in this stuff. It's like, what am I supposed to do as a
So how do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump's
libertarian?
protecting pedophiles in the Epstein files?
They all did. Joe Biden never mentioned it. It was never talked
He did.
about.
They literally released the flight logs.
Yeah, but that's weak. That's like Trump releasing the redacted files.
No, it's not. Because 1, they didn't release them redacted. 2, they weren't legally mandated to release them all. Okay, so there were different considerations for releasing them. And also,
Wait,
Joe
but
Biden did not
how
promise to
come
release
Biden
them.
didn't release the files then?
They
Okay,
weren't
he
legally
did some flight
obligated to
log.
do so, and they didn't run on it. It was sealed up until
Didn't
2024.
run on it. I mean, we've all questioned it ever since, you know, he allegedly unalived himself. So it's like, you know, it could.
Now,
It's
under
always good
Trump's
politics.
administration, and who would have covered up for that? Trump's own people.
They all covered. Biden's administration did too. They all
Again, it was
uncovered.
under active investigation, and it was sealed till 2024. Okay, so the only argument you could have made is that within 2024 they could have released at that time. 1, there was no legal obligation. 2, they didn't have an ability specifically through congressional legislation to pass it yet. There wasn't the same push to pass it. Right, alongside the fact that Donald Trump said that he would do so.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, he's not a perfect guy. I'm not gonna say so, but yeah, you could have released him still in 2024, as you admitted. And they've been running cover for a lot longer, and I don't think you'll get a president that will release him because first, they can be not involved, but if they release him, they get screwed. You know, there's people more powerful than the president, right? There's people that actually pull the strings, you know, that are involved in those files that tell probably every president that if they mess with the files, then they get screwed. Regardless, that is not proof that he's in it.
Oh,
He's
actually,
running
here's another
cover.
thing. Ghislaine Maxwell's appeals were unsuccessful through October 2025, which is under the Trump administration.
Okay.
Right, so there was
Yeah,
appeals
I
that
think
were
the
all
Epstein
the way
thing
through
is
that time.
I
There
think
is an
it's
ability for
a
them to
power.
release it, and they're choosing not to release it.
I can't blame this administration when no administration did anything about it.
Wait, again, Trump said
All I
he would
can
release
hope
it,
is,
and he's legally obligated to release it right now.
I guess
You're
he's
just totally okay.
hopeful.
And by the way, say other administrations did do this. Wouldn't you just condemn those other administrations?
Yeah, I condemn every administration to a degree. Politics is about the lesser evil. It's
Okay, so
not
then you
about,
would prefer a different candidate. Like, for example, Harris wouldn't have had the ability to do that. So Harris wouldn't have as much accountability for that as does Donald Trump, correct?
Yeah, but I don't just go off Epstein. I go off of everything. That's how I pick who I'm gonna vote for. If a candidate gives
Wait,
me
you
a
said
little
you go
bit
off
more
of
of
what?
Epstein, I go off of everything.
Yeah, I understand. So what
like,
is
if
everything? What
Kamala
are you
maybe
factoring
would have
in?
released like one more file, like it wouldn't be the reason I would vote for her. I go like we're talking about like geopolitics, like war, like huge things, and the fact that you guys like you Democrats just focus on Epstein files is hilarious. It's just like
The fact that you don't care
kid-level
about victims
politics.
being assaulted, the fact that you don't care about Donald Trump being a
Obviously,
rapist, the fact that you don't care about his literally admitted sexual exploitation of women, and an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, Donald Trump would barge in, is disgusting. Genuinely.
I don't.
You just
It's not
overlook
that I
all of
don't
those
care.
things,
I
what,
have
to
to
support
operate
him
under
literally
law.
engaging in fucking reinstating dictatorships in Venezuela and trying to take over Greenland and literally fucking having to bend the knee because Europe fucking destroyed him?
What's wrong with taking Greenland and Venezuela?
One, you can't take Greenland because NATO's already there and Europe already sent troops there. So Trump has literally had to bend the knee. And secondly,
What if
you
he
said,
leaves NATO?
what?
What if he leaves NATO?
Then you're going to go to war with NATO?
Not war, but you don't have to. You don't have to support NATO. You don't have to give them all the resources we're giving them. I think it's a waste.
Here, 1 second. Yo, retired Navy man, how old are you?
57.
And you do support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
You said I was lying in the comment section. What lie was I engaging in?
You're not taking under consideration
all the weaponized FBI, weaponized DOJ to get these convictions that you're talking about Trump, and that is proven. The facts. You're not talking about the illegal FISA warrants that we're getting for fusion and all the dossier, the Russian dossier. All that was fake. All these accusations. It's very easy. You pay people off. You have them do accusations, just like with these protesters. You pay a bunch of people off to go protest. Half of them don't even know what they're protesting against, and they're getting paid. So you give anybody money, they'll do anything for money. So look at Kavanaugh when he was. They tried to do the same thing to Kavanaugh. They tried to say, "Oh, he had these allegations of women," and everybody that they oppose, they try to pin sexual allegations on, and it all comes out to be false. But you're perpetuating that it's all true, and it's not true. And in fact, where's your source that Trump actually went in? Where's your source that he went in and sexualized a 10-year-old girl? And the fact that is because the DOJ was weaponized during the Obama and Biden years, when and they never released the Epstein files until after, because they're trying to, that whole time they're making up all these false accusations and all these paperwork. In fact, they even had one of the Epstein call in to the panel in Congress and give false information that way. I forget the female's name that he got actually called and got a hold of. But that's a proven fact. So yeah, I support Donald Trump. Is he perfect? No. But I tell you what, I'm better off now than I was 4 years ago. I'm paying $2.20 for gas. I bet you're paying a lot more in California, aren't you? I'm paying less for groceries. I'm keeping more of my money. I am able to provide, and that's what most people care about. Most people don't care about all this political stuff going on out there. They care about how they are doing. How are they able to get through life? What are they allowed? What can they pay for? What can't they pay for? There's struggles. Okay. So you name me one person though that's ever been president that is perfect. There's nobody's perfect. In fact, there was things that Obama did that I liked. There was things that Clinton did that I liked.
Can I respond to that?
In fact, we're all forgetting back in the day. If you think about it, Trump used to be a Democrat.
Can
He
I
used to
respond
be a
to any of this?
Democrat, and a lot of the things that he has with the border and all this other stuff were all Democratic issues, and you can see it on video. You can hear him talking about it time and time again, all these years later. But because of his hate, people hate him so bad that the same issues the Democrats were backing before, they're against now because they hate Trump so bad. But he's taken all their issues away from them, and they have nothing to stand on. So what are they doing? They're supporting criminals. They're supporting all these people that are anti-American.
It's ironic that you guys say that we're supporting criminals when you voted for a convicted criminal. Secondly, grocery prices are. Can I please finish? I let you speak. Hey, sir, I let you speak. Sir, I let you speak. Let me please speak. Let me please speak. I let you speak. Let me please speak. I let you speak. Let me please speak. I let you speak. Did I not let you speak?
One point though. Let me make one point. And
After I'm done speaking, how many points did I just let you make? And I literally just waited nicely.
Okay. I'll shut up. Go ahead. My bad.
He was convicted for 34 felonies. That's a fact. He was sentenced for them. Those are facts, right? He literally was convicted of those felonies. Secondly, grocery prices are more expensive since Trump got in office, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So, although you're right that gas prices have gone down.
Let me see, please.
Pull that up? Yeah, I can show you.
Please.
Wait, you just got does not comply with community guidelines, misinformation. Ironically, you just got. Do you have a second account?
No.
Okay. Well, is there a way you can?
I don't know. I'm new to TikTok, but I don't get all these restrictions and all that. And I'm up for a good conversation and all that.
Whatever. I'll just do it
I'm
because it's misinformation. Let me just respond to these because I have enough I want to respond to. It's just misinformation. I don't really care, to be honest. I'll address in a second. Let me keep going. I'll show you grocery prices. Just give me one quick second. Grocery prices, BLS. Inflation. This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull it up for you. Here you are. there has been inflation right here. You see this? You see food right here? All items, we've seen an
I kind of
increase.
see it. I'm kind of
3.1% food.
squinting here.
Here, I'll try to make it
That's not bad.
larger for you. It is bad, actually. 3.1% is definitely higher than what we expect typically.
It got to 8% and 9% with Biden.
I'm not disputing you, but
Yeah.
this is listen.
It's
so 3.1%.
down overall.
No.
And-
So
and
let
the-
me explain.
Okay.
So 3% inflation means the rate of increase in pricing over the last year went up by 3%. Okay, just for food. So in the last year. So this is on top of the level of price increases that we've already seen. Okay. So in terms of the prior points with Biden when there was inflation, I agree there was inflation. There was even higher inflation. I totally agree with that. But the issue is that one, he didn't cause that inflation. That was inflation that came from global issues due to supply chain issues after the pandemic. I don't think that was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Whereas the Trump administration has engaged in tariff policy that does put upward pressure on prices, such as food prices. So that's one thing I can point to there. Alongside, I want to address some of the other points. You brought up weaponizing DOJ. There's no good evidence that the Democrats weaponized the DOJ, and to say that they did, I think, is ridiculous. With specifically Russia, they literally did an investigation. They determined that they didn't have enough evidence to say that there was collusion on behalf of Trump and Russia, but there specifically was Russian interference in the 2016 election, and that there were members affiliated with the Trump administration that did work with Russia. So there was absolutely good enough reason to investigate in that scenario. Was there enough evidence to tie in Trump? No, but that's the point of these investigations in the very first place. Okay, so that's not weaponizing the DOJ. That's just investigations. There's nothing wrong with investigations. The Trump administration, right, and the Republicans did investigations against the Biden administration and the Biden family, right, throughout their entire administration. Okay, and they didn't come to finding anything. We actually found things when it comes to people specifically affiliated with the Trump administration here, and you're saying somehow it's bullshit.
It is bullshit because the FISA warrants obtained to actually spy on Trump's campaign were done illegally, and that was
How?
a proven fact. That's
How?
a proven fact. You want to talk facts?
I haven't seen
let's
that.
talk facts.
How?
And Hillary Clinton was also found. The Clintons were also
FISA
found
warrants
of
done
buying-
illegally. Where do you see this? Can you give me a source, maybe?
I don't have a source pulled up right now. I have. It's been how many years now since we've gone through this and the Mueller investigation and everything else, but it's been proven. The FISA warrants were obtained illegally by Comey when Comey was in office, and
Then why haven't charges been brought against Comey?
They used the Steele dossier, which was a fake document with fake facts, had no facts in there whatsoever, to obtain those warrants. And they knew it was a fake dossier because Steele was actually an FBI operative that not an operative, but
By the way, so then he would be held liable.
Used.
Then he would be convicted for this, right? Comey would have been convicted for this, right?
He's in the process.
No, they're
Is
not.
he not? He's being investigated.
They're
Is
not
he not?
anymore. No, not anymore.
Yes.
They
Yes,
weren't
he's
able.
still being
No,
investigated.
the person that Trump tasked to deal with that isn't bringing charges against them anymore.
Well, that's yet to be seen.
We haven't seen that yet. There's been no conviction.
Yeah, we will.
No determination.
So, but you're right. Until
it was
he
literally
actually
dismissed,
gets
right?
Convicted, until he actually goes to court and he gets
It
convicted
was dropped.
on those
It was
charges,
dropped. It was dropped. Why was it dropped?
It'll come back up. That's why you got appeals
you
courts
can't-
and you got higher courts.
What do you mean it will come back
Because
up?
most of the everybody forgets that most of the cases that go up in front of liberal judges that were installed by Obama, and they abuse their power. They
Okay,
totally abuse
can you
their
give me
power.
one judge in which was appointed by Obama that abused their power?
Yeah,
Name one.
the judge up in the judge up in
The J6
Michigan. I think it was
Which one?
Michigan. The Michigan judge that broke the law, and harbored illegal immigrant.
What is this? There
She
was no.
She was an Obama.
Wait, by the way, so which Michigan judge?
I can't remember her name. Look, I mean, it was a Michigan judge that was charged for harboring harboring illegal immigrant, and I'm pretty sure it was Michigan. It was Michigan or Wisconsin, one of those states up there.
Okay, so
I can't remember her name.
Are you saying Wisconsin now?
It's either Wisconsin or Michigan. I don't think it was I'm pretty sure it wasn't Minnesota. I'm pretty sure it was either Wisconsin
Now it's
or
Minnesota.
Michigan. Huh?
Now it's
No, I
Minnesota.
didn't say. I said I don't think it was Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
But I think it was either Michigan or Wisconsin. One of those two. I can't remember.
Okay. And you said they were appointed by Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm looking this up. Let's see. Are you talking about Hannah Dugan?
Dugan. I honestly can't remember her last name.
Is that who he's referencing, chat?
It might be. I don't know. I can't tell you for sure.
Let's see. You don't even know?
I follow a minor. What is chat talking about? Retired follows a minor.
Some people say that
I
unless
think
there's
they should
evidence.
use that.
There's not enough people claiming it, so I don't know if they have evidence or anything. Some people just claim it sometimes.
That makes it sound like I'm
Are you?
following
I'd have to
like,
look.
little kids or I'm a pedophile
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes that
People like
happens,
this.
so that I have to kick people off the
that's-
stream.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
So I like how you dismissed the inflation. Oh, like supply chain
Wait, by the
issues.
way, Hannah
Well,
Dugan was
no,
not
he
appointed.
didn't- he
Wait,
didn't
let me
dismiss
clarify.
the inflation.
Let me
But here's the thing about the inflation.
hold up. Let me
is
clarify real quick. Let me
you-
clarify
you-
real quick. So,
Okay.
Hannah Dugan was not appointed by Obama.
Who's she appointed by?
Let me see.
If that's her, like I said, I can't remember her name.
They were appointed by Governor Tony Evers.
Who is
The
he
governor?
Republican or Democrat?
Does that matter?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Because we already know, just like in the Supreme Court, right? Because the liberals, you all want liberal judges in the Supreme Court. We all want conservative judges in the because they align to our values and what we believe in, right? So of course it matters if it was a Democrat or a conservative, because that
You said
tells
Obama. You said it was corrupt because it was Obama affiliated. You didn't even know anything about this
thought it
case.
was. I thought she was.
So
an
let me clarify.
Obama-
Let me
I thought
clarify.
she was an Obama.
Let me just clarify real quick.
I thought she was an Obama appointee, but she must not be a federal judge then. She must be a local judge if she's a state judge. I'm not sure.
Oh, this is after her conviction. I apologize. Obstructing federal. Okay, so actually, she was not appointed, I think. Mr. White, you just got a hateful hate speech thing. I got to kick you for that one. I don't even know what it was for. I wonder what. But yeah, I don't think she
You
was
gonna get back
appointed
to
to the
the
prior one. I don't think she was
inflation
appointed
thing?
to the prior one. This is a new position she was
Okay.
appointed to.
All right. Well,
So,
that's
by the way,
my
let me just-
bad.
let me just
I
clarify.
thought she was an Obama appointee, so I was wrong.
So, but you're
she's still appointed
essentially
by a
saying
Democrat.
that Democrats weaponize the DOJ, but you have no evidence to indicate this. You don't know any specifics at all in order to justify this. Now, if you had evidence to indicate this, I would totally be willing to acknowledge this if Democrats did do this to a certain extent, because I do think it's bad to weaponize the DOJ. But
They
Trump
do.
himself has admitted to going after Tish James and quite literally advocated to weaponize the DOJ against his political opponents.
Well,
So,
no.
how do you
because
support him?
She actually. Why did she go after Trump? She made it a point that she was going to take down Trump. She didn't care about anything else. She was going to take down Trump, and she was going to use his properties and what he did against her. But yet she was pointing the finger at him when she was guilty of doing exactly what she was accusing him of, and that's facts. She was
One, that's not true.
she
That
was
has not been.
taking-
So, by the way, that's
she
not
was-
been determined in the courts. Secondly,
Okay, but they're going through court right now, and that's where the evidence is pointing so far, is that she is being accused of. I didn't say she's been convicted. She's being accused of doing exactly the same thing that she was going after Trump for, and that's a fact. Now, I'd love to hear what you were going to say about the inflation part.
wait, what
I know
part
you
are
were
you
going to get
questioning?
back to that, huh?
What part are you questioning? I was saying inflation has gone up since Trump's been in office. Prices have not
Yeah.
gone down. That's just a fact.
Well, no, prices have gone down in different my area. They've gone down a lot. I'm paying like $3 to $4 for eggs now, where I was paying $8, $9, $10 like 3 months ago. I'm paying $2.20 a gallon for gas.
Wait, okay,
Where
so
when
let me address
Biden
this.
was in office, I was paying close to $4 a gallon in gas. And I know it's worse there in California. You guys are what? Still paying $4 or $5 a gallon? What's the gas price out there in California? I know you said you live out there, but I know it's always usually higher.
It's around $4 or so. But like, if you want to reference
Yeah. So
gas
that's
prices,
what
I agree. Gas prices have gone down. It's around 12 cents less than what it was around last year at this time. So I'm not disputing you there. Just the point I want you to realize is that for gas prices, one, Trump didn't necessarily do anything to reduce gas prices. Two, prices across the board, we're talking about everything, right, has gone up since Trump got in office. I showed you that. Food prices have gone up 3.1% year over year.
Yes, he has though.
Let me please
He
finish.
has done a lot for gas prices because he's opened up drilling. He's opened up.
We've
He's
barely
opened
been
up.
drilling more. We're barely drilling
No,
more.
we are. We're drilling more. We're getting more.
Look up
All the
oil
stuff that
production.
he did, all the stuff that he put in place, and then Biden got elected. Biden undid everything he did. Now he's going to
Not
circle
true.
back and redo it. So, but that's there again. I mean, you got one
Okay, so
side
by
that
the way, I
believes
just
in
want
one
I
thing,
just
you
want to
got
let you
the
know.
other side that believes in another thing.
We
So
have the
policies
exact same
change.
trend of increase in oil production as we did from the last year prior. So, like, let me give you an explanation. So, 2023, we had 13,213. I'm not going to read the rest of the numbers because I think it's of billions or thousands of barrels per day. So you have to multiply it. So it's like 1,000 times less than what you'd expect. So just hear the numbers I'm saying, and it'll make sense. 2023, it was 13,213 in October. In 2024, in October, it was 13,530. And then in 2025, it was 13,870. So it just went up by 300 each year. Okay, so that's pretty similar to what it was prior. That's on the same trend. Trump didn't do anything to change the trend of how much oil production was going to increase. Okay?
You're talking about oil production here in the United States?
Yeah, I'm talking about oil production in the
Because
U.S.
you got to also key in the fact that he's also getting cheaper oil overseas also and bringing that in, and that's lowering the gas prices also.
Okay, so if you're saying
Well,
that
he's bringing us
he's
up.
importing,
Well,
so
he's
one thing you're
he's
not taking into
starting to
account,
increase.
one thing you're not taking
Well,
into
he's
account is that the tariffs he's put imposed. And also, didn't you guys want to drill baby drill here? So like, it wasn't about getting oil from other countries. You guys had a big problem with that. You wanted to get oil from here. So U.S.
Well,
oil
they
production.
are. He's in
Drill
the,
baby
that's what I
drill.
was saying.
Yeah,
He's
but
in
that's
the
not what he's
process
doing.
of making that happen.
It's the same trend as what existed from the year prior.
He's bringing the gas prices down. Has not the gas prices come down?
Gas prices
That's not
have
because
come
of the
down.
Democrats.
Listen, gas prices have come down in the last month or so. I'm not disputing you there, but that's there's nothing you can point to in terms of what Donald Trump did to cause that. Okay,
You guys will
it's on
not
the
give
same
him any
trend.
credit for anything.
Hey, dude, I will give credit for when credit's due.
You're
I
not.
literally.
You
By the
are
way,
not giving him
I
credit.
do. Yes, I
Granted,
do.
I
I'm just
understand
acknowledging.
why you don't like his character, but the actual things he's accomplishing that helps the American people, I'd be nice to see you guys give credit once in a while instead of just coming up with whatever. Did you know, as far as inflation goes?
Hey, dude, listen.
Did you know?
Listen. I give credit when credit's due. I don't give credit when credit's not due. Okay? Credit's not due in this circumstance. I'm giving you the reasons why credit's not due.
Okay.
I'm not just doing this
You
because
give-
I'm a liberal and because I'm biased. I'm doing this because it's my genuine position. Stop just writing off
Do
my
you
position because I'm a
give-
liberal, dude. It's so annoying.
Do you
Like,
give
actually
Trump
engage with my
any
point.
credit for anything he's done? What
Yes.
is something that you
Operation
give
Warp
Trump
Speed.
credit
I
for?
told you earlier. I agree with Operation Warp Speed.
I wasn't I wasn't listening when you were talking about warp speed.
I thought I
I'm
said that
sorry.
with you. Operation Warp Speed
No.
increases access to vaccines in this country, right?
No,
for the
I
COVID
wasn't- I
vaccine.
wasn't-
That
no,
must
I
have been the
wasn't
last person
listening.
then.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I wasn't listening, so I didn't hear you say that.
I apologize.
So, but no, that's fine. That's fine. But another thing, and this has nothing to do with any.
Wait, no,
I guess political
let's
stuff.
stay on this topic real quick. Let's stay on this topic real quick.
But you know, it's about inflation. Everybody knows. Okay, did you know that a loaf of bread in 1950 cost a quarter? Right.
Okay.
Today, that same quarter buys you a loaf of bread. Did you know that? That same silver quarter. So, as a way to fight inflation for the American people is to get the price, especially silver, because silver hedges you against the dollar drop declining and inflation. It protects your wealth. So, if you look at it, that's why we're seeing the prices skyrocket, because China's done what they've done and they limited what they're sending out. And the paper silver is the COMEX has totally screwed that whole thing up, and they're getting called for it. So that's shooting the price of silver up to where it actually should be, because they've kept the prices down for years and years and years.
Can I
Even
explain
when
something real
the
quick? We get no
so that's
benefit.
just a little piece, you know,
We get no benefit from
to
having
help them fight
silver.
inflation.
We have no benefit for silver or gold being a basis for our currency. Some level of inflation is actually
Sure
a
we
really
do.
good thing. Listen, some level of inflation is actually a good thing. We want the ability to be able to control the level of money supply, right? We can't
Why?
do because of the fact that it allows for us to change
Why
given
why
the
do we want to pay
I'm
interest
hey
rate
dude,
to these
I'm
banks,
genuinely
the
trying to
central
explain it
banking
to you right
system?
now and you're not listening. Okay? I have an economics
Why do we
degree.
want to pay interest to these banks
I'm
that
gonna
are
go fucking
screwing
crazy. I'm
us?
throwing my head through a wall. Listen, hey dude, listen. Do you
Don't throw
hear
your
me
head
right now?
through a
Hello?
wall.
Hello? Hello?
I hear you. Calm
Okay,
down.
so listen, okay? Again, fiat currency, right, which is just currency that's backed by the federal government that doesn't have a backing, whether it be a gold standard or silver standard or something like that.
Right. Has no
It
backing.
gives us, it does have backing, but it just doesn't have backing
What?
through either gold or silver. In the same way that gold or silver doesn't have backing, the backing of it is the value that we place upon it as humans. So the same thing is with
Right.
fiat currency.
Our founding fathers meant us to use the gold standard. And then the central banking system came on. We've had 3 different central banking systems that we've gone through, and they're all about taking our money. I know I'm driving you nuts. Let me let you go because I don't want to
No,
drive
no.
you nuts.
Let me make the point. Stop talking and just let me make the point. I want you to understand this. That's the.
Well,
If I don't
just
get this
mute
point
me.
out, that's
Mute
gonna
me
annoy
while
me
you're
even
making your
more.
point. Go ahead and put me on mute.
The
Mute
fact that I
me.
have to do that is annoying. That's the annoying part, dude. Because
Okay,
I want you to
okay,
understand
Tom,
what
I'll
I'm
shut
saying
up.
to you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm not just trying to get you to stop talking so I can make a point for the live. I'm trying to make this point for you so that you understand this point. Like that's why I'm trying to make the point. That's why like when you don't hear what I'm saying, I can't. But the point that I'm making is that it gives us more flexibility from a government perspective in terms of a currency because of the fact that our population can change over time. See, our population changes over time. We needed an increase in our money supply to account for that so that we can have a more productive and efficient economy. If we had a lower money supply, then we wouldn't have as much of a productive economy because of the fact that you can increase the money supply, accounting for increases in productivity growth or increases in the amount that a society can produce. Okay? Because if there's an increase in the amount of, well, hello? I just lost him, did I?
No, I'm here.
Okay, it said I had like some sort of I got a consuming substances feature in this
I,
live.
I was shutting
harm your
up
health
like you
somehow.
wanted me to.
Yeah, no, I just got a thing that says consuming whatever on the live.
Oh.
Can harm your health. It's really ridiculous. I don't know why. But the point I'm making is it gives us flexibility with population increase and also going into the future, right? If you can mine a certain substance, whether it be silver or gold, and increase the supply of it, that can devalue the currency. So we want to be able to control how much we're increasing the supply of said currency so that we can control the level of inflation that might come from said currency. Okay, so it actually does give us an ability to do that. And also some levels of inflation are really good because they help incentivize investment, right? And devalue the value of debt that people take out. Say you take out debt 10 years ago, the valuation of the debt you took out is going to be less over time, right? Given that it stays the same amount, right? Because of inflation. So it incentivizes investment and creates growth in the economy. Go ahead.
Okay, I listen, and we're going to fundamentally disagree on this point because fiat money it's not covered by anything. The only thing that it's covered is, we used to have a treasury that printed our money, not a central banking system, not the Fed, who's a private entity that is taking money from all Americans, and we shouldn't be in this debt. And that's why the founding fathers put us on the gold system to begin with. And it's been all the way back. You can go all the way back to Jesus. They were using gold and silver. Been thousands and thousands of years. Have been the benchmark for real money. And the fact that silver's at its where it's at and gold's where it's at right now tells you the value of both of those precious metals. The other thing is fiat isn't backed by anything. You could say, oh, well, it's backed by treasury bonds and this and that, but you need people to buy those treasury bonds for it to be worth anything, and they're not buying our treasury bonds anymore. So it's really not backed by anything. And the ability to just print as much money as you want, that's crazy. And the tariffs make perfect sense because it'll fund the government and we can get away from taxing all of us outrageous amount of money, and we'll be a richer country for it. We've gone through 3 central banking systems, and I'm pretty sure you know that. And every time it's about 30, 40, 50 years, it goes away, it breaks down. You can't sustain it, and they got to do a reset. They have to reset and come out with something else. This time they were planning on doing it with the digital dollar, the digital currency. That was going to be their reset. That's what they wanted to do the reset with. And by doing a digital currency, then they got control over how you spend your money, how you use your money. They have total control over that. The banking system does. That's the facts. But we disagree. I know you might not agree with me, but that's my position, and I ain't changing my position. But that's just my position. That's the way I view it.
So again, I this whole I don't know the 50 years thing where you got that from, unless you're talking about the change in the gold standard being a reset or something like that.
No. Every time we've had it, we had the first central banking system. It runs its course over time because inflation
the central
goes
bank
up
has
so
been around
high,
for
it breaks
how long has
down.
the current central bank been around for?
The current one, I think it wasn't the 70s. Who took us off the gold standard?
No, that's
Was
not a
it-
change in the system overall. That's
No,
not a
it
new
is.
that's
When
not a
we
new
came off
central
the
bank.
system, we didn't have the central bank.
So the new central bank is
we
from
had the treasury. We had the treasury, but every time, and that's one of the reasons President Kennedy wanted to take us off the fiat, put us back on the gold, and it's hearsay, but that's one of the reasons why he was taken out, because the central banks didn't want to go back to the gold standard because that hurts them. They no longer have control over us.
Hey,
And that's
hey,
the
dude.
problem is we're giving these people control over our futures, over our money. And that's
dude.
wrong.
Hey, dude, the Federal Reserve Bank, it was through the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. It's been around since then.
Yeah, but it's reset 3 times.
So I don't know. You said it's reset 3 times since then. What were the are the resets just like under your view the change from the gold standard? Is that what a reset is?
No.
under your view?
It's reset 3 times because inflation gets so high that they gotta stop the system and start out with something new. So remember,
so like changing policy.
The last time
they changed policy
we went
more
off the gold
consistently than the
standard,
past 50
and we
years.
We went onto the fiat system because the fiat dollar.
So what you mean by reset is we've changed the basis of the currency.
Yes.
I don't think we change that every 50 years.
No, that's about how long the system will last before they have to do a reset. 30 to 50 years.
I don't know what you mean by that.
And they're
but,
in
like,
the process
let me-
of
let me-
doing
let
a
me-
reset now.
Let me
You know that,
broadly
right?
let me broadly address this. Okay, the central bank is important. It is important to have a mandate of a dual mandate of max employment and price stability. Those are important things to take into account from an economic perspective, and I think it gives us a lot more flexibility and efficiency, specifically when we have a central bank set up. Right? I don't think this whole idea of us going back to a gold standard is a good idea. I think it gives us no extra benefit. Really, like I think it's ridiculous. I think there's no argument for it at all. It's provided to be no more useful, and really, I don't know why people find it to be useful at all. I think it's just some people like it because they feel like it's tied to something, even though there's technically that nothing or gold or silver is tied to, like in of itself, other than the supply and the demand for that. But you can have demand and supply in the context of like a fiat currency. I just don't see the issue with that, especially if
what is
established by everyone else,
backing
and that
the
we're
fiat?
currently using that right now, and that's why it's working. But
What's
let
backing
me.
fiat?
What's up?
What's backing the fiat currency?
It's the community's trust in the currency working.
The trust, but there's nothing physically backing it.
The same.
So
That's the same. The same thing.
Actual
True.
gold,
Wait.
precious metal, physical.
Wait. What is backing gold?
What is backing gold? The history of it going all the way back 2,000-3,000 years of gold and silver being accepted as the currency.
So because
now,
it's accepted as currency.
US,
Oh my God, you just
anybody,
conceded. He just conceded. It depends on whether or not it's accepted as currency, whether or not they have trust to accept it as currency. Oh, there you go. It's still just the trust. There's no distinction. Listen, there's no listen. The point that I'm making is there's no distinction in where the value comes from in terms of fiat currency versus a gold standard. It's literally no distinction. The saying it's not backed by something is literally the same thing. It's the exact same thing with both commodities or both goods.
Well, okay, hold on.
Does that make sense?
I'm not disagreeing with you that the fiat system, it takes trust. And with the gold, it takes trust also, or silver, or whatever. It's whatever's acceptable. And right now, the people are losing trust in the dollar. The dollar's going down in value. That's why you see silver rocketing up and gold rocketing up, because people are losing it. The COMEX that does the silver, they're going crazy because they can't deliver the amount of silver because there's a shortage of silver. And that's another reason why it's going up, because there's just not enough silver being produced to cover the paper that they've sold at all. So the trust is going away. And if the dollar goes all the way down, which it has in the past, remember we went through a Great Depression, right? It sunk down so far that people lose trust in it. And so you have to come up with whatever the American people decide that they're going to trust for their next type of currency, whether it's gold, whether it's silver, whether it's crypto, whether it's a digital or whatever. The American people have to be able to decide whether they're going to accept that or not accept it.
Okay, so there's a few things here. All right. You're now just saying the American people determine, so they have to have trust in the currency for it to have use. Now, again, the same thing is true with fiat currency. Again, you just provided an argument essentially there's no broader use value that you get from utilizing a gold standard comparative to a fiat currency. There's nothing. There's literally nothing. All it matters is whether or not that society trusts that it's a valid form of currency in terms of transactions. That's all it is. Okay?
But do you believe that the dollar is maintaining its value, or you think it's shrinking?
So the dollar's value is changing over time. It is shrinking over time, but that is purposeful. We are purposely doing it to a certain extent. Now, other aspects, like the certain amount of inflation that we saw during the pandemic, that was not purposeful. So there are situations where it can happen not purposefully, but we get too many benefits out of having a currency like this. Oh, he just left. Or no, he didn't. It's
no,
still
I'm
there.
here.
Sorry, it gave me like a thing. It shows whenever someone leaves the live. Sorry, you understand that we just get nothing new. I think we're just running back in circles on this point. There was another point that you brought up earlier I wanted to address. You said that they were paying people to protest. Do you think I'm paid to protest?
There's some people, that are paid to protest. Some people do it just because they believe in it. But you can't deny that some people are paid to protest. That's a fact.
So, and you could say the same thing for Trump, right? And by the way, where were the Democrats paying people to protest?
Huh?
Where are the Democrats paying people to protest?
You can take it all the way back to Floyd and the amount of people that showed up for all the different protests.
That's because people were genuinely protesting. What was your
protest?
I'm asking you for, hold up, stop. It's not about the amount of people. It's what's the evidence that they were paid.
I personally don't have the evidence. But there's organizations that come out and they follow the money. They follow all the money and where it came from. And there was just a video just last week. The kid said, I'm here. I got paid money and I don't really know why I'm here.
Okay. And I would have to see this video, and it being true in one circumstance is not true. It's true as a general trend or across the board. And also, you don't even know who paid them money in that circumstance. It could have been like a joke that they were trying to go through. I don't even know the context. Now, again, the situation that I'm trying to bring up is that you were trying to say that people were okay, I'm not saying that there is no one that was paid to protest. I'm disputing the idea that you have any evidence that demonstrates that the Democratic Party is paying people to protest.
I didn't say just the Democratic Party, did I? I didn't say
Who's
just
paying
the
people to
Democratic
protest
Party.
then?
I said people are getting paid to protest
By who?
by whoever's backing the protest, whoever wants them to protest for whatever cause that they're going
So that can
for.
happen in
People are
some
getting paid to do
circumstances.
that.
I'm not disputing you there, but I just want to let you know, majority of the people, especially with these broader movements, that is not paid for. You cannot pay that many people to show up for protests. That level
No,
of
you
people,
can't.
it'd
I
be
agree with you,
impossible
you
to
can't.
pay, right? We're talking about millions of people, especially on No Kings. No, millions of people. You think they paid millions of people each money to go? And by the way,
No,
I
they
went to No
pay
Kings.
they
I
pay
know other
certain
people that went to No
agitators.
Kings. What's up?
They pay certain agitators. Not everybody gets paid. I never said everybody gets paid.
They pay
It'd be
certain
impossible to pay
agitators.
everybody. Agitators on both sides, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
All
let's
right,
get
well,
real.
do you
I'm
think
being
that? Do you
totally
think that
real
right?
with
Do you
you. I
think that
mean,
right wingers are paid to protest?
you know, I
Actually,
spent
wait. You guys
20
don't even
years in
have
I spent
protests other
20
than like riots,
I spent
right?
20 years in the Navy, okay? Do you think I agreed with why President Bush at the time sent us over to um, Iraqi freedom and Desert Shield, Desert Storm? Do you think I agreed with Bush sending us back in there because he said there was mass weapons of destruction there, which there was none?
Which is exactly what Trump
So
did. And
no,
then you
Trump did
supported
not do
it.
that.
Yes, it did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He did that with Iran.
No, when?
Yes, he did. He said that they had weapons of mass destruction and we had to bomb them.
Oh no, he didn't say they had weapons of mass destruction. They said he went in there
And you
as
said
far
that,
as their
and then you
nuclear.
said they're currently killing protesters right now as a reason to justify this. He also, by the way, did the same thing with Venezuela. He was trying to bring up regime change prior, and then he literally just kept in place the same dictatorship.
Who's
He's
killing
brought it up with
protesters?
Colombia. He's brought it up with Mexico. He's brought it up
Who's
with
who's killing protesters?
Cuba,
Who's killing protesters?
Iran,
You seen it?
and same thing with ICE. ICE is doing that too. Like, for example, Renee Good.
you
Renee Good was
seen
murdered.
them killing
Renee
protesters?
Good was murdered by an ICE agent. Jonathan
yeah, I know
Ross.
about the Renee Good.
Yeah,
And
do you
she
believe
shoulda-
that? Do you believe that she
should've
was murdered?
complied.
Okay,
Any
so
officer, when you're going down the road, you get pulled over by a police
so
officer.
hold on. Let
are
me ask you a
gonna be
question.
combative to her?
Do you
or
think
are
that
you
if
going
you
to listen to them?
listen, do you think that if you don't comply, that you deserve to be shot?
If you use your car as a weapon, which
She wasn't
did.
doing. She wasn't
Yes,
doing.
she did. Yes, she
So
did.
so you said she
There's-
uses a car as a
did
weapon.
You watch all the video angles?
Yes, I did. I did.
There's
Did you see
several
that?
video angles.
Which
She
direction?
actually- you could hear
Answer the
it.
question. When
You
the
could
when
hear
the
it. It was
officer
thump.
right before the
You could
officer
hear it.
listen, right before the officer shoots, which way did she turn?
She turned into him. First, she
No,
started
no, which
backing up,
way?
then she turned
Which
into
way
him.
did she turn?
To the right,
She turned to the right. Where was the officer located?
in front of her.
No, the officer
And
was
then he hit
located.
her, then-
The
then
officer
she
was
hit
located.
him.
Listen, sir. Officer was located. Listen. The officer was located to the left-hand side of the vehicle. So when she was turning right, meaning she was turning away from him. Okay. So this whole argument is ridiculous, especially because she backed up and then tried to turn to the right. If she was trying to run them over, she would have turned left right away, or she would have gone straight right away. It's obviously like if we especially, and by the way, we don't even use this standard for the court system. In hindsight, it's clear to see that she was not going towards him. You can at least say that, right?
I can at least say what?
You can at least say in hindsight that it's true that she was going away from the officer. At least you can say that, right?
From my point of view, I don't think so. But here's the
That's
thing.
I think
will
that's
say.
just dishonest. I think that's
Here's the
dishonest because
thing-
we all
here's
saw
the-
it with our own eyes.
here's
You
the
can watch the
thing, and I saw
video.
it
You
too
can
with
all
my
see it with
eyes.
your own eyes. And by the
But
way,
here's the thing.
hindsight is not the standard for self-defense even.
Hold
You have to
on.
say a reasonable officer in this circumstance would have thought that lethal force was necessary is kind of the argument. But now I'm just saying, at least in hindsight, can you say that she was turning away from him?
She was turning the vehicle, but I don't know. I don't know if it was
Away from him?
or not.
Away from him.
I saw the wheel turn to the right,
Yeah, which was away from him, correct?
but he was in front of the vehicle.
He was on the left-hand corner when he took his first shot. He was on the left
And
hand.
you could
Actually,
hear him
the
get
second
hit
and
by
the
the
third
car.
shot. Wait. The second and the third shot went through her passenger side, or went through the driver's side window seat or window. So actually, that proves that he was on the side of the vehicle when firing those shots.
Here's what should happen. Okay.
Wait,
Here's what
stop.
should happen.
Wait, do you acknowledge that? Do you acknowledge that the 2 shots went through the driver's side window, right, on the left hand of the vehicle, right, when the officer or the agent shot the second and the third shot? Because only one bullet hole is in the front of the vehicle.
Okay, when you think that your life's at risk, it's not excessive force, because when you decide to use deadly force, it doesn't matter how many shots that you put in there. The intent
What?
is
Dude, I'm sorry.
that you're
In that
gonna
circumstance, it's
unalive the
obviously
person.
absurd. Wait, so you think him
When
shooting
you
from the side 2 different
that's
times after was justified?
that's the way it is.
Wait, so
Is
you think
when
it was
you
totally
unalive,
justified
when you
to
when
be
you
on the
when you
side of the
escalate.
vehicle? Wait, so to
Hold
clarify,
on a
you think
second.
it's totally justified to shoot 2 shots into her head when you're on the side of the vehicle's not going towards you?
That's up for a court to decide whether his escalation.
No, I'm
of
asking you as
force
I'm
was
asking you as a
not.
person. Would a
Well, that's up
reasonable
for a
person think that their life is in danger if they are on the side of the vehicle?
Not if he just got hit and 6 months earlier got drugged down the road by a vehicle.
Wait, so then you're saying that due to an event that happened in the past, he didn't do something that a reasonable officer would have done in the circumstance. So
I
then we
think any
shouldn't.
reasonable
So
officer would have
then to
used
clarify,
force.
he shouldn't have been out on duty
Because
in the
they
first
gave her the
place.
opportunity.
Listen,
No.
please listen. He shouldn't have been out on duty in the first place. All right, if that's true. And secondly, he shouldn't have been putting himself in front of where a vehicle can go. He should have been on the side like the other agents, like what you're supposed to do. Why would he put himself in front of a vehicle that could move if it was the case that that were true? Secondly, we actually know that ICE agents have tried to put themselves in front of vehicles. There's actually good data and studies to indicate this. ICE agents have tried to put themselves in front of vehicles to use it as justification to use lethal force. So this has happened historically speaking. The ICE agents have literally done that. We understand that actually we can see in the video that he tried to, for the first shot, tries to move toward the vehicle to be able to try and shoot. He actually also reaches for his gun before she even moved forward. Any reasonable agent or officer in that circumstance would have realized that they should jump out of the way of the vehicle to a greater extent if they think the vehicle is going towards them and they're on the corner of it and it's not even going forward yet. Genuinely, put yourself in the set of shoes of what a reasonable officer would do in that circumstance. A reasonable officer would jump the fuck out of the way. Any agent that tells you otherwise is fucking stupid, right? Or shouldn't be an agent in the first place, or shouldn't be an officer. Genuinely, it is absurd that any officer in that circumstance would think that they would have to go for lethal force before they're even moving forward, right? When the maximum fucking miles an hour that they made was 3 to 5 miles an hour, okay? Any reasonable officer would jump out of the way of the vehicle, okay? And if you can't jump out of the way of the vehicle, you shouldn't be an agent or an officer. You shouldn't fucking qualify to be an agent or an officer, genuinely. If in that circumstance, you don't have the physical capacity to jump out of the way, then it genuinely doesn't make sense for you to be in that position as your job. Genuinely makes no sense. And thank you, everyone, for the temporary Dean raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. She had an opportunity. She decided not to comply. They told her to move. She didn't want to move. They kept telling her to move. And at a certain point, then they told her, you need to get out of the car. At that point, they told her to get out of the car. She didn't comply again. So that was the second time she didn't comply. It's first when they told her to move, and then when they told her to get out of the car, and then she decided she was going to back up and try to move. She put her life in jeopardy, whether that cop was right or wrong, or the ICE agent was right or wrong to use deadly force. That's up for the court to decide. That's up for the court to decide. And thank God that they actually, Supreme Court, you should know this, just came out with a new ruling that before the cops all they had to do was show the seconds of the shooting, and what led up to it and what happened afterwards weren't admissible in court. But the Supreme Court
No, Jules,
overruled
think of the
that.
galaxy. No, what you're not taking into account is that they're not cooperating with state investigators for them to be able to get access to the shell casings, to the car, and plenty of other aspects of evidence that are relevant to being able to try the case in the first place. So you understand that it's literally because they're not working with him, and then because they're saying that they get 100% qualified immunity right while they're working as an ICE agent, which is absurd and ridiculous, and sets a standard that ICE agents can literally just use that as justification to murder people.
With immunity. I think
well, that's what Trump supports.
I think it should be I think it should be investigated like any unaliving should be investigated thoroughly and properly by the right authorities. And so if it was this instance, because it's federal agents, they should be investigated by the FBI, or the FBI is a federal agency. They should be investigated by the DOJ, and that investigation should come through, and then they should have
So you want the federal government investigating the
everybody's
federal
entitled to a
government?
trial by
Wow.
jury.
Wow, we want the federal government investigating the federal government. Wow, that sounds like there's definitely going to be
happens
a
all the
great set of
time.
circumstance happening there, because the reality of the matter is here in this circumstance is the FBI, right, in this circumstance, all right, not only are they from the Trump administration, but also in this circumstance, right, they don't have any of the information from ICE. They're not cooperating with them either, and they don't even fucking govern that. By the way, you keep getting these. You got misinformation that will cause moderate harm.
I don't know what they're talking about. I mean, I've said on a live a couple times. Is that it?
I don't know. I
thought
might
that
have
was the
to.
terminology you're supposed to use.
No. I don't think that's what you were doing. I don't know. I think it's maybe because you're just lying.
Lying about what? I'm just giving my opinion. I'm not lying about anything.
Well,
What did
okay.
I lie about?
Well, maybe your opinion is something that is
I
factually
think that
proven.
every incident should be investigated properly. Now, it was my opinion that it should be the FBI or whoever, but it should be.
But that's not the opinion that you probably got flagged for. Let me just clarify. That's not the opinion you probably got flagged for. But like, I guess in general, like the point that I'm making at least is
trial by jury.
Is that I think you can make a determination. Like, say you were a member on that jury, you would say that it was self-defense.
I would want to see all the evidence.
How about this? Would a reasonable officer in that circumstance think that lethal force was necessary? Or do they think that they could have got out of the way?
Maybe, maybe not. I can't make that determination. I wasn't there.
Here's my point. I think
all I got to show, and all anybody has to show, is what people said that were there, and a few camera angles from videos that people took, and that's all we have to go by. But we don't get to see all the full evidence.
You can see footage of a bunch of different angles. I think you can determine that it was unnecessary because clearly you should be able to jump out of the way in that circumstance. He planted his feet. Wait, by the way, he planted his feet before
the evidence.
Wait. Why did he plant his feet before the car started moving forward?
I can't answer that.
Why did he reach for his gun before the car started moving forward? Why did he call her a fucking bitch after shooting her 3 times? Why did he call her a fucking bitch after shooting her 3 times in the head?
It's all speculative.
Answer any of these questions. What do you think?
Anything,
what do you
know.
think? Use your brain. What do you think?
I am using my brain.
Are you?
But it's being speculative. Of course I am. Come on now.
No, genuinely. Like, what do you think would have happened in the circumstance? Right? Why do you think he specifically decided to do that?
I think at the time, I mean, if I were to guess, I would have thought that he would have thought his life was in jeopardy.
Really, after she said that she's not mad at him at all, and that you saw in the cell phone footage. Wait, by the way, we saw in the cell phone footage.
They gave her an opportunity to comply.
Okay, so again,
told her to get out of there.
So then on January 6th, you think that police officers?
She didn't comply.
So listen, you think police officers on January 6th?
At what point does she have? What point does somebody have the responsibility for their own actions?
So listen.
At what point are they held accountable?
You think that police officers
not listening? What point is she held accountable for her not listening to them, telling her to leave, to get out of the way, and her not complying, and then they told her to get out of the car. She didn't comply. So at what point is she held accountable? Tell me that.
Well, I don't think that she's accountable. I don't think non-compliance means that you have a death sentence, right? Would non-compliance, and if a court determined, would non-compliance say that's a death sentence? No, they wouldn't. So it's not justifying their death.
I didn't say that.
Secondly, would you think that it would be justified for cops or for law enforcement officials to literally take their guns and start shooting people on January 6th that Donald Trump pardoned?
That's all debatable too. Donald Trump literally got down there. He was down giving his speech when all that stuff was going down.
No, would they be justified in shooting all of the? No, answer the question. Because they didn't comply, would they have been justified in shooting all of those January 6 rioters?
If they felt the one girl got killed, right? The one girl got shot and
Yeah,
killed.
do you think Ashley Babbitt should have been killed?
No. I
No?
don't think anybody should have
But
been
she didn't
killed.
comply.
I don't think,
She didn't
I
comply.
don't think anybody should have
Wait,
been killed
Ashley,
in there.
but Ashley Babbitt didn't comply. She should have listened. She could have prevented that from happening if she never tried to break into the Capitol with a knife in her pocket.
But it's her own fault. If she put herself in that position, she's accountable for her own death. Is she
Okay,
not?
so you think she deserved it?
I don't know if anybody deserves it.
Oh,
but if,
so you
if
see,
put
so you
yourself
see
in
how
a-
their
in a
double standards
position
are. You see
of
how their double standards are.
non-complying,
Literally,
then you
because
gotta be
Renee
held
Nicole Good,
responsible for your
because
actions.
Renee Nicole Good is a lesbian woman, and because she specifically isn't some devout Trump supporter, you see how they treat them differently. You see how with Ashley Babbitt is given so much more, literally, credence and literally so much more space to act the way that she did and to not comply than Renee Nicole Good was because she's a lesbian woman and because she's associated with the left. Genuinely. Look at that.
Because who's a lesbian woman?
Renee Nicole Good. Look how differently MAGA treats Renee Nicole Good because she's associated with the left and because she's not MAGA. If she was MAGA, would you treat it this way?
That has nothing to do with it. Her
It does at this point.
sexuality has
It
nothing
does
to do
because you
with
think
it.
the non-compliance is not even a factor in the case of Ashley
I
Babbitt.
see people non-complying all the time. You see videos of it all the time. Officers walk up to the car and people become
Oh, so then are you saying an
non-compliant. They
agent
become
is
belligerent.
trained?
They
Wait, are
become
you saying an agent is trained to deal with non-compliance and shouldn't result to anger and murdering people just because they engage in non-compliance?
You keep bringing up the fact of murder. I'm not saying whether he was justified or not because I wasn't
He
there.
was
I keep
unjustified. He
saying
murdered
that.
her.
So,
He
so
literally
don't put
murdered
words in
her.
my mouth.
He murdered her.
Don't
You
put
should
words
be
in my
able to
mouth.
see
I'm
that it's
asking
murder.
you.
Every single reasonable person can see that
Would have
that it was
never
murder.
happened. Her unaliving would have never happened if she would have complied to begin with.
Oh,
Concede
say
to
the
that.
same thing to Ashley Babbitt. Why don't you say the same thing to Ashley Babbitt?
I would if I could.
You would?
I
You would?
agree. Yes,
Okay.
I would.
So do you think
Because
that
that's
she
my
deserved
thing.
it?
If I
Do you
get
think?
pulled over by a
Wait,
cop
I have a question. I have a
and
question.
I'm belligerent to them,
Do you think it was justified for the officer to shoot Renee Nicole Good?
the unaliving has nothing to do with it. I'm talking about people being accountable
I'm
for
asking
their
you,
actions.
do you
and
think that was
non-complying.
justified? Do you think it was
She'd be
self-defense?
alive today if she would just literally listen to
Do
him.
you think it was
Twice.
self-defense? You know, and she'd be alive today if he didn't fire his shots. If he just jumped out of the way.
Maybe, but there again, that should go through the court system, and it should be an investigation that's a trial by jury and determined by a jury, because everybody's innocent until proven guilty. So I can't say whether he was justified or not justified. That has nothing to do with it. But I do know if she would have complied and got out of there to begin with, or got out of the car when they told her to get out of the car, she'd still be alive today.
Okay. Again, this argument
Right?
that you're making that people
Right?
they need to comply, and if they don't comply, it's their fault for dying is disgusting as fuck, genuinely.
No, it's
because
not.
in this
It's not.
circumstance,
Not
I
dying.
just
I'm
want to let you
talking
know,
about.
not only
I'm
was she
talking
also
about.
told, not only was she also told to drive off, but also in the circumstance, right? She was not following an unlawful order. Literally, they do not have the right to make traffic stops. She wasn't impeding them. She let an agent go past. Okay? And she was trying to leave the circumstance after already being told to leave the circumstance. So not only was she told to leave the circumstance, not only was it the case that they were providing unlawful orders, right, for the circumstance in the first place, in terms of telling her to get out of the vehicle or trying to make a traffic stop, right? But also, none of that, any of these circumstances, even if she doesn't listen, even if she did get orders and didn't follow those orders correctly, even though there were conflicting orders, then even in that circumstance, she still wouldn't have been deserving to be shot. It's still unjustified for her to be shot in that circumstance. Obviously, a reasonable agent could obviously see that they could get out of the way. And that's the first thing that they would think of before reaching for lethal force. It is fucking disgusting that you sit here and defend this, because it literally sounds like you want fucking no accountability for masked agents that are going around without identifying themselves into communities and kidnapping people, door to fucking door, asking people for papers, right? And you want no accountability for these motherfuckers. Are you serious? Are you fucking kidding me? There needs to be very very strong requirements for accountability for any law enforcement officer. There needs to be cam footage. There needs to be significantly more training. There needs to be significantly more regulation. There needs to be them literally engaging with the state investigators and letting them investigate. There needs to be all of these things. If you think it's a very clear-cut case and you think that they need to go through the court system innocent until proven guilty, well then literally work with the investigators, okay? They are literally masking up and stripping people out of their communities, walking door to door asking for papers, and you guys were the ones complaining about literal fucking vaccine cards that weren't even instituted by Democrats, okay? Literally asking papers, please, and you're okay with that? You want to live in that society? If you're not white, you're going to be asked, papers, please. If you speak and you have an accent, right, you're going to be asked, papers, please. Are you fucking kidding me? There are U.S. citizens that have been detained in this country for simply just having an accent. And it was said by the Trump DHS themselves that it was simply just because they had an accent. Why don't you acknowledge that?
Okay, first of all, young man, I don't deserve the profanity that you're projecting my way. I haven't used any profanity toward you this whole time at all.
I'm sorry, I speak with profanity. My bad. That's the state of the fucking world right now. I'm
Well,
sorry. The
I
state
can
of the
use
fucking
profanity
world
too, but
means that I
choose
have to
not
use
to.
language like this to
I
demonstrate
choose
how
not to
crazy the set
because
of circumstances are.
When I never said that I approved of her shooting and death. I said she has to be held accountable for her actions. I didn't say that that meant that she needed to be killed for her actions. I didn't say that. Don't put words in my mouth that I didn't say. I said she should be accountable because she was given 2 opportunities to leave. She ended up dead. Now, whether that was legitimate or not legitimate, I'm not saying it was good. I'm not saying that at all. So don't put me into that category.
You were straight up defending it, and also you are denying what you're seeing in real time.
I'm defending the fact that people need to be accountable for
Okay,
their
you know
actions.
what? Actually, you know what? I don't like this whole bystander bullshit of you saw it right in front of your eyes, you see that she was murdered, and you sit there and you can't make a determination on it. I don't accept that. I think that's bullshit. And I think that's you sitting there and you're not strong enough. You're acting too much of a coward and not willing to say that one of your fellow citizens of this country was literally murdered by an officer of the state. Okay?
Oh
That's
my
a fact.
God, I'm not
That's a
strong
fact.
enough. I
Yeah,
spent
you aren't
20
you
years in
you
the
don't have a
fucking
spine.
military
You don't have a
protecting our
spine.
freedoms,
You don't have a
our
spine
rights,
enough to say that.
Our ability to have a conversation like that. And you're going to tell me I'm not strong enough?
By the way, let me clarify. I thank you for your service, but that does not mean that you had a spine in this circumstance to say that one of your fellow U.S. citizens was murdered by a state officer of the state. Okay, that's what I'm saying that you don't have a spine for. And if you can't realize that, and you have to say it's somehow relevant to like your service in the past, I think that's ridiculous. Okay, that does not say anything about your service. It says everything about the position that you're holding right now.
No, the fact that you say that you say that I'm not strong enough, that's a bunch of crap.
I was meaning to say that you.
But in the Navy.
I apologize.
I
wait, but let me
Desert
clarify.
Shield, Desert Storm.
Let me clarify.
I went to Iraq.
Let me clarify. I literally was meaning that you don't have a spine. That's what I was meaning to say, and I was trying to get the words out. Now, I don't necessarily mean the word strong. I mean that you don't have a spine on this particular topic, right? On this position. Can you at least acknowledge that? I'm not trying to say that you're not strong enough or that you haven't fought for this country in any way. I'm trying to say you don't have a spine on this. You have to unmute. I can't unmute you right now.
Okay. I do have a spine, and I told you, I think that it should be properly investigated, whether it's the feds or whether it's your way of whoever you want to investigate it. I think there should be a proper investigation of it. I think if it's found out by the peers and the jury that he is guilty, that he escalated force, then he should be punished by the full extent of the law. That's what I think. Okay, so I do have a stance on it, but I'm also under the belief, and I fought for everybody's right. We're all innocent until we're proven guilty of a crime. So
Wait,
he needs
that
to be
doesn't mean
proven.
you can't have opinions. That doesn't mean you can't
he
have an
needs to be
opinion based
proven
upon the video that
guilty
you saw.
of a crime. I already said in my
Wait,
opinion.
so how about this?
You said, do I think
Wait.
she deserved to be killed? I
Here
said
we go.
no.
Here we go. Here we go. If there's a court
I said no.
determination, if there's a court determination, do you accept it to be true?
If the evidence points that way, I go. That's how our system works.
Okay.
If we're found guilty or innocent by our peers and the jury,
Okay, so how do you feel about the
And
fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will? An entire unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury indicated that to be true. And I'm pretty sure earlier you said it was weaponized DOJ.
no, no, I'm not going to go into this because you've already did that to your other. I was in there for this part. I'm not even going to touch that because
Why?
civil and criminal, no.
Wait, what about it? You said you accept.
You already given your opinions. I already know
You said
exactly what you're
you said you
say.
fought for the determinations from
Why
these
are we
different
switching
courts.
subjects? We're talking about one thing.
Because no, I'm trying to show you that you don't accept court determinations and that you're hyper fixating and specifically
was it
only
a
relating to
jury?
this when you literally don't accept it
No,
with Trump.
because I don't know that case. I don't know that case.
Okay, but
was
do you,
there a jury?
So then in typical you would
Was
yes
there a
there was
jury?
yes
Okay.
yes
So if the jury determined that,
unanimously every single person
then he had
on the
to
jury.
pay. He had to pay restitution, right?
Yes.
Okay. Jury said it. He had to do it.
Yeah. So then you accept it to be true, correct?
I do accept it to be true because
Okay.
if
So
the jury
so you think
determined
Donald
that
Trump
he
raped
was-
Eugene Carroll?
he
So
was
then you
in the
believe Donald Trump
wrong.
raped Eugene Carroll?
No, they didn't know because civilly that doesn't prove any. There's a difference between civil and you already discussed it earlier, and we don't need to go through all that.
So then you don't accept
But
civil cases?
if any kid gets raped or whatever, I was abused 7 years old by my own brother.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Okay, so pedophile, that strikes hard with me because I had to deal with that, and he had 4 daughters, and plus he ended up being becoming a confirmed Presbyterian minister, priest, right? And I had 4 of my nieces that I helped raise, his daughters, and I kept that from them for 40 years until I saw him with another little boy, and I had to come out and tell his wife because he told his wife he was bisexual, and then it all came out, and I had to say something to protect that little boy. So I had to come out, and I never wanted my nieces to find out, but my nieces found out, and it was just a whole bunch of things, you know. And my nieces, I tell you the truth, my nieces would love listening to you because they fall on your side. They're liberal, but I still love my nieces because they're family.
So then
You know
can I
what
ask
I'm
you this
saying?
question? How do you feel about Donald Trump not releasing the Epstein files completely, like in protecting PDFs?
I think they requested the fact that from both the judges for the grand juries, they requested that to the judges themselves that they unseal the evidence in those cases because that's the real exact evidence that Epstein was brought under court under, and those judges denied the unsealing of that evidence. So if you want all the evidence, that includes those grand jury unsealing of the grand jury evidence. You have to have that too. But the judges, and 2 of them denied the releasing of it. They wouldn't unseal it. So do I think it'll come out eventually? Maybe, but it has to be all the evidence and not just part of the evidence.
Hey, so
it
to
can't
clarify,
be handpicked.
the law
It can't be cherry-picked.
the law requires that they legally release all of the Epstein files. They've released less than 1%, and I just think that like it's very obvious that you don't want, right, people who are protecting PDFs in the position of the Oval Office. I feel like this is a bipartisan thing that you should be able to say. You shouldn't support candidates like this, whether they're on the right or on the left, whether you're on either side of the political spectrum.
He's
This
never
is something you shouldn't support.
He has never supported protecting pedophilias. He's went against them.
He literally hasn't released
evidence out
99%
there-
of the Epstein files. He's protecting PDFs by not releasing the Epstein files right now.
No, he's not. He's
violating,
not. But
dude,
they're
he's
not
literally
releasing- what about
violating the
those-
law and
like I
not
just
releasing the
said,
files.
The judges aren't releasing. They're not unsealing.
It's not the judges. It's literally
Yes,
them.
it is.
No, it's
Look
not.
it up.
That's not
Look
what they
it
say
up.
themselves. Actually, look at what Pam Bondi is talking about and saying about the matters. She's literally saying that they're choosing not to do that because of the fact that there's no enforcement mechanism on behalf of the court system. Not that the courts have limited them from doing it.
they won't unseal the grand jury.
If anything, they're saying that the
evidence.
courts have not been able to limit them, and that's why they're not releasing them.
I don't know what she's talking about. All I know is from what I heard and from what I know is that they requested, the DOJ requested that the judges unseal the actual grand jury evidence, which would give everybody what happened in the court.
I'm sorry.
Except
listen.
for
That's all
what
happened.
should be
Wait,
redacted.
I'm sorry. That's all happened.
What should
That's,
be redacted is the names of the people to protect the victims.
Of course.
and
You know,
stuff
no
like
one's
that.
disputing that. And then there's going to be explanations for the redactions. They have to release those as well. They haven't done that as well. They put out redactions that they didn't even explain as well. So, like, again, the point that I'm trying to make here is that they have not released the files, even though it's already legally obligated for them to do so. They've already been unsealed. They can release them. There is literally no limitation, and they are trying to prevent the release of them. 99% of them have not been released. Okay, you have to realize that is bad. That is really bad.
Okay, and
This should seriously be a disqualifying reason for every single person in this country.
They did not unseal that. That happened about
Yes,
a
they
month and a
have.
half ago. About a month and a half ago to 2 months ago. I can't get my time exactly right. About a month and a half to 2 months ago, that's when they requested that the judges in the cases unseal the grand jury evidence, and the judges denied it. You can look it up.
Okay.
If you want.
I understand. I've already looked it up, and I did see that they did unseal them. So I've looked
I
into
didn't
this
see
already.
that they unsealed them.
Yeah,
when did they unseal them?
This
If
was
you
in
look-
2024 even.
No, they never did.
Yeah. Literally look up grand jury unseals Epstein files. Minnesota Go For Vet, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll have to ask about that, but thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Feisty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I have some people to thank on YouTube. Let me catch up on YouTube here real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I'd really appreciate everyone. This is the last little bit before we end the live, just letting everyone know. Been on for about
You've been on for a while.
a little over 4 hours now. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes real quick. I'd really appreciate it. Arkland, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2 as well. Thank you so much. That is very true. Trill, thank you so much for the €2. I appreciate it. Feisty, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I'll ask about that like right now. Ken, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Marin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Guitarist, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Specifically because the car went barreling down the road and you could have hit an unsuspecting bystander. Yeah, seriously, I could have totally. That definitely shows an inconsideration as well. Ken, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I totally agree with you. The key word is reasonable, and I feel like that's, oftentimes mistaken into, or not taken into account.
Okay.
Lisa, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think that was for the last person. Or actually, yeah, I think it was. Thank you so much. Lisa. ARB, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Freakin' Dirt, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Ken, thank you for the $5. Devin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jabin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Omega, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Definitely. Jabin, thank you for the $10. Darsel, thank you so much for the $5. Keeksy, thank you so much for the $10. Silver, thank you for the $2. Thank you. And then Rhonda, thank you for the $5. Pamela, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10. You know what? Wait, I have a question. Did you know about the fact that someone was a P3DO for many years and then later, like, only tell on them once you saw them do it again?
No, not when I
Was that
saw him do it again. When you're
like
a
you didn't
young
tell
kid,
people about it from prior? Isn't that, I'm pretty sure you did say that.
no.
Exactly.
When you're a
I
young
just
kid at
connected the
that
dots.
age, and when you're a young kid at that age, and you get sexually abused like that, especially from your brother.
Oh, so
okay,
you're saying,
it's
oh,
hard.
so sorry, you're saying it happened to you and you didn't come out about the person who abused you, is what you're saying, until later
Right.
on? Okay.
Right,
That makes sense.
because
That makes sense.
For one thing, is who's going
That
to
makes
believe
sense. I'm
you?
sorry.
Being a young kid, who's going to believe you because
No,
all
totally.
I'm the
You know
youngest.
what? You know what? I don't dispute you at all. I'm not disputing you there. I didn't connect the dots
No, I
there
never
as
said
well.
you were. I never
So
said you were.
I didn't realize, I didn't connect the dots that that was the person. So I apologize. That's my bad.
Yeah, yeah. So when we had a family get together over July one year,
Wait, can you
and
say the
he
same thing about other victims as to why it takes time to take decades to come out?
because for one, as a kid, you're not your perpetrator has a power, gets a power over you. It's like um and you're the victim and you don't know how to come out, you don't know how to explain, you don't know who's
Exactly.
going to
Yeah.
believe you. And when I did come out, I came out to my older sister. Thank God she believed me, and that's how it all got taken
Mm-hmm.
care of. And my dad got involved, and my brother admitted to doing it and said he was sorry. But the reason I came out is because I saw him with
So
that
sorry
little
to that.
boy that was calling him grandpa, and I was worried that he would. Now his daughters,
That makes
I
more
never
sense now.
wanted his
I
daughters.
really apologize for that. I just want to be clear. I really apologize. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't connect the dots there. So I
No, that's
apologize.
okay.
It was
That's
from
okay.
reading a message and I
That's okay.
didn't
I'm
realize.
open about it. I can talk about it now, where before I couldn't. He no longer has power over me. You know, I've come out about it, and it's all taken care of. He's no longer a Presbyterian priest, and
Oh,
he's no longer. So yeah, it's all taken care of. I just want to tell you, ABC News. This is the source, by Aaron Kurziski and Peter Charlembus. Anyways, it says judge denies DOJ's request to unseal Epstein grant. And this is dated August 20th, 2025. Okay, it says a federal judge in New York has denied the Department of Justice request to unseal grand jury material from Jeffrey Epstein's criminal case. The decision on Wednesday marks the third and final time a federal judge has denied the Trump administration's
and what year
request
was this?
to unseal grand jury materials related to Epstein. That's where I'm getting it from. That's an ABC source.
And then you can also see from ABC, December 10th, 2025, a third judge grants DOJ motion to unseal grand jury materials from government's Epstein files.
Okay, and that was dated when?
This is even December.
December, so that was last month.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, since they did unseal it, then yes, they need to come out with it. But I didn't know that they came out and said in December. I didn't know that report. All I was going off of this report, which is August. And that's the last I heard about it. 3 times they were denied. So I guess we're both right.
Yeah, maybe just at different times. So it's just about when the information came out. So I mean, this has been known for a while, and Trump has had well over the
A
time
month.
needed because of the fact that he's been legally obligated to release them.
Yeah, they have a month. They've had a month.
But like here, the general
I
point that I
concede
wanted
that
to,
point.
the general no,
I think it should come out.
there's more than that. But like I just want to like clarify. This just proves it because of the article. So the point I wanted to make is that you realize the importance of believing victims, and I think that's a good thing. And I guess I think that we should carry that over when it comes to like the 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, and the fact that E. Jean Carroll has held him liable in a civil court.
I do believe victims, but I also need to show that they were proven the fact. And like, you know, my family got behind me, and I was lucky, and my brother came out about it, so he admitted to his crime that he did, and so, but it was past. You know, there's what do you call it? I couldn't go after him criminally because the what's the time limit? What
Statute
do
of
they call that?
limitations.
Yeah, statute of limitations was already gone. His wife actually, I was back here in Florida. That's where I live. I live on the Florida Panhandle. I was back here in Florida, and after that, and I got a call from Warren County Police up in Pennsylvania, and they were asking me about it because his wife is a school teacher, and she's like required. She said she's required to tell people because of what happened with the Penn State coach, the Sandusky whole thing. Remember that?
Mhm.
And so I got a call from them, but they pretty much told me that it was beyond statute of limitations, and there's not really much they could do about it at this point. So, but
So
she did.
that's so sad. And I guess the point I would make is that I think that's a very similar thing that with E. Jean Carroll, she couldn't try Donald Trump in a criminal court because of statute of limitations.
Maybe
Right,
that
and
could be part of it.
she was only able to try him in a civil court because of the fact that they extended access by getting rid of the statute of limitations for thousands of different victims to hold their abusers accountable in New York. And like again, the 26 plus people that have accused Donald Trump, I feel like, like a lot of for maybe other people, they didn't have the set of circumstances that happened. I know many other victims that like the person that did this to them, they didn't admit to it, they didn't provide any evidence, they denied it, right? And how hurtful and harmful that is for those people in those circumstances. And I still feel as if they should be believed as well. And I feel like we should be there to support people, when it comes
Yeah,
to this.
we
And
should be.
people don't typically lie about these things. It's not common to lie, especially for 26 plus people to come out about someone. It's very uncommon that 26 plus people are going to lie about someone, right? In relation to sexual misconduct. Okay, incredibly low likely. Like I did the math earlier. If we were to assume 7% likelihood of lying about SA, right, and we were to multiply that by 1 divided by 26, that means just at least one of them telling the truth. The rest of them could be lying. It's less than 0.02% likelihood of Donald Trump being innocent, if we were to assume those sets of conditions.
I know. I heard
That's
your
assuming a
number
relatively
earlier.
high likelihood of lying associated with SA, which I think it's actually even lower than that. So like that's like I feel like an incredibly conservative estimate.
Well, I mean, you think about it, and you asked, it takes a while for people to come out and stuff. Look at the whole Harvey Weinstein that started the Me Too movement, right? That whole thing. Look how many years of abuse he was giving women, Harvey Weinstein, right? And they finally took one person to finally come out, and they did. And what about the Coreys with their pedophilia doing the movies? It's rampant in Hollywood, some of this stuff, and nobody believed them, and now they're starting to be believed. That they were actually abused as children, and a lot of these children that are in the show business and stuff, unfortunately, they get put in positions where they are abused, and that's terrible, and they can't come out and say anything, and your heart breaks for them because who do they turn to? Who's going to believe them? Because you
Exactly,
got
like
these powerful
and,
people out there.
and like what
When
if
you got
people were to
powerful
go up to
people,
them and what if people were to go up to them and they were to say, "What's your evidence? You didn't provide any evidence. You didn't come out right away. Why didn't you come out right away? I don't believe you because you didn't come out right away." All of these
that
things are things
happens.
that are exactly said to E. Jean Carroll, exactly said to the victims that have come out against Donald Trump. And what I'm saying is that these are the exact reasons that people use to literally dispute victims in all these circumstances. And it makes sense that victims took decades to come out because it's trauma. There's a lot of trauma associated with it. So I feel like we should be able to realize that like there's enough to say that you shouldn't support Trump with all of these different cases, right?
No,
With
I
all of this
support,
information.
and I told you this at the beginning. Okay, I support Trump for how my life is right now. How it's better. He improved the VA system that I'm 100% disabled. He improved that. He made it easier for me to get care through the VA system, even to go out in town if I need to do that.
That was
He's
Biden.
made
Wait, how did Trump do that?
no,
He cut
no,
access to the
that was
VA.
Trump in his first
No,
term.
wait, Trump cut with the VA Mission Act. Is that one you're referencing? That might be true with
No.
the VA. I mean, I have to look back at that one. But in terms of the situation with Trump, since his second term, he's actually
He
cut funding
also
he's cut funding for the VA. Did you know that?
no, he hasn't.
Yeah, he's cut the amount of employees that work for the VA.
Well, the employees, yes,
That
we
cuts
all
funding
got
for the
cut.
VA.
I worked after I retired. I worked for the federal government for 18 years. I just got done because I took the early out that they wanted because of medical conditions I'm doing, and I don't feel like I could continue to do my job, which was on base, and I worked for the Department of the Navy as a civilian. So I took that. But also, he had the remember the right to try experimental drugs. If that's your last chance at life, you have he passed that, which I thought was great because how many times do they have working on something and you exhausted all other means and you should have the right to try a new drug if it's out there
No
and
one's
accept the
disputing.
consequences
No
for
one's
it.
disputing. No one's disputing that.
You
In
know,
that
so I'm
circumstance,
just
but
saying
we're
some good things he's done. We're talking about you're
yeah.
talking about all the
No
bad
one's disputing
things,
that you could point to certain things that you agree with. No one's disputing that. But the point
but
that I would make is that there have been cuts to the federal workforce that affect medical care for veterans, right? And you
no,
understand that.
that hasn't happened. I have not. I tell you honestly, I have not occurred any bad things with the VA with any cuts or whatever. Some people, and you got to realize this too. Working in the federal government, sometimes you have multiple people doing the same job when you only need one person to
So
do that job, or you have a person doing a job over here, and in a different department, you have a person doing the same thing over there.
so to
So
clarify, he's destaffed the suicide hotline for veterans. Okay.
I
An
can follow.
estimated of 800 to 900 of the 1,130 crisis line workers have always worked remotely, so ending remote work options will further undermine staffing. Okay?
Not
So that
necessarily,
literally
because we
reduces.
didn't have that prior to. The only reason that we did remote work was for COVID. And once COVID got done with, um, then there was no reason for us to remotely work from home, even though they still gave us an
These are
option
crisis
to
line.
do
These are dude.
certain.
These are literally crisis line
Yeah,
workers,
but you
and
can do it.
he's cutting.
You can
Wait,
do
so
it in a
he's not just
workplace.
he's just not moving them into a workplace in terms of an office. He's literally getting rid of their job. And by the way, they already did work this way.
Okay, did you have maybe too many people? Who knows? I don't
What?
know. I don't know the
Wait, no,
details.
we
I
did
can't.
not have too
I
many
can't
people.
really.
What?
I can't
They
intelligently
got
talk
rid of
about
most
that
of the
because I don't know.
crisis line workers. What are you talking about?
All I know is thank God, I've never needed the crisis hotline. I've
Yeah,
never
but for
had to
many
call
other
them.
veterans, they do, right?
Some I don't know of any that I know personally that have
And by the way, they've
used it.
always worked remotely. So if they've always worked remotely, then why
I don't know
can't
if
they
they've always.
continually?
I don't know that.
Well, I'm
I
reading
don't
a
know if they've
PBS
always
article
worked
right now that
remotely.
indicates that. I'm reading a PBS article right now that indicates that. I can give you the
Okay,
title.
well, I'll
The
go
title
on. I'll
is
go
Five
on to the
Reasons
.gov
Federal Cuts
site and
Are.
I'll research. You
It
giving me
says,
stuff to research. You're
yeah, it
giving
says
me
five
stuff to
reasons federal
research.
cuts
I will
are hitting
research it.
veterans especially hard.
But I'm not getting. I'm not. I mean, I got my rating. I got my rating. And I'm getting taken care of. The VA. I'm getting better
Yeah, the
appointments.
VA
I'm
is
getting
planning to
faster
cut
appointments.
83,000 jobs, slashing employment by over 17%.
That's across the board, though. That's not
That,
just in one area.
yeah, that was from according to an internal memo.
Yeah. Yeah. Downsizing the government.
Yeah, even
There's
the VA, and you want to downsize the
there.
VA?
It's not downsizing the critical parts of it, though.
Wait, I just gave you. Do you think suicide hotline is a critical part?
I'm gonna research that. I'm gonna go to the .gov sites and I'm gonna research that. You
Yeah,
give
go
me
ahead.
something to research, and I will. And then I'm sure you're on here all the time, and I'll come back to you and I'll tell you what I found out
All
from
right.
my side, because
Well,
I can't talk intelligently to that because I don't know about it. You just brought it up, so I'd like to do my own research, and then at a future time, maybe you'll have me on again, and we can discuss that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, we'll call it there then. Anything else you have to say before I get off for tonight or today?
No. Thank you for having me on. I know we've had a few little rough spots there with me over talking you, and that's just who I am and what I do. When I get passionate about something, just like you, when you were cussing at me, you got passionate and you were cussing at me. I didn't appreciate it, but okay, I understand. Passion sometimes takes over in a conversation, even in debate, and we all try to stay kind of calm if we can, but that doesn't always happen. So I appreciate your takes on stuff and your opinions. And, I'm just giving my takes and my opinions, even though you don't agree with it. Maybe some of it you do. Some of it I've agreed with you, and I appreciate it. I like having debates. I don't agree with I don't agree with everything Trump does. I just know the actions that have resulted. My life right now is better. I have more money in my pocket, and I think that's what a lot of Americans look like. Am I better off? Do I have more money for myself? Can I Can I afford to live now better than I did before? And my answer, and everybody might have a different answer because we're all from different parts of the country, and all states are different. So You know, there's a big variable there with the different states and stuff like that. So some people might have it rougher right now and not as good as others in different states. That's a possibility. So, anyways, Parker, appreciate you having me on. I'm gonna let you go. Have a good night. Where are you? You're from actually downtown LA, or are you just from their area around
LA
there?
County. I'm not gonna say where I am because it's
Well, you don't
security
have to
thing.
say exactly where you are. No, I just wondered. I was stationed in Northern California. That was my first ship up in the Bay Area, and I was also on the USS Carl Vinson that was in Alameda, and then I was stationed up in Washington State for 13 years. So, um, yeah, I know the area is pretty good, and I got a buddy of mine that lives down in the LA area, in between LA and San Diego. We were been shipmates. You know, we were ever since our first ship. In fact, when my wife passed away of stage 4 lung cancer in
Sorry to hear that.
2024, he came out. He flew out here and stayed with me. And you know what? But you know what? I never blamed God for it. She fought hard. She cared about me, and I told her if she ever left me, that she better come back and haunt me. And the third day after she passed, I didn't even want to go inside the house because all the good energy was left out, you know, taken out of the house when she passed. And so I stayed in the garage. And my neighbors were like, "You need to make sure you eat something." And so I went down and I got a pizza and I ate it in the garage. And then I walked inside and I got this big fan, 8-bladed fan in the living room that I always have on for circulation. And then there's an LED light in the middle of it. And I never turned that on. You need the remote to turn that on. So the third day after I ate the pizza, I go walking in through the kitchen, turned right toward the living room, and the light was on. And I'm like, "Hello, honey." I knew. I was just automatically, I started feeling better. The next day, the fan was turned off. And that was my second thing. But what took the cake was when my buddy said he was going to come see me and he missed his flight and he had to reschedule it. And I don't believe in coincidence. I believe, and I'm not trying to be religious, but my opinion, I think God puts people in our lives for a reason, puts them in our path for a reason. So he missed the flight. He was supposed to have a layover in Nashville. He flew out the following day, supposed to have a layover, 3 to 4 hour layover in Nashville before he flew down to where I'm at. And when he got there, the plane was coming here. He found a plane that was coming here immediately. He was able to catch it. And then at our airport, we have, you know what the USO is?
No, I
Military
don't.
USO. They're volunteers that a lot of airports have USO lounges for military members to go and they can lounge in there and they can get drinks and snacks and stuff like that. They also provide information and directions, help military members answer their questions and help direct them where they need to go and stuff like that. So, and they're all volunteers, bless their hearts. And so I get to the airport early because he's flying in early. And there's this older woman there that's working. She's a USO volunteer. And I start talking to her. He's coming in to see me and stay with me for a while because my wife passed away. She looked at me and she goes, "Did your wife have grayish, wavy hair?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why?" She pointed over my left shoulder and said, "She's right there." I'm like, "What?" And she goes, "She's right there." And she says, "She's never leaving you." And at that point, I knew that she was in heaven with God and that she was okay and she was no longer suffering. That helped me heal so much because not everybody gets that. When they lose a loved one, they don't get that. And I was just fortunate enough to get that, and it meant so much. And, you know, I just figured I'd share that story with you.
Well, I appreciate it very much, and I totally get you there in terms of that, and I'm really sorry to hear about your loss. It's a
Yeah,
lot to deal with.
we were married for 31 years, together 33. We met up in Great Lakes when I was stationed up in Great Lakes, Illinois. Um, you know, she was Filipina. She was a Filipina, but we met here. She lived here. She was a citizen here, and she went through, you know, the whole immigration problem. But she always wanted the best for me, and she wanted me to continue living. And I ended up flying over the Philippines and seeing her sister and her friends. And this is the other thing that happened is I met somebody that I think she put in front of me, her and God or whoever, that because she was always worried. She says, "You're too nice of a guy. I don't want anybody to take advantage of you." and I met this woman over there, and we've had a relation. We started talking, and we built a relationship, and now she's my fiance, who we're trying to come over on the K1 visa, and it's been approved. We just got to go through the whole interview process and everything over there in Manila, but I'll have a new partner in life, and that's what my wife wanted, and I can't wait for it to happen. Hopefully by April or May, she'll get over here. But again, thank you for letting me talk, and I know we butted heads a little bit, but I appreciate you.
Alrighty. Well,
Take
I
care of
appreciate you
yourself.
coming up.
All right.
Alrighty, everyone.
Bye.
I'm going to get off for today, everyone. I'm going to get off. I might go join Dean. I have a few people to thank real quick over on YouTube and everything. Fahi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Cooper. Thank you very much. Thank you. Leon, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Peter, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Peter. KAK, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Leon, thank you for the $2. Thank you. KAK, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10 as well. Black Guitarist, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. He said he can't cut direct funding from the VA, so he fires the workers. My sister's team went from 300 plus people working for the VA to just under 50. What happens when less workers are available? True. Exactly. That's a great idea, or a great point to bring up. I mean, not great idea, but great point to bring up. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And they said that that if you can't get individuals to leave from the job cuts, they are additionally forcing workers that were remote to come back to office. My sisters had to move from Ohio to Baltimore because of this. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for the information as well. Green Ford, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Anna Banana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you as well. Cheryl, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. As well as Peter, again, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. And Minnesota, thank you for the $20 again. Thank you so much. Alrighty, everyone. Have a good day, everyone. I'll see everyone later. I might go on Twitch and just hang out for a little bit again, like I did yesterday, before I go join Dean, because I have to post videos and stuff. But yeah, love everyone. I'll see everyone later. Look up Dean Withers if you want to go raid him, everyone. Otherwise, Parker, get a job on Twitch. I'll probably just be hanging out for a bit. All right, I love y'all.